And we are live. Hello, everyone. Welcome to the Alien Spaceship stream. You'll be watching from anywhere around the country or the world. I really appreciate every single one of you. Coming to you from the Spaceship Studios from a galaxy far, far away. Alright, so this is a surprise live. And we'll be watching some trials, including the Giant Depp one and some other ones too. And I appreciate all of you being here, and I'll be now switching over to the other screen. Alright. Look a little dim. Alright, hello everybody. It is me, Alien Spaceship. And shout out to Bubbles over there. Always a nice cat. Alright. And cameras, okay, that looked a little bit better, but anyway. Alright, so we did last night, we were watching the Spectre trial parts of that, which we'll be watching again this time. Now, as we start out, we'll play some of the Depp clips. As the stream progresses, we'll get into the other ones too. Alright. And hello, Frog. Good to see you, Frog. Today, there are trials not going on, from what I could see. Hello, Aaron. Good afternoon. And we are... It's good to see everybody. Yeah, so we're watching... As I said, no trials that I could see that are on, but if something comes on... I don't know if I would even know, but y'all would probably get a notification from them if the trials are on. Alright. Okay. So... Because the thing is, it's... Yesterday, we were watching the Proctor trial from 2007, and you have Alan Jackson as the prosecutor. It was quite interesting to see. Oh, Aaron said that no trial we were going to watch got denied by a judge. There's one on CTV, but it's already day 4. It's hard to follow now. Okay. Oh, you're a nicer person in the summer. Scared. Okay, let's get this on the road. Oh, one thing, I got a post in here. I'll get this thing up first, so... Okay. Switch over to the other screen. Yeah, shout out to the Canadians. Okay. As we have different people, come through, we will continue the other trial we were watching the other day. For now, watch some of the scenes from the Depp one. Oh, Aaron, I am doing fine. I had a good night, a good evening, and I'm having a good day. I was very optimistic to get this live stream done. Yeah, shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Okay. And there's that fella alien spaceship right there. Interesting. All right. Nice each other for about 2 more months. Okay, let's get we'll play some of the Amber Heard clips. I know y'all like that. This is like it's still, it's the beginning. As we have people come through and stuff, we'll play the other ones as time goes on. Amber Heard. Stand. Oh, that is interesting. That is interesting, Aaron. Good. I'm homeschooling my daughter these days. I'm tired and learning how much I don't know. Oh, okay. Yeah, life is a learning experience and life is a test. And it's very noble of you to do that. And you accepted this great challenge, and over time, you will be, become perfection. We're going to play some of these clips as it's beginning. In other parts of the stream, we'll play some of the other trials I mentioned before. All right, here we go.
All right, thank you. All right, maybe seated. Your next question.
Thank you, Your Honor. Michelle, can you bring up Defendant's Exhibit 236, which has already been admitted?
Thank you.
Now, I'm jumping back to the Boston plane incident just for a moment. We had a lot of different text and a lot of exchange, but I just...
Yeah, Aaron, I would like to know if you want to say at what grades your daughter is, and also the what subjects are you teaching them? I'm curious. I'm not that familiar with homeschooling. Thanks, Alien. Thanks, Alien. That means a lot. I was so nervous, but a week I'm learning how little they actually learn for all grade 6. I'm pretty late in the game. Okay. Oh, okay. Thank you for clarifying that. All right. Because I'm not familiar with homeschooling. I knew somebody in school 10 years ago that was homeschooled. Now, the person had some social anxiety issues from that. But, so it's good to have, for the kids to socialize. Not that you're not doing that, but it's good to have them, socialize with other people, because when he got back into the school system, he was kind of nervous. And, yeah, so I'm not that familiar with it, the homeschooling, so it's interesting to know. Aaron said all the basics. Math, language, science, and social studies, art, French. Signed her up for a lot of daytime activities. Oh, okay, that's good to have a balance with the daytime activities. In math, language, science, social studies. Well, that's good. And a lot. I think from what I hear, the schools up where you are have problems. So it's good that you're taking matters in your own hands to educate your kids. It's very noble. Right. My daughter is 31. I miss her school days. Oh, I'm 27. Yeah, time flies by very fast. It's so much cheaper during the daytime, and she does activities with other homeschoolers, horseback riding, swimming, gymnastics. Well, that's a very good activity, Aaron, about horseback riding, swimming, and gymnastics. That sounds like a Camp Aaron right there. That sounds cool. You made it like a summer camp. I rode a pony when I was a tiny. Children are toddlers. Yeah. Aaron, improving, only a few more antibiotics to go. Thank you. Okay. All right. Yeah, Aaron, that's very cool. Yeah. Camp Aaron. Also, Aaron, it's always good for young people to learn skills that you're teaching them, and how, one thing I never learned was about how to do taxes and how to do, they don't really, the school is a great school. It was a private school, it was a family run school. You would have liked it. It wouldn't have been whatever was at Canada. And yeah, so those are skills also to how money works and stuff like that. So that's also good for kids to learn. So in homeschooling, you could take matters into your own hands to teach them what you want them to be taught. It's great because school at home is maybe 3 to 4 hours max, so we can balance better. Oh, that's very good that you can balance better. I'm sure that I think that you're an excellent teacher. Just knowing you in like chats and stuff on YouTube, you're very good at that. And Miranda said, Aaron, finally, it was the worst hail of my life. Worse than children. I was like, what the hell? Okay. Aaron said, yes, Alien. I can't wait to teach and show them how skills she already is learning a meal plan dinner, budget, and help shop cook. That's great, Aaron. That's awesome. You're on the ball because, great minds think alike. Because a lot of times, and I think a lot of these days, schools are not teaching kids, they're teaching kids things about politic culture that is not necessary, stuff like that that's kind of silly, right? So I think, oh, Aaron, oh, you're very welcome. I really mean it. I really mean it. And it's good that you are giving them, like, that's a very good idea for a school system in general to have horseback riding and swimming and stuff like that. It's a very good system. Very nice thinking differently. All right. I'm writing something in the chat, not for you all, but for other people that might come in here, that, like NPCs. If there's any strange characters that come through in the chat, let me know. And if y'all wanted to, like, block out NPCs, y'all are free to do so if y'all want. All right. Thank you, Miranda. I really struggle with the priorities these days in the public school. In my school, they had us debate for a portion of the time. It was stupid. And they never taught us checks or banking much. Yeah, it's same with mine. But guess what? I was learning that the grade below me was taught about taxes and stuff, and I was telling my friend, like, I was telling Albert, like, so my grade didn't matter, and he started laughing. It was funny. He was like, really? Like, I just didn't matter. Like, so they taught the younger grade that, but not my grade. Hi, Frog. Good to see you, my friend. We're watching some trials. Johnny Depp and other ones. Not just a Johnny Depp one. And just hanging out and talking. And been having some trolling incident that occurred recently. So the little disclaimer that I put there was for people that are coming in. And y'all feel free to block any people, NPCs, that are an aggravation, if y'all want. All right. And Miranda, the same teachers taught driver's ed after class. It was stale. Oh, scared. Scared. Yeah, I used to debate. Okay, I read that. Okay. Yeah. And my school is very good with acting and theater stuff. Some very, people in plays and doctors and stuff graduate from the school I came from. It has very good qualities to it. But yeah, I agree that the school system needs to teach banking, finances, and taxes. And also, I will add basically a foreign language. Like, they used to teach French. The name of the school is a French name. But, like, they taught Spanish, which is fine, but teaching another language, I think, is very important, especially like on YouTube. There's people that speak different languages, so I think that the multiple languages is a useful tool, and some of you might be Hispanic or from some or French or from different origin where you had a bilingual language. So that's always, I think, good to have in your arsenal. We had that a lot, Alien. I was choir, but like math, science made zero sense. It didn't help us. Yeah, and a lot of stuff with the math, it's there to help you think, but a lot of the math equations are gibberish, and you can't. It's good. You can't really like apply it to something. I was actually notorious for not being good at math, but when I had a different teacher, I did excellent, and I really applied myself to it. I did excellent. I did excellent. So it was just that was just me specifically. That I think the different teachers and being interested in a topic are two things that'll play a role in something, because the school system needs improvement, in my opinion, and the things that they teach are not always like useful. Because the math is important, but it sometimes it's like gibberish, and they should have taught you like finances and banking and stuff. Like that's something you could have used, or if they used math, they could have applied it to something where you would actually need to use it. A lot of times you have these equations you're not going to use. Now, now the teacher I had in the Algebra 1, he was the principal. Now, it's really, there's three principals, the one I went to. It was a family-owned school, technically, for different grade levels. And there was a headmaster who was the father, and then they had the one of the sons was the, like, main principal. So, yeah, he taught the math, and he was very calm and cool. Now, I had, the other teachers were good, too. They were good, too. They were, they got a little bit animated sometimes, but the other one I did very well with. Not that the other ones were bad. I did go with them other subjects, but yeah, it was at the end of the day, I applied myself, and we started in the fall, and I was like, yeah, I'm ready. I remember this fall weather, because right now it's very windy and kind of coolish, but it's not really cool. It's much cooler at night. I remember 2015. That's when I was in chilling, and I was with the girl that would become my girlfriend and my other friends. It was as I said, that's when I was doing the Algebra 1. Yeah. I remember, let's see, there was a time where, which I'm going to read what y'all's comments are saying. The teacher from before, she came and substituted one time, and I just got all these equations right, and she's like, oh, you've learned a lot. Yeah. But everybody is good at something. Like, you can't judge a fish for how it climbs a tree. You can't, like, there's an owl, and the owl seeks out mice very well. But a warrior on a horse can't really get a mouse that well. So everyone and everything has their own special abilities and their own trades. All right? Everyone has good at something. If someone wasn't good at math or good at something in school, doesn't mean they were stupid. Our science class would do frogs. It made me sick. I heard other classes dissect it worse, like cats and pigs and insects. Well, I think it's an abomination to do that to a cat. I would have protested. And pigs and insects, I don't, that's something quite out of this world. My class dissected the frogs, and I was doing it with my boys. There's a picture of me in the yearbook doing it with the dude that I talk about aliens with, that was the theme of this YouTube channel. And we also did this thing we had this a South Korean exchange student. My one trick pony is good at two things. Norm, good afternoon. Good to see you, my friend. Yeah, and so I understand a lot of the girls in the class are very disgusted by the frog. And yeah, but I remember one of my friends was trying to saw into its head, and I just thought about this is graphic details. I think the thing to have done was to take the side of the skull and cut it that way and just flip it open like a clam. That's how he could have done it differently. Because I tried the same thing, it wouldn't go. So it's probably best to cut it that way and open it up. There's something on the porch I have to get. I am right here, BRB. Hello, Bubbles. Good to see you, buddy. All right, get opening up the door. All right, see how this goes. Okay, that is locked. All right, door is locked and boarded up. Shot the bubbles lurking around. All right, here I am. Aaron, for sure, I look back at some teachers who favorited me. My art teacher once, she expected so much and would make me stay after class, but all this never helped me in life. Yeah, I'm still unemployed a few years now because the kids' age. I need to get back on it. I barely functioned until my daughter went to school. I heard a great quote that helped me. Turn your waiting room into a classroom. Yes, there you go. Meaning that the time to think and plan, get excited, budget for your next adventure. Amen. Amen. Miranda said, Aaron, yeah, that's the best advice. Literally love to get things going. Other people can't because their work. That's why start a few YouTube videos and it's tough, but everything is good. See, you're good. Yes, absolutely, Miranda. The dots don't always connect in a present moment, but they connect in the future, as I always like to say. Life has its ups and downs. Even like Michael Jordan, for instance, the champion, he missed thousands of shots and he only made 146 of game-winning shots. But he's still a champion because he got to get it right one time. So even champions like him have their failures and setbacks. Norm said, have you seen a video of Bear Grylls biting the head off a huge frog? He used his teeth as a weapon. I saw that a very long time ago. That was epic. That guy did all kinds of things. Yeah, that guy was wild. And yeah, so the girls did not like the dissecting the frog, but the guys are optimistic about it for some reason. Yeah, so that is like when I was at the school. Yeah, that's something that we did, but we didn't dissect anything else. Normal, no, but my husband and I watch alone. I've seen stuff. I was preparing for that. Haha. Hello, Anna. Good evening. I'm always used to saying good evening to you, Anna. Good afternoon. Okay. Feel crappy plus the thunderstorms and dog freaking me out. Oh yeah, I'm sure that sounds very aggravating about the dog and the thunderstorms. Yeah, I'm sure the dog's clinging on to you very closely. That's dog on me. Yes. Yes, absolutely. Absolutely. Now, what I think is, yeah, so the schools should teach different things about trades, about things people could do or how money finances work, stuff like that. Now, I do think the internet is a great resource of education and a great way to communicate and network with other people, like we've done here. Now, I like thunderstorms personally. Now, it's just her dog does not like, can't move my typing arm. Now, the dog that she has does not like the thunderstorm, so the dog is being scared, scared, scared. Norm says, I really like how Pee Wee Herman would say, connect the dots, la 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 la. Yeah, yeah. That character was funny. I remember that scene vividly from when I was very little, where they were inside the T Rex. Okay, Liberty, understood. Glad that you're lurking. Anna said, Aaron, gotta be up early for doctor's appointment in the AM, so have to go bed early. Ah, okay. Okay. Well, I'm glad we did the early live stream. Yeah, Liberty. Yeah, and Aaron, is the snow where you are? Is it a lot in the winter? That's kind of a silly question, but because you're up in Canada, but how long does the snow last? Like, do you have like blizzards and stuff? Because in some parts of the United States up north, people could be buried. Their houses could be buried in snow. I personally love thunderstorms too, Aaron. Yeah, but not did not have many thunderstorms. Interesting. Yeah, yeah, and yeah, I think it's really nice. It's nice and dark, and it's like cozy. But if you have a dog that's kind of being scared, it's not as pleasant, right? Aaron says where I am, it doesn't snow heavily till end of December, end of March. Oh, okay. End of December to March. Okay, understood, Aaron. Shotberry Toodles.
Get live streaming?
Yeah,
Did you get the Amazon package?
yeah,
I was gonna tell you a couple things, but it's okay. I'll put it in there.
yeah.
I didn't expect that.
All right, yeah. And Roxy said you have a dog of being scared. Yeah, yeah. Thank you, Aaron. Where I am, it snows extremely rare, very, 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 very rare. But it's been snowing a bit more frequently in the past few years in the region, but not necessarily my city. In January, it snowed in my city after many years, but the state is starting to pick up more. The snow is a little bit more frequent, and I think, in my opinion, every year there's some type of slight snow, but it doesn't stick on the ground.
I disagree with that.
It doesn't stick on the
Snow
ground.
like snow wasn't since the 1800s. It never really snowed like that here.
Well, no, I'm not saying like that, but there's like little flakes. I've seen very little, very mild. No, it doesn't. But technically, like I've seen in the creases of car windows and stuff like that, something that resembles snow a little bit, but it's very, very, very mild, like tiny. But there's no snow yet. It's a wet ground with little creases, right? But not like last year in January. That hasn't been since the 1800s. But yeah, the state has snowed. Right. But yeah, our city, the conditions usually aren't right, but it's something like that does happen, but it just doesn't stick. I've noticed. And you have so more recently it's been more frequent in the state, but usually it isn't. But and when this happens, it's usually in December or January or December. That's when it would happen. January is the coldest month. In California, there's a lot of snow in the mountains, Roxy says. But other part of Canada get longer, colder winters. I'm basically across the river from Watertown, New York. Ah, okay. Hello there, Cat TV. Great to see you. Welcome to the stream. I like your name, Pussycat TV. Nice. And yeah, so up in like North Dakota and stuff like that, people have like snow up to their door. Yeah, it's no trials. Yeah, so okay, so different parts of Canada snow differently. Okay, understood. Now, where I am, it is very humid where I am. It's very humid where I am. And Pussycat TV says, I just watched The Shining today, if you're talking about snowy mountains. That's very interesting. I've been looking at scenes of that movie. That's a very good horror movie. Scared. It's about losing your mind with paranormal activities too. Because there's like the person we really are and the mask that society had us put on. And and things like that is accepting, although it's not to be evil or anything, but there's other attributes of ourselves that a lot of people would suppress. Norm says I have pictures as a kid from the 80s on Long Island with 2 feet of snow. Oh, cool. That's cool. Yes. There's a music video from 30 Seconds to Mars that has to do with The Shining. It was from 20 years ago. Jared Leto is the lead from that band. He was in. He looks good. Yeah, he was the Suicide Squad. If that's the right movie. He was the Joker. I don't know if it may not have been Suicide Squad. I don't quite recall, but he was the Joker in one of those movies. Yeah. Aaron said, "It is fresh snow, but we get the dark, cloudy days. When brown, slushy, dirty snow, it gets old quick. By February, we're all over it." Ah, okay. Yeah, that's what I've been told by people that are up there in the north, that eventually the snow gets tiresome. Oh, my perspective on the movie. So I think with spoiler alert for chat, all right, spoiler alert for chat, just a disclaimer. Now, with The Shining, I think that it's very symbolic and metaphorical, and it shows that how a person can go insane, and it can under certain circumstances, but that's the real person that was in there, and that through certain events the person came out, but of course to express yourself in the most legal way possible. But yes, the certain circumstances will cause one to go insane. And yeah, I think it was very good, very mysterious, because there's people, for instance, in a bar, the 2 guys in the bar, and how they can make it look so creepy and strange, and these other individuals that are there aren't really people, or they were people a long time ago. And there's like the hotel itself is like a entity itself. And then you could ask, like, are those even real? Is it just in his head? And then the kid has a premonition, of course, and they're both, father and son are both like mirror each other in different ways. And you have like the chef who's like supernatural of some kind, some sort of metaphorical meaning, and they either some a ghost or a demon or something like that. And now I think it was a very good movie, very well, and it's good with the psychology of how the breaking of the mind and the dark places it could go to. And then again with the other character, with the wife, the resilience of survival when you're dealing with a nutty situation.
I thought you would have seen the cats first.
So
I'm gonna throw hands.
that is what. Oh, so that is what I think about the movie.
Right, Coochie?
Oh, hello, G. It's great to see you. I always appreciate you here in chat. And the person that was very rude and trolling you will not be a problem anymore here. Always like you here in chat. Very great for the conversation. All right. My probably pronouncing this wrong. Predot, my Moldavite, my yeah, and G says shout out to Mary Toodles.
Okay, hi.
Yes. My Libyan desert glass, my Rolex, okay. Much spoiling and one message. Hope you are well and that you're having a blessed day. Gee, I'm having a very blessed day. We're having a good time talking about different things with chat. And had a good night, good evening, a good day. So yes, everything's going well on my end. Thank you. And okay, the book is very different. Yes. And Roxy says, The Graduate is my favorite movie. Okay. So were the gemstones that were found by aliens. Oh, thank you, G, for the amazing compliments. Thank you so much. And Roxy says, Pussycat TV says, what do you think about him being in the photo in 1924 at the end? I think that is very haunting because it could mean a couple of different things hypothetically, which there's other theories. And with that he was one of the ghosts there, he became like one of them with them. It's like he's like trapped in a time warp. That is another one. And I'm sure there's other theories about what those are exactly. But that's what I think. It's really a plot twist. It's certainly like a plot twist that the whole time it was like a ghost himself. And that he became one of them. That is certainly a very good metaphor. And another thing, that people may not let things go throughout time from the past. And this character has no peace, and it just goes into an endless cycle of insanity. Yes, Pussycat, yes. Yeah, a Pussycat TV. Yeah, so, and he's basically stuck with them in a time warp. Like, think about either his heaven or hell, depending how you think of it. Good to know. I hope the rest of the chat is doing well. Friends new and friends and just in general. If you like Jack Nicholson, the best, in my opinion, is The Pledge 2001. Oh, understood. Thank you. Yeah, that is a very great actor. He did very good. And let's see. Excellent Few Good Men. I like Jack Nicholson, A Few Good Men. Yes. Silence of the Lambs is one of my deepest from time when it came out. Oh, that is, yeah, that was a very good movie. Very good movie. I saw that. I saw that recently. This The Silence of the Lamb. Because I was told about it from YouTube friends. All right, I also have One Flew Over the Cuckoo's Nest, my fave. Oh, okay.
I saw Silence of the Lambs in the movie theater.
Oh, that's cool. That's cool.
Yeah,
NG says, so Alien Spaceship, maybe you can confirm this. I used to love scary movies until my pastor told me that the scary things and those types of deliberate acts invite evil. And I don't know how true that is, but I imagine we're supposed to invite only happy things. Now, I think, in my opinion, G, that there could be some truth to that, but it just depends about a balance is key. And the person specifically, because different people react to things differently. Like, say somebody...
I think devil movies are bad, but other than
Right.
that, I think it's
Like, for instance, Mary Toodles said,
for me.
in her opinion, she thinks devil movies and like things of like witchcraft and stuff is something not to let in. Now, if it's something that has to do with psychology, like The Shining or the movies like that are horror movies, but they don't necessarily have to do with the dark craft stuff, I think would be fine to look at. But what she was saying was like devil movies are not the best to look at. Now, I will say, in my opinion, it depends on the person and how it reacts to them. Certain music and things like that can invite evil, in my opinion. It depends on the person and what it's used for. Because a lot of times with certain movies, it could be educational, where if you see these movies and you'll know what is evil and what is good. So if you're in real life around people that might have a dull or have a certain habit, you would know from horror movies to stay away from a person. It depends how the person interprets it. If they want to be evil and go down an evil path and let something evil in, that is what they will do. It will go mess them up. Now, if it's somebody that is watching a movie for entertainment and it doesn't affect them in a negative way, then that's good. But it depends on the movie and the personal preference too. Yeah, because it could be, educational in a way if you're in a real life situation, or it could have to do with psychology. It depends on your interpretation. There's a lot of times with people in general, it's not about them themselves, it's our view that we take of them. I love horror movies. I watch them all the time. I've watched on YouTube of people that are ghost events, people that were... There's these videos that if you watch, it's, disclaimer, it's up to you, may not be recommended. People that were playing with those Ouija boards and something bad happens. I've seen those for educational reasons to really show that these people, myself, that these things are very evil, to not mess with them. And if anybody wants to mess with those things, it's best not to fool with those things. And it's good for other people to see that these things are evil. But if someone is wanting to go down a path of Satanism, or somebody is on a path of evil, or somebody's receptible to it, people could be easily influenced. Like Anakin was easily influenced by the Sith, and then he became a Sith. So it depends. It depends. But sometimes things can open up a portal, certain music and things like that, and it can make you more aggressive. Especially, like music for me, some music that was kind of violent wasn't maybe the best when I was younger. Now when I'm older, I don't let things affect me. But yeah, especially young people too, that are impressionable, that it can make you more violent. It can make you... So a balance is key, and it depends on how it affects you and your interpretation, and moderation, I think, is fine. So, and I like Halloween. I love scary movies, but as I said, up to the person, and balance is key in how you interpret it and what you're using it for. All right, let's see the comments. And G said, "Thank you, Mary." And G said, "I had relative who was mad I took them to see Ferris Bueller because of a naked picture on a wall. I was like, who the hell even notices? I didn't even notice a painting on the wall. Maybe you are bad." Yes, exactly, because people that think things are dirty themselves. That they're seeking that stuff out. And another thing, G, when you have a society that's oppressing people, or if they like very strict, like you'll see with any religion, okay, not like just anything specific, that the people are going to have a rebellious backlash. All right, they're going to have a rebellious backlash and go full swing if you repress the society. And I believe that they're good people and that are doing things that are unholy, that are living unholy lifestyles. There are people that are living lifestyles that are holy that are really bad. So it just depends. Like you'd have the most like people politically or anywhere that are not following what they're claiming to be. Yeah. And I had relatives who was mad about the Ferris Bueller. Ferris Bueller is a very good movie. I think it's very excellent. You know, that's a good movie for people to watch. It is truly what you make of it. Who the heck goes to see Ferris Bueller and focuses on naked picture on a wall? That's not even the point of the movie. They abolished me. I was only 14. I love horrors, but I'm softy and abused, but never would dream of hurting anyone. Right. She said, I was like, you guys may be perverts, because honestly, it's how your mind thinks. You must be the one thing dirty, so you need to assess your own heart. My point is, I totally get with you guys. She said, they live in Canada, so I'm far from it. They are too overboard, even as they change. Good, harmless, very kind people, but literally too faithful back then. Now, more normal, right? Remember, Jesus, when he came here, many people all over the world acknowledge Jesus. They think he's a prophet or a wise man or a son of God. People have different interpretations of Jesus, but he had very good moral lessons, along with other prophets and messengers across the world of different cultures too. And there is a woman being stoned for a prostitute, and he say, cast the first stone that hasn't sinned. So the people, G, that you're seeing, they're not really following Jesus' teachings of looking into oneself. Like, there's a beam in your eye, but you're looking at your neighbor's eye, your friend's eye. And then Confucius said something similar to Jesus. He was a Chinese prophet to them. And he said how, you focus on the snow in your neighbor's step but not your own step. So it's focused on one's own sins and shortcomings over other people. Oh, hey, Tom. Good to see you. As a man or a woman, think of so shall they be. Amen. And Roxy said, no matter now, many times I watch it, Sunning or Stanley Kubrick. And absolutely agree. We'll look up something here. Always good to see you, my friend, Tom. All right. So I have absolutely fantastic movie recommendation. The 2015 Kristen. Okay, thank you. Jamie Lee Curtis in Halloween was the best, but today my kids are like, that's not even scary. Back then it was wild. OG, yeah, OG. I love those movies. I love the Halloween movies. And as we're getting to the Halloween season, we talk about Halloween things. So, I think that movie was very good. And yeah, I saw it in 2016. I saw it much later. I did not see horror movies like that when I was very, very young, but I saw it when I got older with my friend. Now, that I saw the recent Halloween movies, Michael Myers. I saw the recent ones, but yeah, that was very scary for that time, G. And that was the time of actually like when Ted Bundy was lurking around, unfortunately, and the real ones. Now, the with Michael Myers, speaking of that, yeah, very good movie with Jamie Lee Curtis. Yeah, that was wild indeed. Yes. And it's very classic. It's very intelligently done, and there's scenery and imagery that's brilliant. Now, one thing about the first Halloween movie I saw when I didn't really know which one to really watch, I watched the one where they're talking about the Curse of Thorn. And the Curse of Thorn, it always fascinated me. And this is about in 2016, around the time I would have seen it. Around this time, like 9 years ago. It was a constellation in the sky where it looks like a P thing. It's like a rune from the Norse people, or in the Celtic people specifically, because Michael Myers, spoiler alert, everybody, it is this curse from the ancient Celtic people when they were pagans, from the Druids. The Druids, they would sacrifice, they would curse, somebody would be cursed, and they would sacrifice somebody to save the whole village of people. So that person was a descendant of that group, and he was chosen from the curse to sacrifice for the greater good of the survival of the civilization. But it's actually something evil, and it has metaphorical, symbolic meanings to it, where people, the worst things are done with the best intentions. Because it's an intention that's allegedly good, but you see how evil and twisted it is. And this was originating from spirits and stuff from these other things. Now, it doesn't mean people that believe in that stuff were evil, but there are good and evil spirits even in paganism, and it was an evil spirit, which we would call the devil or the demons, that was doing that, causing him to do that. So yeah, he had the Curse of Thorn. It was this, like a P thing that was tattooed on him, and it would activate him to become like that. In the sky, actually, I've seen that. It looks very similar to it. A constellation looks similar to it. Scared. So it's based off of things that happened, but it wasn't a actual, like, a real event that occurred from the past. It was based off of things that happened from those times long ago. Roxy said, my dad, who's 78, got me into the Twilight Zone. I got super hooked. I couldn't wait to finish the episode and hear the message behind it. And you know why? Because it left things to imagination. That's why Mom loves, like, the old-fashioned movies, like when those elegant women, Bridget Bardot, Catherine Denver, Rock Hudson. Roxy never saw episode of Twilight. It was huge at my time. Oh, I love the Twilight Zone. I've been watching it since I was little, and I rekindled my watching for it in 2011. It was the 4th of July, and I was about to go to the summer camp in my school, and eventually I would later help out there. And I did very well with the people. And it was 4th of July, and I watched it. And my favorite one is about the Fathoms, 6 Fathoms or something like that. And it's when it was based off of a story that may have happened. Spoiler alert. It was where they were underwater. This submarine they were hearing a banging from underwater of a submarine that sunk 20 years before that. And they were scared. That was a very good one. Well, Rock Hudson was elegant man. I just mean movies back then in the day. Women with long gloves, ciggy in hand. Yes, yes, very elegant back then. One of my favorite movie was "Can't Buy Me Love," stupid love stuff. LMAO. Yeah, Pink Panther is my grandpa's favorite movie. The original one. If there was a remake. Or I didn't really watch it, but remember his voice. Clueless is one of the funniest movies too. Yes, yeah. And I've not seen Clueless, and I certainly will watch that. Now, another movie from a horror movie from that time was the Texas Chainsaw Massacre. That one was Mary Toodles is not a fan of that. She was very freaked out by that movie, and that was a movie that I watched around the same time as the other ones. I saw pieces of it before that. Yeah, it was pretty. That was intense. That was intense. Now, oh, absolutely, G. Yes, yes, indeed. And there's a soundtrack to the Texas Chainsaw Massacre, and it's very ambient. It's like I will say people are saying they're going to go study to this. They were going to. I was going to like study to it, and I was going to study to it, but other people are saying they're studying to it, and it's kind of like it's disturbing, but it's supposed to resemble a slaughterhouse, and it's all these ambient noises, and it's quite crazy. It's quite, as I said, it's like when you're walking around at night and you're listening to it, it's really some other experience. It really is surreal. But of course, if you're into horror movie stuff, if you're not, it's actually terrifying. Yeah, so Texas Chainsaw Massacre, there's a second one. And that one, the second one was not as famous, but it's equally as creepy. And we have the masks. There's different masks, and there's a theory that the Leatherface was like a trans type person, and it's not even political. This was like what they thought, that he was either, they're trying to symbolize that he was either gay or transgender. With one of the masks, he wore a mask of a woman, and that was his symbolic transformation to some other gender or sexual orientation. And that's what the different masks meant, different things. And he was the guy with a chainsaw was a challenged, handicapped person that was frightened. And really, the thing is that it was intruders coming in, these strangers breaking in their house. That's what they thought it was, or an invader. But to the kids, they're just exploring. So it depends how you view it. And in Texas, there's a lot of like self-defense is relaxed over there with self-defense. So it's like with the Michael Myers thing. It's like, what's the interpretation of why it's happening? It's like, are people doing it out of self-defense or doing something evil? So that it asks psychological questions. I am Dulu with exhaustion, my friend. Worked from 1 p.m. yesterday afternoon after making fam breakfast till 2 a.m. Slept 3 a.m. Back 9 a.m. My eyes are closing, so I came in. Well, gee, that is a lot of work. Very good work ethic. And you're a superhuman. Just like a diamond, it's very invincible. There's 5 of them. Yes, I know there were remakes of them, but I didn't know that there was that many. Okay, thank you, Pussycat. And Pussycat TV says he was abused by and his family thought, and simply so No wonder he wanted to wear a mask. Right, right, right. The Shining is very psychological. In 30 Seconds to Mars, the song's called The Kill. That one is about The Shining that they did. And I saw that one before I saw the movie. Yeah, now one thing about The Shining, the blood coming from the top floors, that was the most epic thing I've seen. It was filmed a very long time to get it right. So the filmmakers of the past, the horror movies, they did very well without the technology we have today. I will say I admire the technology we have today, and I stand by this. In spite of things in our time that may have went sour, culturally speaking, maybe things went sour. Maybe there's a lot of strife and division. Now, I will say, like, we would not be talking with each other wasn't for the technology. Or we would have done it in a different way. If God willed us all, I believe God willed us all to know each other, so we would have known each other another way. But it made it more convenient for us to talk in this way all across the country, like this, coast to coast. But I will say the horror movies and the different movies of those days were very well put together without the technology we have. For CGI can suck sometimes, and the animations, a lot of times they want to scare or create a jump scare, but those movies are very psychologically tolling. We all work. I am nothing different than all of you. Shout out to the two people, Texas and Missouri, who won the $1.8 billion. If you want to help any of us, come in here and please do it. Yes. Yes, please do that. Absolutely. Facts. G said, OMG, she was married. You might be right. Gave that appearance to me as well. Well, Betty W. Oldies are the besties in movies. Yes, yes. My mom was obsessed with those movies. Yeah, no acting skills. That's true. No acting skills. Yeah. There are Timu movies now. I'm not saying all the movies are bad, but a lot of movies are Timu movies. There is a horror movie that I was watching on Netflix. So I was sleeping over at my buddy's house, and there's this movie on Netflix. There's a very good movie that we were watching. And it was a new movie that was good on Netflix where this group of friends are going to these haunted houses. And each one, they're getting followed by creepy people like clowns and stuff. And it doesn't end, it may not end well, or maybe it does or it doesn't, I don't know. But yeah, that one was a very good movie, like an older one. There's one Netflix movie that was not scary at all, and I was a bit disappointed, but it was interesting. I don't know, it was like this dude with a camouflage costume comes from under the bed with a chain on him. I'm like, come on, what is this? Like this is what I was trying to find it, and it was like, bro. Right. And G said, my mom was obsessed with those movies, black and white ladies in elegant dresses, hints of sex and love, never naked, left to imagination. It's all about making money these days. Yeah. They're not into making a good product. They're into this other thing, making money, right? This is the thing with, even Steve Jobs. He said that he did not care about making a lot of money, but making a wonderful product. And he wouldn't care about being the richest man in the graveyard or not. The reason he said that is that you want to be more focused on making a good product than making money. Because if you just want to make money, your product is not going to be that good. It's going to be a Temu product. You're going to cut corners and do what you can to get it out there and not really make a good product. So by making a good product, you would make more money. You see, it's a little bit of a putting the cart before the horse, if you will. Oh, I love those old movies. Yes, I'm about to say in a moment one of my favorites. Oh, yeah. None is about having a nice body, 6 with anyone, but Brian Koberger can do, not a genius. That dude is Timu Sheen. That's what that guy is. he left the sheath there and he got himself caught, and now he's complaining about sexual harassment, and he's complaining about being harassed, and he feels uncomfortable. Dark Crystal 1982. Okay, back in the day, they didn't lay in bed and stuff, so they relied on acting skills. Today, just naked and that's it. Oh yeah, absolutely. And I still watch the black and white movies and all that stuff. That's a good question. What is a good recent one? That is a good question. That's a good question, Norm. I do not, off the top of my head, I can't think of any. But I'm sure there are some. There's recent movies, but the really recent movies, I would have to think about it. But I will say, I thought the Joker was good in my opinion. The first Joker. The first Joker was good. Oh, gee, we reacted to it. And I don't mind playing it again, if you'd like me to. But yes, we saw it. And chat was saying that she was very young to be a four-person, and some people were saying they wouldn't want their life in her hands. But I also understand that it's good that my people around my age group are interested in trials, and I think that she did a good job and she was fair to the jurors. Okay, G, understood. And that is what we did. Basically, so she was very. People were saying she's acting like a kid, kind of. She's like they're like a Cali girl from the '80s. That's what she acted like. And I think, as I said, she did a good job what she did. And I think they got the right verdict, but I understand where other people might think that she not be as like mature, but I think she did a good job of how she handled it. And hello, Doe, good to see you. She was smart, pretty, she was cool people. I liked her. And Tom says, the four-person looks young. The truth is, I am old, so there's that. And, alright, yeah, so shout out to Doe and everybody here. Okay. Yes, yes. Understood. So I want to, empathize with the group, what they thought about her, and at the same time saying my opinion about it. Yeah, she led well, yes. You gotta start somewhere. We all started somewhere. And everybody is on the same journey, the same path. And that is what we all share. That in this path, you get to start, then you go along as over time. And Anna said, I appreciate people that made their wolf costumes and makeups, then this computerized CGI or sign, whatever this is, crap today. She's scared. I agree, Anna. I agree. And Bela Lugosi is excellent. G said, I think her choice of TikTok is what made her seem younger. That's the issue. Had she done it maybe on Facebook or Instagram somewhere else, she would not have appeared as young. But for some young, she actually seemed very focused. Seemed very focused. Yes, yes, yes. I definitely agree. Like she wasn't being like a lot of young people today are, and she's not being perverted. She's not being just okay. Give y'all like y'all know this stuff, but my generation, we're watching this world a lot of times collapse from social media. I always talk positive about social media and its influence, but I will say that there is a dark side to it. A lot of young people, young ladies, and also are losing brain cells on these platforms a lot of times, and they're doing stupid things. But she wasn't like that. All right, she wasn't like that. Very professional. She was young, but compared to a lot of other people that are doing bad things, I think very professional, very focused, and she was being, she has a sense of humor to her, being cheery, being. So I think that she was well dressed, wasn't vulgar, was very well spoken. But when I was in school, girls were like that. I'm more used to someone like her than maybe some other people are. But yeah, like when I was in school, like I could imagine my ex at the time across from me from the table talking to me about something like that. So I could like understand that how they are. But as I said, I think she's very well compared to like what a lot of people my age are doing. And G said, I mean, that's why so many judge her, not me apparently. She got a lot of flack from people. She was all bent out of shape of people judging her. She could have gone to LC and interviewed, I guess. Yes. Yes. Yeah, I don't like people, didn't. Yeah, just there's a generational gap. And G, I'm glad you can understand from our perspective, like from my age perspective about it. But at the same time, I want to understand that the concerns that the other group would have was understandable, but also saying I think she did a good job from the age group that she's in, compared to other people. So yeah, that was my analysis. Like yeah, the chat reaction was interesting, and mine was a balanced approach. My cutoff for movies starts with the 60s westerns. I can't go further back than we'll get bored. And a lot of times the movies are like the same thing over and over again. And notice something else, chat, is that another thing that she did. Wait. Okay, G says, I thought she was very mature and did very well. I think it was the comments she made that were age appropriate for her and made people not get both dynamics. Okay. Yes, G, that makes perfect sense with your analysis. Yes. And hey, it's a learning experience that we all have. And she will develop herself over time. But yeah, that was my point. That I think that she did a good job. And it's good that my generation is taking such a keen interest in trials. And there's a lot of messed up people in my age group, okay, that are retarded. So that may have not been the most. But anyway, so that word's from another time period. So people might understand what that means. Maybe people my age group. Well, a lot of people in my age group use that word, but anyway. So, but yeah, a lot of people my age are a bunch of clowns and stuff like that. But anyway, people get offended, whatever. But that is what I think, that understand their perspective from the older age groups, what they may think. Understand that, but I think that she did well, and she's I enjoyed watching her, and she's very engaging. As I said, my girls I went to school with were like that, so I would say like that would be a girl to go with over other girls that would not be good to go with, because there's some girls to not go with. That would be a girl to go with over other ones. If like you're like younger than me in a school, or my age. There's so many other people that are not the best to go with. So, yeah, that's what I think. And because I was telling chat that I think she was all right. I thought she was all right. She was fine. That's what I was saying before. And Anna said Foreman chick did a good job when none of the others wanted to do. She had her facts and knew the case inside out. Bravo to that 20-year-old young lady. Yes, Anna. Thank you for that. I appreciate that nice compliment about her. Yes, I couldn't believe how well she did, right? She was amazing. I think it was being on TikTok and some goofy comments and very self-assured that made people think she's not ripe yet. Gee, very, very well said. I thought her understanding seemed fine, just looks young. She said, case-wise, very focused, but back and forth comments to public is why people think she's not mature, because an adult wouldn't speak like that, but she is young, she should act like it. Yeah, absolutely. And you can be young and smart just as you said. Yes. Captain Apache 71. That sounds like a cool movie. I've seen Death Rides a Horse. I think so. Yeah, that's a movie I've not seen. I don't think. It looks good. It looks good. And I will say that she was very confident. She was very confident about what she and how she presented herself. She said, I am supporting her in case you think I am not. I just mean her issue is people were making fun of her. People need to cut it out. Some think defense will use this. Oh, okay, understood. Gee, you are supporting her perfectly fine. And I also said something very similar to what you said. Because I was empathizing with the group that was kind of talking about her, that I can understand why they feel the way they felt. Because when you both agree on something, you win. And I want to empathize with that group so they didn't feel alienated. And like what you're doing, you did it perfectly. Because I'm not I'm supporting her, but when you support someone, giving a balanced approach is important. Gee, you're doing great with your analysis. I completely agree with your analysis. You're a much kinder approach to it than I've seen in the past. So, yeah, I do think that she very good support. At the same time, where constructive criticism is important. At the same time, if there is any needed, and the defense may use it, I think that it was fine that she did it, and she was confident and brave and noble to do that. Well, thank you, Joe. Yes, probe that like button. G said, I hope it's not grounds for appeal. She kept saying I did nothing wrong, and I agree she has not so far as we know. Yes, she was very confident. She kept assuring people she is not breaking any rules given by the judge. Okay, the judge, he was a very good man. He was a gentleman. He was very stoic. I appreciate a man like that. Or a woman like that. So, very professional. And he said that the jurors have a right to go out and talk to the press. And the social media is the modern day press. She knows the modern technology. She knows the modern way of communication. And you have to, I think balance is key. Like I was reading, like if you have like say an attorney that's younger and one that was more experienced, both of them could work together and they would be a yin and a yang. So I think balance is key, and she is part of the yin with this situation where people are going to troll, and there's a lot of trolls online. There's a lot of stupid people out there. So, and people that may not know what they're talking about, they may have good intentions. Where, yeah, it's not going to, she did nothing wrong, and it wouldn't cause an appeal. Even if they tried to appeal it, it wouldn't go through. She did nothing wrong. Ah, Zero. Shout out to Zero, my friend. Zero says, I'm docking. Where is the breach? Looks toward alien. The breach is down the hallway to the right and take a left. That's where it is, and there's a team of some alien workers working on it. If you cannot split private from personal, then regard business. You're not an adult. Right. That's a good point too, Zero. That's a good point too, Zero. And maturing is learning and falling down. Like if someone fails, they could fall down and come back up. So yeah, it's no gem is polished without friction, nor men without trials. It perfects people. So yeah, and I believe that the foreperson, is a gem. Even if there is some polishing, she's coming out very well. Apparently people are like, you aren't supposed to be on TikTok during the trials. She said, why not? The judge didn't tell us we can't be on TikTok. Okay, those people don't know what they're talking about, okay? Those people do not know what they're talking about, because people could be on social media, could be on watching TV and TikTok, but the judge is very clear at every end of every trial that you did not talk about or look up things about the case. It's not about being on social media, it's about the case. I liked her insight, and I liked how she handled the situation. She seemed very fair. Yeah, and G said apparently no one else wants to do it like Anna said. Yeah, she had the balls to do it. You know, she, as they say, the cool kids say these days. And she was very well spoken. She's very charming in how she handled herself. I can relate to her more than maybe some other generations can. And I am good with all that. You know, with the different perspectives. Of course, I'm also seeing the other side too, and like how they think as well. Zero says, yeah, I blocked the first left, so it's this left nods, looking toward the crew already in place. I'll make sure not to touch your working man's here's signs. Well, thank you, Zero. You always help out in the spaceship very well. Thank you, sir. And G said, it's all good. I hope Wendy is next. I finally watched her testimony. She kept saying, I don't know, so many things that are impossible to not recall. Yeah, now, one thing we were talking about yesterday, G, we were watching Spectre's trial from 2007. And Alan Jackson is the prosecutor. It was so hilarious. Because it was this, I could recognize him, and Moki was saying it was Alan Jackson. That was funny. And because it's just the scene as a prosecutor and seeing from that time was interesting. And then what happened was we were watching a trial as it was going, and people back then had more professionalism, it seemed, and Anna was commenting on that, and how the different people had swag to them, but now they don't. Like for YSL was a goofy trial, like I showed you before. And for instance, Georgia from this trial we certainly seen with Adelson, with that trial, Georgia was doing a very good job and very professional. She was nothing like the YSL prosecutors. And she dressed well, things like that. And I think that the foreperson, she did a very good job as well. In the same way. She did a very good job. It was well-spoken, well-dressed. She wasn't a Timu Sheen, catch me outside type of gal. Like, she was a professional for a courtroom. And she'll grow and grow like I will too. And she'll be one day of the age, we'll get older and older. And over time, when people are young, they act a certain way, and then when they get older, maybe she'll. People think that she's not ripe, and over time, everybody will be for perfection. And I do agree with that. And look, I'm in the same age bracket as she is. All right, I'm in the same age bracket, and I myself will continue to learn and develop, and as I get older too. So that's what. But I'm glad that you could understand that and empathize with both sides. Amy Lee was here yesterday. Amy Lee was here yesterday, and she thought she did a good job. Oh, okay. G has a video right here. Thank you, G. All right, Zero says, I'll make sure to leave you extra hull so you can patch things properly according to Chuckles toward Alien. I noticed you caught my tech and try to do the same. Yes. Yes, I did. That is true. And you are the wizard with all that. And your expertise, you're always helping patching up what's wrong with the spaceship. So, yes, your expertise and your advising me is the most helpful. Grand work. And you can breathe while welding these, and that's what's leaving the marks. Okay. Thank you, Zero. Thank you for your perspective. And we want our spaceship to run smoothly as we repair the things that are going along with it. Caraville. Great to see you, buddy. This is certainly a treat. I'm being spoiled today. Okay, Doe. See you later. Anna says, at first I thought, OMG, 20-year-old, but new case Inside Out. Went to listen to her. Okay. Something I want to mention about the movies is you hold your breath. Whoever is welding, you must breathe. Okay, thank you, Zero. Yes. Thank you for the breathing reminder. And it can be a nerve-wracking thing. But yes, thank you for the reminder I must breathe. Some of the other aliens, two gray aliens, and one Martian was telling me that. Yeah, I needed to do something, and you got it right. Yes, I need to breathe, and I need to take deep breaths. About 10 deep breaths, and I'm good. Oh, Caravelle, I'm glad to know. And this other situation, where Vincent Price was a very good actor from the horror movies. I like Pit and the Pendulum and the Alan Poe movies. They did these Alan Poe movies, and they were able to transform them into these other pictures. I loved watching that when I was growing up. That was very, very explicit and very scary, in spite of it being from another time period. And I like the black and white movies. One of my favorites is very Halloween-like, is House on Haunted Hill. That was, people wearing those dresses and those suits, very elegant, very Halloween-like. So yes, Vincent Price is one of my favorite horror movie actors. I think the one from Edward Scissorhands was good, with Depp and with Vincent Price. That was very good. Yes, I talked to fellow aliens. There's the Galactic Alliance that we have. Yes, I talked to other aliens. Yes. Scared. I was on the spaceship. Yes, you blow on the weld. That's what reminds you to breathe. Back to the courtroom now. Yes. Yes, thank you, Zero. Thank you. And... Oh, and Zero said, I am offended as an extra-dimensional being to be called an alien. Yeah, okay. And to make clear, we have interdimensional beings in the chat. And what interdimensional beings are, it's a theory that aliens are these... Some of them or all of them could be from this other dimension. And they cross dimensions to our dimension. So, shout out to our interdimensional beings who are not from other planets or from the other dimensions that come to the Earth realm. So yeah, shout out to them. We can't forget about them because I want to make that clear what those are. That aliens are coming from different dimensions. For instance, there's an occultist. He summoned Aleister Crowley. He was able to summon an alien from another dimension. So scared. So that is the truth about the shout out to interdimensional beings. All right. So Anna says Spider Bay from I think 66 TCM October. Okay. Liberty says I like the ghost from Mr. Chicken movies. Where can we talk to them? You can talk to them if you go straight down the hallway of the spaceship and keep going forward. There's a door, and there's this other room where there is this. You sit down in a chair, and there's this big sphere, and you sit there, and you can access it, and you could have a conversation with the interdimensional beings by pressing line 1. And it'll be an undulating experience. Zero says, scared. Scared. I don't know Not Hilarious ones. Yeah. Okay. Okay. So, those are my theories about the movies. Yeah, so very cool. I love talking about these movies. And yeah, Vincent Price is one of my favorite ones. And thank you, Liberty, for also saying the ones that you like. Okay. Oh, so I was just telling you on the spaceship how they're contacted. Now, how they're contacted on Earth, there are some people, for this more seriously, is that how people talk to the interdimensional beings. Undelaying experience. Yeah, there you go. Yes. There's some people that have summoned them before, and they have talked to them. Like, for instance, there's this person that was in some New Age movement, and the UFOs started appearing in the sky out in the distance. Now, some people think they are fallen angels, from the other side somewhere. The fallen watchers that came from another dimension. So, yes, through the spaceship, right, you could go to the undulating room where you're not delayed and talk to them there. And how the other people on Earth contact them is they contact them through these, like, meditation-type channels. Oh, hello, Lynn. Good to see you. Welcome. Yes, and Zero will escort you to the room where you could talk to the interdimensional beings. And they'll be glad to hear from you on our spaceship. As I go weld this other piece. Steven Tyler. Norm says, my question is, where are all the hottie-looking aliens from other planets? Yo, okay. That is the same planet where Anakin and Obi-Wan went to when they're at that bar. It's that one. That's one where the alien hotties are. There is also a planet in past the Timu Belt into the party region in the Sapphire constellations. There's this other planet where it's a pink color, and that's where all the alien hotties are. That's where a lot of them go party. So we'll have you escorted to the left in this other pod where you'll be teleported directly through interdimensionally to that planet. Just go into the pod and it'll just teleport you there and come back when you're done. This is World War V. I am Aerosmith Little. Shout out to y'all. Y'all are doing great. Excellent. All right. So, Oh yes. That's a good quote. I know that quote. Okay. Going here. Yes, Liberty. IB's party. Yes. Norm says the regular aliens look like Earth's woketards. Yes, yes. There you go. The quote of Einstein with World War IV is very, very explicit. I know not with what weapons World War III will be fought, but World War V will be fought with sticks and stones. Is widely attributed to Einstein's. The quote is a warning about the potential devastation of modern warfare, particularly with nuclear weapons. It suggests that a third world war would be so destructive that any following conflict would be fought with primitive tools due to the collapse of civilization. There's theories that Mars had life on it billions of years ago, and there was a nuclear war that happened, and that's why it's the way it is. There's theories, which there's no evidence for that, but allegedly it's a theory. There's also theories that with the conflicts in Earth, where Egypt had advanced technology, allegedly they had electricity, and they were advanced back then, and some really terrible war happened, and they were set back. So, and when a hurricane hits my lovely city, everything goes out, power goes out sometimes. So, yep. And in a flick of a switch, if they did that, it will be, we'll just, or we are our own worst enemy. The Earthlings, specifically, are their own worst enemy. And that's why I think it's good for people to put things aside to get along. Because we could all just destroy each other. So very wise of Einstein to say. I will hand out all papers to human beings. I repeat this, World War V. We come close. Yeah. And I thought aliens will not allow nukes again. Well, Liberty, there is something that my grandpa sent me that the aliens were not going to allow that to happen. So, yes, if some of my fellow aliens decide not to allow the nuclear war to happen, I have faith that they would not allow that, and certainly if it was, in my opinion, God's will for it to happen or not, and if he uses that as a way to stop it, maybe he will, if that ever came to that, because a lot of times, not being political, but you'll see, like, Putin will talk about nuclear weapons all the time. He does, and although it's a tedious situation with the war, he's doing that, in my opinion, as a scare tactic. I don't think he's being serious about it. But I don't want to go and test him out necessarily unless it was necessary. If we necessarily had to test it out, for whatever reason, we would do what we have to do. But the reason why I say it's best to avoid a nuclear conflict as best as possible, in my opinion, to have as much peace as we can. That's what I think. Where I think he says it though as a tactic for clout, and he's even said in interviews he says stuff like that to get a reaction. But so far we're still all here, and I hope that there's peace between Russia and Ukraine at some point. We were supposed to have peace at some point, but it seems like a longer process than once thought. 10/7 2060 30 a.m. East, 9/8/25 30 p.m. Eastern. Okay, Zero, thank you for that very much. What are IBs saying about I3 Atlas? Well, let's find that out. Nuclear weapons do some weird aliens. Yeah, that's true. Yeah, I do agree. All right. And I am not allowed to state anything about splitting the highs fled folds arms tightly with my left arm on top. Ah, oh, I see that. I see that. Ah, okay. All right, Liberty. Here we go. Recent analysts from the investment banks, IBs, on 3i Group overwhelmingly positive, citing that strong financial position and contest from performance. A key driver of this optimism is the outstanding performance of this discount retail investment action. Through this also creates a portfolio concentration risk. Amendment 14. Okay. Yes. Yes. Thank you for that information. I'm not. Okay. I will certainly look into that. All right. The first half of 2025, investment banks and credit rating agencies upgrade or retailed positive outlooks on 3i groups based on following factors: strong performance and total return. 3i reported a strong total return for fiscal year in 25, is on track for the fifth constructive year of annual returns exceeding 20%. Actions: exceptional growth. The strong performance of Dutch discount retailer Action, in which 3i holds a controlling stake, has been major driver for the company's value creation. Action sales grew by 20%, 22% FYI in 25, with EBI TDA up to 29%. Divided income and liquidity. Action's strong cash generation expected to provide 3i with higher recurring dividends, strengthening its liquidity. Constructive fiscal policy. Rating agencies like Moody's and S&P Global highs of 3i's constructive and prudent financial management consecutively low. I thought so, Liberty. I thought so. You're talking about that. Anyway, I thought that was interesting to read. Okay, there is a comment. There is a comment coming from To Our Planet. Although what I just read you was something else different because I thought it was interesting. But going back to this situation that she's talking about is this comet. So there's a comet that looks like a spaceship that's heading towards our planet. People think that it might be an alien craft of some kind. So I will tell you what us IBs think of it, Liberty, right now. That was a little bit of a detour. I'm into banking and finances. But anyway, so I want to be more specific. For one thing, JP Morgan Chase, Bank of America, and Moody's March all had different commentary about that. Okay, Zero. Understood. Noted, sir. I'm in Moon Heaven. And last I heard, the thing has no tail. The comet drama could be made up to distract from physical, actually. Financial. Oh, yeah, very interesting. Very interesting. Use Nux to threaten even the biggest lunatics like Middle East. I don't think we'll ever actually use it because all are afraid of it. It's used as a scare tactics. Goes for the insane China too. Yes, Anna, I agree because everybody wants to live. Everybody wants to exist. And I saw when I was growing up this, what you would call, Requiem for a Dream is a movie. And the soundtrack is used for a lot of stuff, and it's very epic and crazy. And that was the background music, and there's this nuclear war one. And I saw what would happen if we had a nuclear war. And it would be a catastrophe. and we would have a bitter winter. That is a department comment for event. Comment for event has ended, and that's the first out comment. Yeah, what event? Interesting. And Trump needs to work on prices. Yes, yes, we need the prices to go lower so people can afford groceries again. Make groceries affordable again. Now, a little bit of a detour. I want to address what Liberty was mentioning. The I3 Atlas is an interstellar astronomical previous answer about and is like, okay, so there's some pictures of it. Scared. Well, y'all can't even see it. Huh. Y'all can't even see that. Okay. Well, let's open up in a new tab. Oh, this way. Okay, so... Oh, wrong window. Wrong window. We're switching to the right window. I was being a goofy for a second. Wrong one. There we go. Here it is right here. This is the object. It looks like a spaceship of some kind, in my opinion. August is over and the sun has flipped its poles to back in 11 years, everyone. There is an incident that occurred, and Zero helped us understand the radiation coming from the sun, because every 11 years there will be solar flares that'll hit our planet. And he was telling everybody that certain things are going to go out in different parts of the world, and he warned us first. And I got the video out, and we knew first before anyone else did what was going to happen. So now I'm glad to know the update that it's flipped around for another 11 years. Thank you. All right, this is it, and this is it right here. All right, and then we're going to do Comet Atlas right here. The object I3 Atlas is an interstellar comet that is third confirmed visitor from another star system to pass through our solar system. Discovered July 1, 25 by the Atlas Survey Telescope. Its feature, its behavior are proving to be unusual and very informative to astronomers. Oh, thank you, Liberty, for your insight. It could be some. I don't look. I'm a Timu astronomer. I don't know. It could be a reflection, but I think it seems like it's coming from its own source, like in space, in the void of space. I don't know what kind of reflection it's going to be reflecting off of, but I think it's producing its own light. The name Atlas, the three-eyed designation, means it is the third interstellar object dedicated to our solar system, following the one-eye this word is a Hawaiian word where I'm going to get the right pronunciation for it right now. All right. No, right here. Oh, thank you, Liberty. I'll certainly look into that. I will right now. I will. Oumuamua. Oumuamua. Okay. Yeah, I got it. It's Oumuamua. All right, here you go. This is the one I'm talking about. Zero scared. All right, this is the object in question. Like, I think it's producing its own light. This is the other one. All right. Scared. Okay, so that's very cool. Oumuamua. You see, I don't know, in my opinion, if they're friendly or not. I would take it with a grain of salt. I don't know if they are or if they're not. I personally don't know those aliens personally. All right. In 2017, in 2I Brosoff, in 2019, Atlas. You're welcome, Anna. Zero says, it's all transport. Pick up only. I work with all transporting from Earth realm, and I mean all. Alright, so he would know. Yeah, so it's a transportation system, basically. Right. Atlas. The name is also derived from asteroid terrestrial impact, last alert system, a NASA-funded project that discovered it. Interstellar origin. The comet travels on an unbound hyperbolic trajectory, too fast to be held by the sun's gravity. This confirms it originated from another planetary system and was ejected into interstellar space, possibly wandering for billions of years before encountering our solar system. Imagine, like, aliens on this craft that they came here from billions of years ago. Allegedly. The oldest comet ever seen. Some analysts suggest the 3I Atlas could be between 7.6 and 14 billion years old. You know, that just shows you how vast space is. We don't know how big it is. It's billion. It's like, imagine like something's a couple of hours away from you, and when it's something for billions of years from you. Scared. Who knows? It's like an abyss. It's like an abyssal trench. We don't know what is out there exactly. Like where it's coming from, the depths of space. It's so these creations are just so beyond our realm of understanding. Unusual chemical composition. Observations from James Webb Space Telescope show that And Zero says, you know me, Anna. Can I stop getting poked? Smirks. Thank you, madam. Shout out to Anna. Okay, guys. Can't stay. Gotta drive over to my son's. His dog is very poorly. He's just rang me, and there is going to have her put to sleep tomorrow, so I need to go and say goodnight here. Night to her. Oh, okay, Lynn. Condolences for the situation and prayers for your situation. Amen. Yes, so Zero is an interdimensional being from other realms, but he has a human he controls. That was from Louisiana, but is in Virginia now. Unusual chemical composition. Observations from James Webb Space Telescope show that the 3I Atlas is unusually rich in carbon dioxide relative to its water ice content. It's 8-to-1 ratio carbon dioxide to water ratio, one of the highest ever measured from a comet. This suggests it may have formed in a very different environment than other comets. Other comets used. Yeah, Liberty. Scared. Our solar system, perhaps closest star in ice line, distinctively active. Early detection showed the comet was already active far from the sun past Jupiter's orbit. As it approached closer, astronomers using Gemini South Telescope captured images showing significantly extended tail and a broad coma, a cloud of gas and dust. The development of an anti-tail pointed toward the sun has also been observed. Okay, Liberty, we will do that, and you take care. Thank you for being here. But yes, I do think there's probably some sort of extraterrestrial craft of some kind, in my opinion, is possible. And we will see what it does. We'll see what it does. Whatever this thing is, it's quite incredible. Path 3I Atlas is currently passing through the inner solar system, having crossed Jupiter's orbit in July and passing to orbit on Mars. No threat to Earth. The comet is not on a collision course with Earth. It'll make its closest approach to our planet in December 25 at a safe distance. Observational window. For much of October, the comet will be difficult to observe from Earth because it will pass behind the sun during the closest approach, perihelion. Oh, and Anna, Zero is he's trying to be funny. He's cool people. I've known him for uh, I've known him for some time. Yeah. And observational window. For much of October, the comet will be difficult to observe from Earth because it'll pass behind the sun. And Zero said, and I highly respect you. You're allowed to questions, and you know me more. Yet some don't think I'm telling truths when I type. Oh, okay, Zero. Understood. 2 years. And other observations. Yeah, so Anna, Zero's someone that I used to play the pirate game with. Yeah, he's just being funny. He's alright. Observational, okay. For much of October, the comet will be difficult to observe from Earth because it'll pass behind the sun. Okay, I read that. Other observations. Researchers hope that Mars-based rovers and orbiters, such as the Mars Reconnaissance Orbiter, will be able to capture images from the comet during its close approach to the red planet in October. Oh, okay. Very interesting. All right. G had a link I'm going to play. All right. All right, let's go here. Copy link.
I looked a lot different.
All right, this is Charlie Allison talks to his parents a day after conviction. Very interesting. All right, here we go. And Zero says, I didn't type for nearly 8 months. Then we started chatting about 10 to 14 months ago, email wise. Yes, yes. Latina brought Zero to the channel. Y'all know Latina. And Zero's very funny. I like his humor. I like his humor. And we play the pirate game together and we talk about different things and have debates and stuff. And yeah, he's not been here in a while, but he's finally back. Ah, yes, the 14th Amendment of the Constitution. Oh, yeah. I will read what that is before we get into this part. Yes, I remember that. Okay. Okay, let's go here. The 14th Amendment, ratified in 1868 during the Reconstruction era, was designed to grant citizenship and protect the civil rights of newly emancipated slaves. It is constructed one of the most consequential amendments in the Constitution, significantly expanding the federal power to enforce equal rights and protections. The most vital provisions of the 14th Amendment are found in Section 1, Citizenship Clause. All persons born or naturalized in the United States are citizens of the United States in the state wherein they reside. This clause was rejection of the 1857 Dred Scott versus Stanford Supreme Court ruling, which had denied citizenship for the African Americans. Due process clause the prohibits states from depriving any person of life, liberty, or property without due process law. It has been interpreted by the Supreme Court to incorporate most of the Bill of Rights, making them applicable to state to local governments. Equal Protection Clause forbids states from denying to any person within its jurisdiction the equal protection of laws. This clause has been the base for many lawmakers' civil rights cases. Equal rights prosecution with its jurisdiction protection laws has been based many civil rights cases, including Brown versus Board of Education, declared state sponsorship and segregation in public schools unconstitutional. Loving versus Virginia struck down the state laws banning interracial marriage. Obergefell versus Hodges ruled that the same-sex marriage is legal nationwide. Yeah, Zero does not watch trials. Zero is a mutual friend from Latina, and she suggested the channel to him, and he liked the different streams and alien topics we talk about. He's not from the trial chat, and I've known him for a little while, and he came from Latina. And Latina's not involved with trial stuff either. She's from the political stuff, political channels. Section 2, appropriate of representation. Section 2, appointment of representatives superseded the 3/5s. Compromise by mandating that a state's representation of the House is based on a whole population. And Section 3, disqualification from holding office. Disqualifies from public office of any individual who, having previously sworn the oath of support of the Constitution, engaged in insurrection or rebellion against the U.S. The clause was originally aimed at former Confederates and anyone that was invoked in the 21st century. Anna said, poor Lynn and her son, I've been there too many times in life. Eclectic is my topic. Yes, yes. Eclectic is Zero's topic. And with yeah, because the other day, Zero, there's somebody that came here that was seemed like friendly at first and started trolling us and the chat members, and it may have been somebody from the trial chat group, so they're a little bit, of course, on alert. But no, like Zero is fine. He's cool people, not a troll or anything, and a very good, funny sense of humor, in my opinion. And it was from Latina who comes in here sometimes. She was from a political channel, and she brought all kinds of people to my channel and suggested to different people. So it was from somebody from there, and she would be able to confirm this. And there's many ways to prove that. Like he's from the political channels that y'all don't know of exactly. It's from a different realm. It's not from the trial chat realm. It's where from y'all are from, Anna. Right, section 4, public debt affirms the validity of the federal debt and prohibits payments of any debt incurred by the Confederacy. Section 5, enforcement, grants Congress to power to pass appropriate legislation to enforce amendment provisions. All right. Okay. So I reread that, and now we'll go to this phone call between Charlie Adelson in this situation. Yes, please excuse all these vouchers. Yes. Okay. All right.
Yes.
An incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private
What's playing is Michael talks on the phone. He was found guilty. The jailhouse calls between Charlie and a friend named Michael on the day of the guilty verdict. All right.
call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number.
To accept this free call, press 1. To refuse this free call, press thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Michael.
Well, you tell me what the game plan is now.
Yeah, you're not kidding. They got me in a suicide cell. Not because I'm suicidal or anything, but I guess when you get charged, when you get convicted like this, they move you over to the suicide cell in E1 so they can observe you for like the next day until they can put me back in my pod. So this cell that's got blood and shit on the walls, and cameras and mirrors. At least they let me keep my clothes. Usually they strip you down naked, but I'm not suicidal, I'm just numb. Fuck it.
Well, what did Dan say at the end?
What makes someone's work a work of art?
Now, okay, go in here. All right, yeah. So basically, with Zero, Anna we've been talking about science and stuff like that. And Anna, it's fine. We're glad to teach you and learn, and we've learned a lot from you. And when we talk about Depp, I always appreciate your insight on Depp from back when you were in school with him. So you have very cool insight to add to the chat, and we're glad to teach you what we talk about. And if you have any questions, feel free to ask. And we're glad to let you know things. We're all learning, and there's a lot of things that I don't know that I'm still learning. So shout out to all of you and getting along and stuff like that. Very good. Okay. Now we're going to be continuing with this. Okay.
He said, I don't think I really got a fair shake in Tallahassee. And I can kind of tell that.
Oh, yeah.
Jury selection, it was a joke. And I wish it was just like that. I wish I was by the time machine and go back to a lot of these different worlds.
Is he going to stick with you through the appeal?
Well, he says I need an appellate lawyer. He's not an appellate lawyer. His lawyer is specialized in appellate law. So yeah. So he's gonna do an appellate. But listen, I'm sure they dotted every I, crossed every T.
Yeah.
and everything.
Yeah.
You know, this was the Super Bowl in Tallahassee, the fucking state capitol. This was their Super Bowl. They were going to fumble. They did everything, I'm sure. You know, it was just a joke of what the prosecutor put together on her closing statement. Her closing was like,
Yeah.
I saw it, I was just, I mean, it was nothing but, you know, emails and text messages and, you know, and autopsy photos. And it was painting a picture and throwing in that. I think I spoke to Ryan Fitzpatrick once in 2014. She said he was my best friend at 14, and this is what he said. What the? Like, I literally have 2 text messages with the guy in 14. He was my best friend. This is what he said. Throwing that out there in the jury. Like, they were eating up everything she said. They weren't thinking like she was lying about stuff or twisting stuff or saying I'm calling my parents on their landline. Like, they've had that phone number since 1979. Like,
Yeah, I saw that.
There's nothing hidden there. There's nothing special about it. I called them on my cell phone to the home phone.
Well, you know, like you said when we talked before, they had 90 people that said that they had already decided you were guilty, and
I was there for
you
90 days.
used up your strikes. They used up your strikes.
I used up my strikes on people that I had to get off the jury, which they could never have sat on my jury. They used up their strikes on people that would have given me a fair shot. I used up my strikes on people that were going to convict me before I sat down. So it was
Yeah.
just like, it was.
Well, you ended up with 5 people that, relatives in law enforcement.
Yeah. Yeah, 5 people with family and law enforcement. You know, but I mean, like, the people that I got off were law enforcement. 24-year law enforcement detective from Miami, arson investigator.
Yeah.
You know, I mean, some of these guys, like, you know, anybody that would have given me a fair shot, they got off. So the few that would have given me a fair shot, they got off. The one that, you know, and it just became kind of like a, you know, they didn't go through the evidence in 2 hours. You know, there was so much evidence there. They got some text messages and painted a story, and Jeff Lacoste this, and Ryan Fitzpatrick this, and, you know, everybody with a fucking motive to show up at the jury. I thought they'd see through that.
Yeah, they didn't give me much of a shot there, Charlie.
No. I mean, I got the temperature of Tallahassee when I was up here, and it was. I mean, I was sitting in jail on Friday. It's like at lunchtime, they take you to the courtroom, they shackle you up, they put you in the holding cells under the courthouse. And some guy was in the cell across from mine, and he was in prison uniform. He was brought in from the Department of Corrections. And he looks at me, he's like, "You Adelson?" I'm like, "Yeah." And he's like, starts talking to me about my case. And I'm talking to him, and he's coming back on an appeal on a case. He's been gone since 2008. He's been gone 15 years now. He's in prison. I go, how do you know about my case in Tallahassee? He's been in prison for 15 years. He goes, "Man, we're travelers everywhere." He goes, "You know about the big cases." He goes, "I know all about your case." I'm like, "Great. That's great." So he was telling me.
So Charlie, can you at least get somewhere else besides Tallahassee for a while?
Well, they're gonna have me here for 30 days, and then they're gonna move me to my guess is a place called Washington, which is a intake center where I'll be separated, and I'll probably be put with the people who have life sentences. And then from there, they call them camps. And then from there, they're going to disperse me to some camp in Florida, and I'm in state prison. And 50% of the prisons in Florida don't have AP. It's fucking hot.
What was that, 50% of what?
prisons don't have air conditioning. They were built before AC. So, yeah. And the guy was telling me, he's like, you got to get on protective PM, they call it. It's called protective management. It's like when they send police officers and people who they can't put in general population. This guy was telling me that you got to get a PM, see if you can do it, because this was on Friday before I was even convicted. Giving the speech. Because he's like, he goes, you got a high profile case. You're going to get someone who don't want to fucking stab you to say they killed you.
Yeah.
These guys don't care. These guys don't care. And I haven't said it. I told that to my parents, that I'm going to try to get on protective management, but I've spoken to guys here in jail who've been down the road, and they say that, like, people put them down the road, and it's like, they'll put them in solitary for 3 months. Like, there's no penalty for killing people because you already have a life sentence. So what are they going to do?
Yeah.
Put you behind the door for a year, 2 years? You don't care. You just heard that you killed the guy. Or assault? Nobody fucking reports an assault. If you report an assault, you're going to get it 10 times worse. You get payback.
Have you talked to your mom and dad since the jury came in?
Yeah, they're beside themselves. They're literally beside themselves. My mom.
Yeah, I got a text from your dad.
My mom can't talk. And my dad's, I can tell he's staying strong, but, he's got, the issue with his heart. He's 79 years old. And it sucks. I don't have many people on the outside. And I love my parents. And I called them Marie. And she's like, I'm like, do not say anything to mom yet. We're almost to the point now where he's been asking for me. Like, I can't wait to see you, Dad. I love you. I can't wait to give you all the hugs. Where are you? Are you going to finish the work soon? And I've been telling him I'm at work and I'm busy.
Oh.
But it's like, it fucking kills me. Like, honestly, I'm not suicidal, but it's other than my son, not much else that makes me want to, like, but it's fucking mental torture. Like, the thought of being in here and, like, only seeing your kids in a piece of glass is fucking bullshit. There's no other way to describe it. It tears my heart out. I don't know what to say. I'm just pacing around in my fucking 6x9 room with mirror glass right now. Scrambling.
How long you say you'll be there?
I think you mean in Leon County?
Yeah. On suicide watch. How long will we keep you there?
I think till tomorrow. The chief of the jail is going to come see me tomorrow, and I have a therapist that comes to see you. They're going to ask me, are you okay? All these questions. I'm like, can you just put me back in my pod? Like, I'm going to go crazy in this suicide though. Like, it's it looks like a fucking Viet Cong prison cell. Like, it's all white, green walls, blood and shit on the ceiling. Like a bed in the center and cameras, mirrors, zero privacy. But they usually put people here, they strip them down naked. They let me in to keep my clothes on.
Wow. So, Charlie, will you, at the end of the day, for a while, at least go somewhere where you can get some sun and go outside?
You mean I've been outside for fucking 60 minutes in the last year and a half.
Okay, G. Had to leave. We'll be back and forth with work calls. Understood, G. And Anna says, I do feel it's wrong that they don't put an AC in jails, even though it's jail. Heat is brutal. Heat is brutal, Anna. When I knew that they didn't put air conditioning in there, I was like, Lord. Yeah. And they have fans in there sometimes, but it can be very hot. Yeah. Yeah. And Anna couldn't work in there without AC. I had to be cold in jail for more than medical reasons. Ah, okay. All right, and continuing.
That's what I mean. I mean, like, is there some one of these? You said that like they have these camps. Like, are those camps someplace that like you get out in the general population and go outside in a yard?
You should be, but there's some camps are. I've heard that there's some camps in Florida that are like just indoors. They're like, I always thought like you get out into a rec yard. Some don't have rec yards. Some you're literally like, if there's one that these guys are talking about, this place called Graceville, that they got out for like 30 minutes in the last year to keep them indoors, like closed custody. Yeah, like I don't. I just trust me. I don't want to say it on the phone, but I trust
Right,
me.
visitors.
What's that?
I mean, you can have a visitor.
Here, there are no visitors in jail. I'm sure when I get to prison, I think you spend a month at intake place, and then you get sent someplace. So I'm thinking it's going to be 2 to 3 months from now. I'll be at some place where I can get a visitor.
Okay. Well, I'll do what I can with your parents to keep their spirits up.
I don't know, like it's like, you know, like I should have taken a vacation.
Yeah. Oh my God. Have I thought of that? I've thought of that plenty of times. Thought of that plenty of times. I'm not wrong. I'm not wrong very often. I'm not wrong very often.
No, I should have taken more vacations in life. I agree, but.
All right, and chat says, okay, so all right, and G said, I don't believe in luxuries like iPads and such. They give them access to websites and searches and such. That's still a luxury, but if you're wasting time and money keeping them alive, give them air. Yeah. And Anna says, Alien, you know of the controversial tent prison in LA in your state. Is it Angola? I think you're talking about Angola. I'm not too sure because I know in my state Angola is a controversial prison. I don't know if there's another one that you're referring to, but all I know is about Angola. That was controversial. Facing mirrors and walls and going mad, like literally, is worse for jail staff. Mirrors all around daily. Yikes. Tablets in jails is preposterous. Oh, I remember when there was that in prisons, and because of the internet, not that I've ever been there, of course, I've never been locked up before, but I saw on social media that they have iPads and tablets because of the Wade Wilson thing. I'm like, wow, I didn't think that'd be a thing. Another thing I saw was that they smuggle phones in there sometimes, and there's these crazy version videos. Like, there's a dude that was flapping around like a fish. And he was going crazy. And there's other time a dude was trying to get out, and it was barbed wire on him. Was trying to get out. So there's some wild videos from the prisons. Yes, and let's talk about for a moment about Angola right here, and we'll get back to this. This is a backup hose and 3 boxes of replacement for the duplicates. I don't have the OG because it's on the ship now. Oh, okay. Well, thank you, Zero. I received that. Those backup hoses, very much needed. And the R2D2 over in the corner was asking where those are, so I'm glad that you're able to get them over for us. Thanks. I mean, seriously, think about it. Music, movies, TV, access to news and law, crime. How's that punishment, but you don't give them AC? It's kind of like how people can be drafted in the army at 18, but they can't drink beer or alcohol. That was an argument when I was coming up. It was like they can't buy alcohol, but they go in the military. Yeah. The Louisiana State Penitentiary, known as Angola, is the largest maximum security prison in the United States and is situated on an 18,000-acre property that was once a slave plantation. Its history is defined by brutal conditions, forced labor that evokes its slave plantation origins, and reputation for violence, though reform efforts have taken place. Let's see. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I remember when we were growing up at school, we would talk about that. That was like a joke, Angola. Yeah. Zero says, unless you have something else in your list you forgot, tilts my head toward alien spaceship like Stewie Griffin. Hilarious. Okay. So, oh, we need some. We have some transistors. Some transistors might be needed. Okay, Zero, thank you. All right, and from plantation to prison, Angola is named for the African nation from which many of the plantation's enslaved people were taken. Is named from the African nation from which many of the plantation enslaved people were taken after the Civil War. The land was leased to former Confederate Major Samuel L. James, who ran it as forced labor camp in 1901 following the public transistors. You have to talk to the Matrix directly. Oh, okay. I'll have to go down the hallway where the door is and go talk to the Matrix directly. Oh, okay. Understood. All right. Enslaved were taken away after the Civil War, and the land was leased. Okay, read this again. Angola, named after the African nation from which many of the plantation's enslaved people were taken after the Civil War. The land was leased to the former Confederate Major Samuel L. James, who ran it as a forced labor camp in 1901. Following public outrage over the harsh conditions, the state of Louisiana took control of the facility. Okay, thank you, Zero. Yeah, Zero, we need extra toilet paper for the ship. Are those shipments coming in? Because they have been... Other areas have been buying them out. So that is something we need on the list. Racial disparities. The prison's legacy is deeply intertwined with race. Black men, who make up about a third of the Louisiana's population, constitute approximately 80% of Angola's inmates. Historically, black inmates are often subjected to harsh labor than the white counterparts. Zero says 4 billion rolls. I know always one more zero than asked for. Zero, thank you for those shipments, Anna. So now we have unlimited toilet paper for the spaceship. Thank you, Zero. Thank you, Zero. We need them. And yeah, shout out to Zero. Awesome. Facts. Maximum security prison. located on a horseshoe bend of Mississippi River. Angola is isolated with river and swamplands forming natural barriers on three sides. Inmates still work fields, grow cash crops like cotton, corn, and extremely low wages, a practice often condemned by human rights groups. Life sentences. Louisiana has some of the country's strictest sentencing laws. The vast majority of Angola's inmates are serving life sentences with little to no chance of parole. This means most incarcerated individuals will be deleted in prison and be buried on its cemetery. You thought he was giving $120 billion. I was like, wait, what's going on here? And yeah, no, it was just a toilet paper. The billions of dollars are in the the safe on the spaceship. That's that area. The treasury of the spaceship. Joe says, "What's your resource if I don't have it? If you're going to get it already." My resource usually comes from the galactic imports from the sapphire constellations. Usually, that's where mine comes from. And yes, G, we have 120 billion of toilet paper, so now our spaceship will be not lacking in that again, because in recent times we've had we needed more of a surplus, especially since they're low. So I'm glad Zero was able to get on his ship, as him and I on the pirate game, we get the shipments and import it here, taking it right from the source. Arg. Yes, G, as we call the coof is back and big time. Apparently the symptoms this time is to swish it up, little like eating glass shards in the back of a throat. Scared. Well, G, I've heard about that, and I don't know. We will see how that goes, and hopefully people don't get sick, or like it's not as bad as they say. Because last time, it doesn't. People, I don't know if people had the same effect that it did before. Like for instance, like people did not get deleted in the streets and stuff like people thought, or was as severe as people thought it was going to be. So we'll see with this time around what it does. And because last time we will see what occurs, if it's really severe or not. Is it Chairman, not some Fungazi fake toilet paper, right? Yeah, Chairman. Yes, hey Zero, great. Chairman ultra strong only. Yes, absolutely. She said, they say razor-like feeling in throat. Someone said is like glass in the back of throat. Well, thank you, G, for the warning. We will see if this time, because last time it didn't, the strain we got wasn't as severe as they were saying it was, because a lot of people were locked down and stuff, and they weren't, the people got sick, and I know people that have gotten COVID and they gotten really sick, all right? So I do think it's something that needs to be looked after. But yeah, we'll see if this time, if it's more severe than it was before. Thank you, G. Precautions will be taken. German Ultra Strong Zero. Right. And G, I saw an article about that from before. It's Scott tissue, yes. And G said, is it just me, Alien? I can honestly say for 40 years, never an issue growing up, never a single thing going around. Now it's like back-to-back recalls of food and illness. Oh yeah, G, we were talking about before, a couple of streams ago when Latino was here, and Latino was the one that brought Zero here and recommended my channel. I've known him for quite a while now, and he plays the pirate game with me. And we had her on, and she was showing us about the beef. That a lot of it's coming from South America and not from this country. And there is contaminations because there is this fly that, for your discretion advised, it's a little bit graphic, that burrows in the flesh of humans or animals and was eradicated a little while back. And in South America, it's coming back. And that's where the meat comes from. A lot of the food comes from. So if they take out the food, it's causing food prices to go up. So that's happening, and there's all these different coofs and diseases happening. And some people think it's a plandemic. Some people think that it's there's something fishy going on. And especially you're saying in your time you came up, and there was never a problem, and all of a sudden all these diseases are coming. So in my opinion, it's possible that, I don't know if there's some agenda behind this or not. I don't know. It's very suspicious. And that's why it's good to have self-reliance as much as possible. Be prepared for anything that could come. And may God bless us all and help keep us safe from these things. Amen. And literally everything is recalled every day. I get some stupid alert that Zero said, yeah, I got it. Women are number one, men are number two. Yes, you know the drill. You know the drill. All right. Literally everything is recalled. Oh, Anthony McQuaid. It's so good to see you, my friend. Shout out to Anthony McQuaid. I've known him for a few years. And on another show I was on. And he's one of the greatest, or the greatest mod on the internet. He's a very sweet man. All right. Shout out to you, my friend. All right. But you also can't eat salad because of salmonella and so many issues. What do you eat? Scared. Now, there's theories, G, they want us all to eat bugs. Apparently. Every day I get some stupid alert of everything. Beef, bullet, berries, eggs, butter. Everything's recalled. I mean, everything. You can't eat fried fat. And, hey, Alien, good to see you. Beam me up, Scotty. Yeah, I'm beaming you up right now. Yeah, scared. I think it's a combo, Alien. Very sus things going on. But also I think people are lazy and don't work the way they did back in the day. I lived then. Now I can tell you even teaches difference. Yes, pray for alien spaceship. Yes, amen. Especially the way the spaceship has having these different areas where it's especially when I'm welding too, as Zero was saying, especially when I'm welding parts of the spaceship. I don't always breathe, so that I need all the prayers I can get. Right. And G said everything is different. I see with my own eyes people are lazier. Why work when you can make 400K going on 6-week reality show like Married at First Sight, 90 Days, Fiance, and they are rich? Yeah, exactly. And we have social media also that plays a role in this too. I think it is very good to expose this, that a lot of people, especially my generation, does not have the work ethic they used to, and thus who are not as healthy. Over in California recently, the bubonic plague is returning. So I do think that it's, we see these days on these different TikToks and these different social media, you have people that are upset over their Starbucks order not going right. Yeah, people. There's one time there's somebody, G, that didn't want to work at Starbucks, and they were complaining about it. And it's like people that've been through a lot of struggles way worse than that. And they don't understand what it's like to struggle. Because weak men make hard times. All right? And when you have good times, it creates weak men. So that our society is going downhill. There's processed food. There's these diseases coming back. The bubonic plagues coming back around. That's just crazy. The bubonic plague. Over in the West Coast. So, yeah, I definitely think the society is collapsing, and it's basically a clown world. Gee, it's all conspiracy. I'm not going to get any more so-called vaxes. They really aren't vaxes. Alien, is exempt from all bad things. Spaceship will beam us up all safely. Amen. All things are fake. Can't trust anyone. Hi, honey. Didn't even see you. Literally, go on a show 6 weeks. Get your Instagram to blow up. Meanwhile, we're taking out loans to send our kids to college and having to pay hundreds of thousands. Yeah, those loans. Zero says, nods towards Anthony as a purple and gold mist. I see your voucher, sir. Yes. All right. And I agree, G. There's people that are hardworking, people that are taking loans to bring their kids to school, and then those loans will have to be paid off at some point. And it keeps on, when you have interest, it keeps on going up and going up and going up. Now, I see with my family, my aunt is an attorney. Okay, she is in law and stuff, and she went to school. But yeah, a lot of people can do other things to, get their way. And people that want to go to college, that they should go to college, they want to. They should be able to pay for it, with ease, and not having to have a cycle of system that's going downhill. And Sharon, I don't know if label is conspiracy, that might be the word, but in general, the way too short to cut shield, so we all suffer. They are all collating I don't even believe they are at odds. Sharon said, gee, Charlie was talking about this gut cause his gut was telling him to run like Donna and was going to Vietnam. He's pissed he didn't go to the airport. And G says, BRB a client. Okay. When you have interest. yeah, I get it. It's like when you have interest in something, but it's interest, yeah. Yeah, and a lot of people, the college debt goes farther and farther up. It's like, what are we doing? It's like, it's a complete clown world. Like, you have the decay and the collapse of a society where there's American Psycho's a movie that I've saw as an analysis, and that's what America is basically becoming. It's basically becoming a clown show. You have this, Koof. The code word for C19 is Koof. Also a plandemic that was planned. Scared. And that's what the word plandemic means. And with that situation is the food. When you control the food, you control the people. So that's certainly, I agree with you all, chat, about that. It's absolutely being absurd. And yep, you pay the interest while you're still in school trying to get ahead a little. And there's some people that have to work at fast food chains. Nothing wrong with that. And there's people that are working they can't get, because with their qualifications, they can't get a job at a certain place because they're too qualified. And you have an endless cycle. And you have other countries that are, laughing at this country because of the clown world, because America has, in my opinion, has prioritized making as much profits as possible and controlling its, the elites want to control its people, in my opinion. If they're doing something like that, I got questions, and y'all got questions too. Like, something's going on that's not right. Like, people, that's why I say a lot of y'all have nostalgia for the past. Like, for instance, Miranda, a lot of times will say she wishes she was born in the 80s, and she was in the 90s growing up. I can understand that because something's not right. Although the technology is good, and that's what they wanted back then, something's not right. And what Zero and I have talked about on the show before when he's called in, is that there's a slave mind concept that they want people to have. Like, they want to program society to be a certain way, but not people to be truly free. Like, there's essential say men. They want men to be broken down. They want men to work and in the sense that to be distracted and have somebody else look after their kids in the social media. And while you have that happening, somebody's indoctrinating their kids as they control the youth, and then they're trying to get the woman possibly to go against them, and with certain situations. So yeah, they're trying to break up the family. They're trying to break up the way the country works to cause complete destabilization. So I do think that the society has things in it program people to fail. But of course, through sheer will and determination, and sight these setbacks and enemies, a society with sheer purpose and will and faith will overcome this over time. And we're all still here and still standing, and that's the most important thing, because, yeah, that is certainly something going on that in the world, and I'm glad that this is being brought up, because that is what I certainly agree with. And Anthony says, as long as you feel it's responsibility, a job is a job. Yeah, Anthony, you probably remember when that was going on, when, like, the kids, they didn't want to work, and they wanted to do something else, but a job is a job. Yeah, exactly. And it can be very stressful. Life is stressful either way you ever think about it. That you're going to have stress either way. And you might as well do what you're supposed to do and do what's important over not doing anything at all. Because a lot of people want to just play chips and, do video games and things like that and not have a purpose. Like, or people do streams that don't serve any purpose. So yeah, definitely, Anthony, a job is a job. Or was a job anyway, long time ago. Yeah. And a lot of times what they want to do is bring jobs back to the country. And things we made in America will be better for the economy, because when you source things out to China, you get Timu's things. Although everything's made in China, I'm not saying everything's bad about that, but we do have things from over there coming here. If there's more in America, you have more jobs and opportunities. Now, people can do streaming, can do those things like I do, but balance is key. But a lot of people want the good stuff. They'll see a Lamborghini or Bugatti, and they see the cars and the girls. They don't want to do the hard work to get there. You have to suffer to get there. To any kind of success, whatever people want to do. This is cheering toward the stage, not yelling into the audience. Chuckles, imagery sells, machine head. And Sharon said, my daughter is going to college. That's $87,000, and they are hiring peeps from her college because they are better nurses, and then Ivy League schools a semester. Yeah, and congratulations to your daughter. And it is very good for people to do those trades, but as I said, I don't know if people, the way the system works, people, it will not be beneficial for people to be loaded down with debt and things like that. And that's unfortunate the system is like that, but that's very good. You see, in that we need nurses, we need lawyers, we need doctors and professions, we need people in college. And as easy as possible, they need to be educated, as affordable as possible. 8,700. 8,700. Yeah, thank you. Yeah, facts. Yeah. And remember, they wanted to control the food, control the people, and there's a lot of things that not be. And also, there's a basic exercise where, say, people will need to do that because you want to need a healthy body. Your body's your temple. And this may sound quite harsh, but it's quite true. That the body is a temple, and as much as possible, as healthy as possible, where people can fight diseases and things better and have longer life, it's good for everybody. So I do think that vitamin D is important. I think nature's important, but they want us all to eat bugs. They had Nicole Kidman eating some bugs, and that's what we're all going to eat. And they want us to live in pods and stuff, in my opinion. So you got a lot of you have a clown world going on here. Oh, that's great to hear, Sharon. That's great to hear. Oh, thank you, Anthony. Thank you. And going back to the Angola thing, it's over the years, some rehabilitative. One thing I want to add is that the food prices need to be more cheaper, of course, and things need more affordable. But with understandable circumstances, it is in tedious times, definitely. All right. And over the years, some rehabilitative programs have developed such a hospice program run by fellow inmates, and an award-winning prison newspaper, the Angloite, a mystery program, has been credited with helping to change the culture in prison in some areas. Sounds very based and grounded. Yeah. Scared. Controversy and reforms. Abuse and legal challenges. The prison history of abuse and inadequate conditions has led to repeated legal challenges. Federal judges have intervened to address issues such as insufficient medical care, such as violated the Eighth Amendment's prohibition of cruel and unusual punishment. Juvenile incarcerations. In 22, Louisiana controversially housed juveniles at Angola, leading to lawsuits and federal court order to remove the following reports for abuse conditions. You're a very good parent, Sharon. That's awesome. Recent developments. In 24, a lawsuit was filed to the end of force of labor on the farm lines, citing brutal working conditions and extreme heat. Most recently, in September 25, an emergency agreement with federal officials led to the opening of new immigrant detention center dubbed the Louisiana Lockup. Angola campus is housed undocumented immigrants with criminal convictions. Oh, you're welcome, Sharon. Yeah, so I remember, like, I think that it was quite crazy where sometimes they'll have these ads and stuff to promote people to eat bugs and live in pods. It's quite cringe where, and all the food's going bad, they have to recall everything. Yeah, it's like, something's going on. It's like, something's not right. Yeah, and then Sharon said, yes, and he needs to work on food and gas prices. Prices haven't changed, and it's disappointing, especially home and heating. Now, with Trump, it's definitely the prices need to get lower. And with inflation, another thing happened with inflation was because of the tariffs. The attempt to bring the words on the tip of my tongue, the jobs back to America. But as I said, I really think that gas prices need to be lowered, and so is food. And if people want to know about the Epstein list, I think they can know about it, and they shouldn't be shamed for it. So that's what I think. Definitely, because people are trying to send their kids to college. People are trying to make ends meet. You have a mother and a father both working sometimes, or all the time. You'll have that, and they'll put the kid in a daycare center, and then they come home, and there's a lot of work that these people are doing, and then people can't even afford anything. There's a lot of people like on the internet that are complaining about that, where the inflation was so bad, like people couldn't really afford basic things. And back in like times of the past, we could get like a car and a house for like $5. That's an exaggeration, but that's basically what it was. And she said, "Thank you. I could not hear for the life of me what he kept referring to with his gut. It's choppy audio. Thank you so much." And we have, of course, Sharon, Ivy League. I like one reason. If you don't have the personality to be a hustler, the name of the school makes a huge difference, especially in New York. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Anthony says, "Have you been getting the emails?" Yes, I've been getting your emails, Anthony. Thank you. Anthony has a newsletter and thing. He sends like political emails, and yes, Anthony, I've been reading the emails, and I will share them. And I do share them with people that want to see them. Yes, I do. And thank you for the emails. Very funny and informative. And G said, Sharon, it's not that Ivy people are smarter. I blame businesses. They make you go for those people. The name gets you very fast. Burnless says, it got lost. Oopsie. Who cares? Work on prices. Jew, well, she was told that the hire student first from hers, so fit, I am grateful. I'll show you holy pride, lifts my right arm as white, thens over to not the white as now, or appears to be hand only to alien spaceship. Well, thank you. Thank you for the link. Oh, and Zero, I think absolutely that pride is good and confidence is very important for people to succeed and accomplish things. Definitely. Thank you, Zero, for the link. All right. Yeah, I absolutely agree. Now, when one gets to not let it go to their head where it gets too much, where it backfires on them, but it's very important and essential for people's success in the long term. Thank you for Zero for links. And Zero, I like the links you send me. I watch what you send me. Very informative information. Thank you. And Kervil said, "Oh, hello. Good to see Sharon." And G said, Fordham is not remotely nearly Ivy League, and it is 96K. We have Hofstra here. Everyone gets in. Also mid-90s with dorming. You still owe 50K for mediocre school. This is what I had to look, Alien Spaceship, and you're a man, so you get this copy. Well, thank you, Zero. I appreciate the copy. I feel very honored. Thank you, sir. She said, my older got in Columbia, so did younger, but my older chose NYU 5K a year, and she got a job before she graduated. Very high-end salary. If she went to local, she'd make nothing. Oh, okay. Thank you for the info, G. Gee, wow, imagine how long that takes just to pay off. Yeah, wow. That is awesome, G. That's fantastic, and I'm happy for them and you as well, as Sharon is. Yes, envy is the first warning you're stepping over a line of pride. Yes, yes. And Zero, I think that could be a good motivator to do your own hustle or do your own thing to get yourself what they want. Like anything, if it's college or if it's a drive, if it's getting a relationship, if it's starting a business. Yeah, like that. Like, for instance, somebody a long time ago was going down the street and they see somebody speed off in a Lamborghini, and the person was like, this person could afford this much for a car. Then it was like, you know what? The person said, he was like, he wants to get that himself. So that's why I think it's very important that it can be used for a good motivator, but when you're stepping over the line and then start hating and stuff like that, yeah, balance is key. So yes, I definitely agree. It's a good motivator. Like when frustrations and stuff happen, it could be a good tool. It could either make or break somebody. Very wise. And she said, I know, honey, I am so sad about loans. I don't, you think partially if you are going to these schools and work, elevate the economy, it should be free. Oh, yeah, absolutely. Absolutely. And a lot of times, and a lot of talking points where we have so many things going into these conflicts. We have lots of money going overseas to foreign countries, in my opinion. Billions and billions of dollars are going overseas for wars and things like that over there. All right, and there's conflict over in Middle East, Gaza, Israel. There's conflict with the Ukraine and Russia, and although our allies should be helped, of course, I think that America should be first and foremost, and that money could be used for education and things for our own people as well. But they don't do that. The people, whoever is in there. So I don't know if the country has the politicians have their best interest of the people it's governing over. In my opinion, of course, all my opinion, and I'm not against our allies. Shout out to our allies. We should help them. Just in World War II, we were able to there was an alliance that happened, and so America works well with its allies, of course, and we do different things. But I do think it's important to help America, the people here too. There's so many veterans that are homeless. There's people that should be educated, and that is what I think. All right, I don't want what you have. I can get mine. That pride envy is wanting what another has. Very true. And yes, alien spaceship is my Louisiana ambassador. Next question. Yes, Zero, very wise. That pride envy is wanting what another has. Yes, pride envy is what another has. Yes, and thank you, Zero. That's very. I'm glad, Zero, that you're always a cool friend to me in the chat, and a very good companion of mine. And I'm glad that you had that mindset, because there's people a lot of times like that are not, right, to each other. And Zero, I learn a lot from you. Like, things that I don't know, and I love your humor. It reminds me of The Mask from that Jim Carrey movie. So you have a lot of great qualities that a lot of people will like. And I want to continue learning from you and contribute to the chat. And so I think we all have something to contribute. Thank you. G said, if you are building the economy with your talent, risking life on a damn train here especially, why are you paying that kind of money? I don't care who changes the rules, either government or schools change it. G, hers stop accepting financial aid this semester, so cool. And way to hard pay up front. DEI FN school. And G said, I know it's terrible. It's too much. My daughter cry. They are like, Mom, how much you're going to pay back. And in urgent care, Sharon, a doctor said, I want the NYU. He's our age. G said, who alien spaceship? I admire all of you beyond myself. And I learn every day from all of you. Well, thank you. Thank you, G, for that. I appreciate it. And Zero says, what you really need is Voodoo Master Wizard level. Yes, I do. I do. And that's something came from this city. And we both are from Louisiana, Zero. So yes, absolutely. And Zero said, please proceed toward the next screen and Goldman escort you. Oh, yes, Zero, thank you. I certainly will do that. And so that's why we chose not to have a kid. Didn't feel I could be financially equipped to handle all this GS that came along unexpectedly cropped up. So it felt better to not have one. And there's nothing wrong with that at all. That's a choose, not what we hubby and I had no kids for previous marriage. But yeah, Anthony is a sweetheart. He really is. He very kind, and he's an amazing mod. He really is. He's always a great mod. Even on other channels, very good mod. Always want to watch the chat, make sure chat was okay. And Anna said that, okay, and it's like setting these kids up for fall. Sharon, this is what you said. It's fits perfectly in the conspiracy. So when you think these government parties are against each other, I don't buy it. Yeah, exactly. It's like two wings of the same bird. I truly believe both parties laugh behind the scenes and party together. I am starting to believe all businessmen, women, schools, and doctors. Ah, thank you, Zero. I am pleased. G said, I truly believe both parties laugh behind the scenes, party together. I am starting to believe. Okay, Zero. Yeah, no fighting, chat. One of our most essential crew members is going to the engine room to do what must be done. Thank you, sir. I salute you. And she said, I truly believe. Yeah, they do, G. I do believe that. I believe it's two wings of the same bird. Yeah, exactly, Anthony, right. And I think that it seems, in my opinion, from my research, that the politicians in Congress seem to get foreign funding, in my opinion. And they are, whose interest are they really having? So I do think that they are having all the same interests, and they're really out for their own selves, and not what the founders of the country had in mind. And Sharon said, and we paid for the older one partially $13K. I can't pay $200K. Even the state school of the second one is at $35K a year. And yes, it's one state school, but with no one is fighting. We all agree. No one is saying anything controversial. LO. Yeah, G, Zero is very funny. He's just like, now no fighting now while I'm gone. It's like kind of saying like, okay, I'm about to leave the room, no fighting when I'm gone. There's no one fighting. It's just a funny gesture. And no sweat, I felt some regret over the years. Also, women, it's natural not to nest and nurture. Yes. I truly believe Sharon wholeheartedly. I think it's deeper than we think. They pretend to hate each other, but it's us they are all working against, and I'm guessing. And Anna said, I went to dogs instead and can cost enough, but a lot less than a baby. And G said, Zero is cool peeps, and Anthony's a sweetheart. Well, thank you, G. Yeah, shout out to Zero and Anthony. Both are awesome. Yeah, and it is, yeah, and I think a lot of times with these getting foreign funding, and then they want to indoctrinate people in schools, and they'll talk about, in my opinion, vulgar topics that should be talked about when people are older, and they need to talk about those things when they're adult, they want to, and when kids are kids, they need to learn about the proper writing and the reading and making money and taxes and finances and banking. All that stuff is very important. And as I said, I think that it's important for America to use those billions and billions of dollars for this country. So that is exactly what I think too. Now, there's a movie, American Psycho, where everything around the dude, spoiler alert, and he's just doesn't even pay attention. Like, people are seeing things and normalizing this falling society. Like, over in Cali, as I mentioned before, I've seen the streams from LA, and I've been for a couple of years, and just a lot of homeless tents and people living in their vehicles, and back in the past you could do better. And the dollar's value is going down. Silver and gold are both going up. You have silver has broken past 40, and gold as high as it's ever been. Right now, silver is $41.94. It's gone up $9.41 the past 6 months. And year to date, it's gone up $12. And gold is $3,677. So $3,677 an ounce. So, and the dollar is going down. The value of the dollar is going down. And the more it's printed, the more it goes down. That includes the problem with the nefarious fly that burrows into into the flesh of cattle, that's causing price to go up from South America. That's including all the things going on across the country with prices going up. It's all connected. Now, with the other things going on, there is a I know a lot of farmers across the country because of the YouTube. I've known a lot. With the farmers, to explain about commercial farming is that the big companies like Cook's and Pilgrim's Pride, a lot of our meat and poultry comes from these places. They will have farmers that will be farming, and they will be doing their thing. And what happens is, when farmers do that, these big companies try to micromanage them about how it's going to work, and a lot of times it may not be 100% sufficient. Another thing that occurs is that they have a lot of regulations, where regulations are starting to not be completely like they used to be before. The biggest thing I want to mention about the farming is that Chinese companies have been buying out U.S. farmland. And if a foreign country is controlling the farmland, it's not really the best thing, because you want control of your own food. There's theories that a lot of good meat is being sent to foreign countries, allegedly, and not to the country here. From farm to table is how it should be. Exactly. Right. And that's why with people having their own self-sufficientness, and people that may not have a farm or not able to have their own farm, is that getting to know farmers or getting it straight from the source is the best way to go. And Peach, and by the way, Anthony, Peach she's doing okay. I've talked to her recently. She's doing okay. And Peach is a farmer I know from Georgia. A lot of you don't know her, but she's a friend of mine for many years. And she was telling me about all that, how there's allegedly where they'll have them delete their own cattle and livestock, and that caused food shortages in the country, allegedly. That some farms burned down for no reason. And you have these people who are doing all this stuff, all this work, and then they have to be dictated by either the government. Now, the regulations are important. It's very important. And I think that with regulations, it is... But these kind of things that they're doing is making it so there's not a lot of food is coming out, and they might be putting stuff in there that shouldn't be there, especially with the feed. There's a type of feed that they force them to use that may not be the best type of feed, allegedly. And allegedly Trump has stopped the Chinese from buying more farmland, and that's good he did that, because the foreign companies buying the farmland is not good. So that's another factor that would contribute to food prices. And G said, and no shade to the Middle East, because I have lived there in Europe and mostly here. Yeah, shout out to the Middle East. Very noble people, traditional, hardworking people. And also Europe too. Yeah, shout out to them also. Yeah. And the important thing is having a cultural values and cultural boundaries is very good to have, because you will have a culture that emphasizes hard work and traditional values is good in the sense that you work, you do things for your family, your people, but not have good food on the table. All that's very important. Where other people that are enemies, for instance, there's allegedly China and other countries want to try to dismantle the United States. I'm not accusing China of that, but they allegedly were part of this campaign against the country to destabilize it, but more specifically the USSR. And there is this destabilization campaign from the USSR where they wanted to do ideological subversion, and get the country to destabilize, to try to defeat the United States. But the USSR collapsed under its own weight, and now it's the Russian Federation. It's not the Tsarist monarchy cannot really be restored because they were deleted. Although, like, the royal family and other royal families are cousins with the Romanovs, but it's a federation with Putin as the president, and they had the flag of the Russian Empire. Russian Federation is what it is. So, in all these countries, like, have collapse, and I know people from Eastern Europe that were in those countries that were treated like cattle, pretty much. Like, Beans comes in here, and she was saying, like, she was in this, like, a box with all these other people. It's like, treat them like a bunch of cattle. So, yeah, I think in these other countries with a ideological subversion, now, I do think America is very divided on a lot of things where they could be more united, because when you take the blindfold from your eyes, you will see the true enemy was not each other, but it was these people that are turning us against each other. And Tom says TikTok is the most effective weapon China ever used on us. I agree. Yes. And I am going to tell them all they want is health, safety, protection for all other kinds of ourselves. And you should be applying for externship, and they pay as they learn hands-on. Sharon said, I am going to tell about she's storybook, which is medical based. Very interesting, G. Very interesting. Makes me sick that these reality shows use, and it's their own fault, but girls and guys that go on these 6-week shows kiss a little or go on TikTok and put their kids them like babies, and they are billionaires. Yeah, and you have the people on TikTok, you have people on these reality shows, and a lot of people do crazy things for views. There's YouTubers that will bully and troll people on the street or do crazy things to themselves just to get views and money. And you have these different shows and things, and it's a distraction to cause people to go downhill. And Anthony says, health, safety, and protection is being educated, informed, and driven. You are and have that. Will be 22-year-olds making $250K. Yeah. And when they do that, you see, a reason why people will fall down. These people will fall down and collapse. The reason why it's bad, a lot of times in life, struggles help you make you stronger, and it's a learning experience. And these people do not, you have to have ups and downs in life. When things keep on going up and up and up, and a projection upwards, they don't know the down. You have to have the lows and the highs. If they don't have that, it's just going to make a weak society. It's not going to really work in the long term. Musashi, the samurai, says, like, a large amount of wealth accumulated at a young age will not endure. He was a samurai. I consider a prophet that was in Japan, and that's what he said. Yes, that's why my daughter is doing, but hates the school, but doing it right now just till she graduates, them going to Lakin AU, which is hard. And I'll be considered extremely poor there. And Great Honey can't. Yeah, my older didn't dorm, but she's train ride away an hour. My younger is also an hour away, but dorming cause the railroad transfer a lot in 1 hour. And Sharon said, yeah, daughter's school, but doing it right now just till she graduates, them going to Lakin, which is Heart Hospital. Sure, an older private younger state school, not that. The private wasn't awful as the food and their people, you get what you pay for. NYU tells anyone the jaw drops. Moki, good evening. It's late afternoon. Good afternoon to you. And this is Anthony. I've known him for quite a while. Shout out to him. And yeah, good to see you, Moki. Welcome. Third semester G, Anthony. There he is. Yeah, and Moki, we're talking about our issues of the country right now. That's going on. And good to see you, Lynn. I'm glad that you're hanging in there. And we have a lot of prices going up. And the society, just in general, we have a collapse of the society where we see where, you know, people paying student loans, or if they can't get a job, or the student loans will drag people down into the mud when they're trying to make ends meet, and then more interest on top of that. And then I was also mentioning that billions are sent out to a bunch of different countries and stuff, and not this country or the people here. And it's kind of strange, like what's going on? It's like asking some questions. And also I was talking about that fly there's a sighting of that fly that came, somebody went to South America, got the fly and came back and they had to be hospitalized. It's the larva kind of like goes into the flesh and they have to take it out. And it's hurting cattle in South America. Latina was saying the other time she was here that blood beef comes from Brazil. It wasn't coming from California. And if you have all this stuff coming from South America, it will cause more prices to go up with food. Another thing I want to mention, Moki, to you, is that I've talked about before where I have friends that are farmers. I see you, Moki. I see you. Oh, she does not. Okay, wait. G says, I don't see Moki. Scared. Well, Moki's here in chat. She's right there. I think y'all could see each other. Scared. Okay. Hopefully, as this progresses, we will see what this is about. Okay. Which we see Moki, and she just remember G. Yeah, see Moki. Okay, G. Moki just came into the chat just now. Okay, you could see her. That's good. All right. Anyway, so a lot of the prices. So the farmers I know, because I know Peach. I've been knowing her since the early 2020s, and she was over in. She originates from Kentucky, but she moved to a couple different places, including Florida, and she lives in Georgia now. And she does. But Alien Spaceship. I just said Alien Spaceship. Scared. I roasted myself. But Alien Spaceship, it is like that with Zoe. Yes, I know. And that night, trying to figure out the block list, if she blocked you by mistake or vice versa, and it just didn't. She didn't see anyone block, but it's a little bit tricky to find. It's a little bit, you don't find it right at first, and we'll see about. Eventually, we'll get you and her back talking. All right, we'll get that fixed. It is something we have to work on. It's a little bit complicated. If I was there with Zoe in person, I could get it, confirm it or deny it right there. Like if y'all are like two in the same room, we can get this fixed right now. But in a distance, we will get it done. All right, with Zoe. But yes, that is like that with Zoe. That's true. And G said, those gemstones I sent you earlier, you know aliens helped them discover them, are outer space beings. Oh, thank you. Thank you. Thank you for the information, G. And I'm glad for that, yes. And Zero says, I was in the afterburners when you hit the warp button. At that time, returns cover in sludge. I said I was in the engine room. You did say that, Zero. I was being a Sheen captain, a Temu Sheen captain. Well, you certainly are going to have a few days off as compensation for that error on my end. What am I doing? I need to. It must be the spaceship. I'm dazzled by the spaceship stars that I was being a Temu Sheen for a second. Yeah, but I know you're a little bit roughed up, and I'm glad that you're all right. Now, next time, what we got to do is I need to set my reminder on my keypad, and we will then compensate you for what happened. And next time, it won't be a problem. All right, Zero. All right. G said, and those were rare gems. I only. Oh, I didn't. We can look at that right now. Oh, Zero, I gotta show you something funny. Yeah, Zero will humor this. He will humor this. Okay. Yeah, he'll get the joke. And those were rare gems. I only list exclusive ones to represent who you are. Oh, thank you, G. Also, the same to you. The gems and the diamonds and all the gold and silver jewels in the world that are rare, I only reference to you too, my dear. I mean, I don't know how into this to see 75-year-old orgasm, but who knows what people are into. Yes, we could. That is something what we could do. Move it to an elbow spring. Yes. Oh, understood, G. Okay. All right. So Zero, we're watching me and the trial chat and I over at the other channel because, as I said, Zero is not in the trial dimension. So there is this woman named Donna Adelson, and she had conspired this. She was behind this murder of her. Oh wait, her son-in-law, and he was a very good man. And she had these two assassins and one lady be behind it. So that is something that we were seeing, and we were laughing at her when she was getting sentenced because she was an idiot. So that was what I'm going to show you right now. That wasn't even proper English, but you get the idea. Oh yeah, the Flappy Fish Market. Yes. Okay, here we go. Let's go. It was this channel, I think. It may have been the other channel. It might be the other channel. Video.
Hancock Whitney has just...
All right, here we go. Oh, thank you, Zero. Glad that you fixed that for us.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yeah. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count one of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count two.
Sure, guys,
we, the
chat.
jury, find as follows as the count two of the indictment, conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder.
Roast.
And it is signed and dated by the foreperson.
She can't control herself.
One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
Wild. She'd never have an orgasm like that in her life. She's bowing for the audience. We appreciate the performance.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process.
Yeah, it's like, and she says no tears.
Do you understand
no
what
tears.
I'm saying to you?
At all.
Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them.
Judge is no nonsense. And she had her son-in-law murdered, and she was doing this stuff to her, her family.
When the jurors are brought
completely
back
wrong.
into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Yeah, exactly 0. Right. Well, my grandparents are in their mid-80s. Oh, see, my grandparents are in their mid-80s, and my family in England is in their 90s. My grandparents in England. Oh, and my sister is trying to go to England to allegedly get money out my family in England, the grandparents, and they turned her down. And, my sister wasn't... Shout out to my sister, but she was... It kind of did stuff to keep me away from my family in England, which wasn't right, and wouldn't help me try to get in touch with them. But Mary Toodles helped me get in touch with them, so they told her to, kind of get lost. Because she went there with her fiance all of a sudden after years of being against them to get their money, but it's not true. And you heard that link I provided that literally speaks as if the whole thing is foreign concept, like they didn't do it and have no idea how he was deleted. Gee, I played it earlier. Yes, so we played it earlier, definitely. Not a single tear. Yeah, I think we'll live to 80s, 90s. When I was at my graduation, they had a professor who was talking at the graduation. I was talking about how humans might live longer in the future. Zero said, I know I get the meme. I know I just look old, but not old yet. Well, you have wisdom, a lot of wisdom, Zero. A lot of great information. It was all that information, all that wisdom. Oh, Anthony, I will. Anthony. It was all that wisdom you acquired and the knowledge that you gained to teach us and to help us with the spaceship. So I think it was worth it. But yes, understood, Zero. Yeah, and Donna Allison reaction to the verdict, which some have referred to as an orgasm. Oh, okay, Anthony. So, real brief summary, really quick. Donna Adelson. Summary. Quick. Exactly, G. Right. Donna Adelson is a Florida woman who was convicted in September 25 for the orchestrating of the 2014 murder for hire plot against the former son-in-law, Professor Dan Markle. Motive: prosecutors argue that Adelson was matriarch mastermind behind the plot. The motive was her desire for her daughter, Wendy Adelson, to move with her 2 young sons to South Florida, a move Markle was legally fighting. Donna Adelson reportedly hated Markle for his control over the family. The plot: Adelson allegedly worked with her son Charlie Adelson to arrange for the two hitmen to travel from Miami to Tallahassee to murder Markle. Wash money. A witness testified that Charlie's girlfriend, who acted as the go-between with him and the hitman. All right, so that's a summary about what the trial's about. All right. And just the reaction, completely fake reaction. You know, it just, she looks like she was orgasming. Once enough for paperwork. I'll be getting a computer very soon. It has to pass through customs thrice. Oh, thank you for the update, Zero. Thank you. I am just so amazed that the reaction, like, you know you did it. How are you talking to your son 2 hours like you have zero idea of what's going on? It is mind-boggling. All right, here we go. Remember, don't let the looks fool you. This woman was very wicked what she did. All right? That's why I'm laughing. Not because of an older person being hurt. It's just because an evil person's getting retribution for justice.
Has the jury reached a unanimous verdict? Yeah. If you please can hand the verdict form to the bailiff. Having reviewed the verdict form, it is in its proper order. At this time, I will publish the verdict. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 1 of the indictment, first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of first-degree murder. Mrs. Adelson, control yourself. Count 2. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 2 of the indictment.
No tears at all.
Conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of conspiracy to commit first-degree murder. Count 3. We, the jury, find as follows as the count 3 of the indictment. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
I was the first one to ever join the military.
Okay, there's an ad, okay. And have you ever gone over the court footage of Jeffrey Dahmer? I've not done that yet. Not done that yet. Yes, Latina, thank you for appearing. And thanks to Latina for bringing Zero to this channel. A shout out to her. She's brought a lot of cool people here. I've known her before I went live. Before I did live streams, I knew her. And Latina said, I have seen cases where the people are completely innocent. We can't trust the government employees are doing a good job. In this case, I understand what you're saying, Latina. In this case, from watching it, I do believe that this person was guilty from the evidence that was shown in the trial that we're watching. Because remember, this person she wanted to see her grandkids, and she had the son-in-law deleted with some assassins, and remember, the other assassins have already been convicted. And it said, in my opinion, I think it was guilty, but of course it's okay to have different opinion. And I do agree with you, Latina, though, that the government employee, there could be corruption or people that are really innocent that can be found guilty. I do agree with you with that. And we will be continuing this funny reaction. All right, here we go.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury. If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process.
And G said, based on that odd dynamic on that phone call with Charlie, they had me believing for a minute, wait, did they really not know? Because it was just weird. Yeah, very interesting. That's true. And we'll continue to go over that phone call. And yeah, definitely. And I want to know what she's saying when she's banging on her legs after her reaction. Right. Right.
Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well. Solicitation to commit first-degree murder. The defendant is guilty of solicitation to commit first-degree murder. And it is signed and dated by the foreperson. One moment. Members of the jury, the bailiff will escort you to the jury room.
All right, Latino, I'll read you what the case is about. All right. Let's see. All right, Latina, this is a summary about the case. The Donna Adelson case refers to the murder for hire plot that led to the 2014 deletion of Florida State University law professor Dan Markle after an 11-year investigation to the matriarch of the Adelson family. Donna Adelson was convicted in September 25 of orchestrating the plot against a former son-in-law. The victim, Dan Markle, was prominent law professor at FSU. He was shot in his garage in Tallahassee on July 18, 2014. A murder for hire plot. The motive, prosecutors argued that the motive was rooted in a bitter divorce and custody battle between Markle and his ex-wife, Wendy Adelson. The Adelson family allegedly wanted Wendy and the children to move South Florida, a move Markle was blocking in court. The mastermind, prosecutors described Donna Adelson, the controlling matriarch who orchestrated the deletion and paid for the hit. The evidence. Key evidence presented against her included emails showing her hatred for Markle, financial records linking her dental practice to the deleter, recordings of her discussing the plot with her son and her attempt to flee to a non-extradition country, Vietnam, with her husband shortly after her son's conviction in 23. The verdict. After a nearly 2-week trial, a jury found Donna Adelson guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation of murder in September 4, 25. Martinez says, man, I think the government is behind some crimes like the school shooter at Catholic school recently. Like, how did that kid get all the pew-pews if his family knew he was crazy? I don't know how the kid got it. And I do think the school shootings are real. I don't know if every single one was real, but I'm not saying there's not one that was something that they did. The government had orchestrated, but like a lot of times there's all kinds of. I think the way they orchestrate our society a certain way, they made it so people would do these things. Like they social engineered people that were vulnerable, making our society weak and vulnerable to susceptible to things that would cause certain individuals to do that. So I do think that is possible. And so I don't know enough about that case to talk about it. All right. But anyway, so the evidence. The key evidence presented against her included emails showing her hatred for Markle, financial records linking her dental practice to deleters, recordings of her discussing the plot with her son, and her attempt to flee to a non-extradition country, Vietnam. And that's another thing, Latina. The woman and the other people were trying to go to Vietnam. In Vietnam, over in Nam, they don't have extradition to the United States. So people could go there and seek asylum from being prosecuted by the United States. So that's suspicious. Why were they going to Nam all of a sudden? It looked like it possibly were trying to get out of being prosecuted. It doesn't mean they're innocent or guilty. They're trying to get away from something, maybe. I think true justice is now from the grandparents to get the two boys if Wendy ends up in jail, but I do worry about the boys if Wendy saw too much fanatical religious stuff. I agree, because that certainly would have a toll on it. Yeah. She sent the dad's B-Day party invitations to Wendy's kids with the last name as Adelson. This was before the Red Room. And they made clear the religion is the Jewish religion. That's what they followed. And the goofy attorney with his small pecker that she has was calling us the peanut gallery. Another thing that this guy did in the beginning, he was trying to associate her with the Jewish people, or asking the people, like, what do they think when they think of Jews? Like, what kind of, like, so we wouldn't necessarily want to associate them with some murderer like her. And people that are Jewish don't necessarily do these things, but yeah, that was the religion that she practiced, the fanatical interpretation she has of it. I just saw Wendy's testimony this weekend, and she said she's scared of who your own family deleted them. You are changing your last name out of fear. Ah, okay. It looks like she's going to go to Vietnam too. I think 1 week after the deletion, Wendy changed their middle and last names, took out the Hebrew middle name. Just unbelievable. Yeah. Yeah, you know, because they're trying to hide something. She better change her last name again, because who wants to be associated with all the last name Adelson? I changed it to Smith so no one can find me. Yes. Very wise. Anthony says, agree with all of you. Yeah. Scared. All right, the evidence. Reiterate it. The presented against her included emails showing her hatred for Markle, financial records linking her dental practices to the deleter's recordings of her discussing the plot with her son, and her attempt to flee a non-extradition country, Vietnam, with her husband shortly after her son's conviction in 23. The verdict: after a nearly 2-week trial, a jury found Donna Adelson guilty of first-degree murder, conspiracy, and solicitation of murder in September 4, 2025. Bashing Dan reformed those kids. Oh, okay. Wendy lit that damn fire and now is acting like she didn't know she might actually get a far less sentence. Scared. Dan from those kids. she still lied if you ask me. Like, her mom, she knew she's the one who complained about her marriage. She definitely knew it was about to happen. How is it that different Donna expected money? Exactly. Right. It's like, what are we doing? It's like a complete clown show right there. Definitely. Other convictions in the case. Allison family was not the only party involved. Other conspirators were convicted before Donna's trial. Charlie Adelson, Donna's son, was convicted in November 23 of arranging and paying for the murderer. He was sentenced to life in prison. Catherine Magbanua, Charlie's former girlfriend who served as the conduit between Adelson and the hitman, was sentenced to life in prison in 22. All right, Lynn, good evening. Thank you for hanging out with us. Sigfredo Garcia, one of the two hired hitmen, he was convicted and sentenced to life in prison in 2019. Luis Rivera, the second hitman, he pleaded guilty to the second-degree murder in 2016 and received a reduced sentence in exchange for his testimony. And a sentencing date has been set for October 14, 25. All right. Going back here.
Mrs. Adelson, while this was not the outcome I'm sure that you desired, there will not be any further outbursts in front of the jury.
G said, I'm heading out to get the kid back to school, but I will be back later on tonight. Stay blessed all. Okay, G. Y'all have a good, safe trip. Take care. Anthony says, you all have a great night. Oh, okay, Anthony. A good night to you. Good night to you. And Latina said the government only seeks to put non-politicians in jail. Never enough investigation against people like Congressman Gary Codit in regards to the Chandra Levi, his intern mistress affair. I completely agree with you, Latina. It's very criminal. That I think both should be prosecuted. Definitely. And we, especially that a lot of politicians are, being funded by foreign countries and stuff, and our country's kind of falling apart and not in the best situation. Yeah, good night to you, Anthony. Thank you so much for coming, my friend. Thank you. And I absolutely, yes. I do agree with you, Latina, about that the politicians and stuff need to be prosecuted because they need to, that are doing something wrong. Absolutely. I agree. It's just, we have a messed up system that people are not the main focus, but the existence of the establishment itself is the main focus. Like, why are they allowed to send money away from this country and not over here? All right, definitely. Sharon said, I'm leaving to Alien. Thank you for streaming. Take care. Good night. Yeah, Sharon, good night to you. Thank you for coming. I really appreciate it.
If you cannot control yourself, I am going to have to determine if you'll be removed from the remainder of this process. Do you understand what I'm saying to you? Do you need a moment to collect yourself? Before the jurors are brought back in, we will take a brief 2-minute break. Please give her tissues if she needs them. When the jurors are brought back into the room, does the defense wish to have the jurors polled before they are discharged?
Yes, Your Honor.
Very well.
Scared.
Please bring back in the jurors so we can conclude with their portion of the trial.
Yeah, like that was her orgasm over this. Yeah. Scared. All right.
Members of the jury, before I discharge you for this evening, I am briefly going to poll you concerning whether your verdict is unanimous at the request of one of the parties. When you hear your last name, please appropriately respond.
While the names are read, they turn off the sound.
Build a website you love.
One, about your deliberations. You are also at liberty to refuse to speak to anyone. A request to discuss either your verdict or your deliberations may come from those who are simply curious, from those who might seek to find fault with you, from the media, from attorneys, or elsewhere. It will be up to you to decide whether to preserve your privacy as a juror. With that being said, I want to extend my thanks on behalf of the entire Second Circuit for your service in this matter. You are discharged. Have a good evening.
Now it's going to be the victim impact statements.
That's fine. Right there in front of the lectern. If you please can identify yourself for the record.
Yes, my name is Ruth Mark. Sorry?
I'm worried you're going to trip.
Okay. I already did fall. My name is Ruth Markel.
You may give your impact statement, ma'am.
Thank you, Judge Everett. To the Honorable Judge Everett, my name is Ruth Markel. I am the mother of the late Dan Markel. I stand before you today to express the profound sadness and grief that Dan's family and I have endured since his tragic murder. We have lost a treasure. My son Dan's life was cut tragically short at 41 years old. For 11 years, we have been forced to a life filled with unimaginable pain and heartbreak. Dan's father, Phil, and his sister, Shelley, share in this unending sorrow. Dan was a devoted father, brother, and son. Dan's life was marked by his devotion to family, education, and community. He was a loving, caring, and inspiring person. His academic journey included studying politics and philosophy at Harvard University, earning a master's degree later in political theory from the Hebrew University of Jerusalem and Emmanuel College in Cambridge, and later going back to Harvard to get a law degree. Dan was a prolific scholar and did start, co-founded the influential Prof's blog. His energy, drive, and sociability greatly enriched the FSU College of Law. Dan's life was filled with passion, music, dance, sports, travel, and people. But of all my son's accomplishments, however, I am most proud of the devoted father Danny was to his two sons, Benjamin and Lincoln. Dan was present, loving, and supportive, always putting his children's well-being first. He regularly attended the boys' daycares, reading with them. His office was filled with their drawings, and his home, his living room, filled with their toys. Dan was the boys' hero, and they have been forced to grow up without a father. Dan's murder has shattered our family and caused deep permanent pain. This was a particularly senseless crime, and the murder was particularly insensible. It was not revenge. Dan was a law-abiding and respectful citizen, an active father, and a living son. His life was devoted to teaching and helping others. The pain and suffering of Dan's murder goes well beyond other families too. That is why I wrote the book, The Unveiling, a mother's reflection on murder, grief, and trial life. In my unrelenting grief, I turned to advocacy, to feel purpose, and to help others with these tragic losses. I have found meaning and comfort to connect with others who want to serve justice. To all the community of journalists, TV programs, podcasters, Tallahassee communities, and the allies who have put their hearts in keeping Danny's story alive, we are full of thanks. To law enforcement and prosecutors, our gratitude is beyond for their dedicated, careful perseverance in seeking justice for Danny and our family. If Tallahassee is known for football, Tallahassee should be known for the prosecution and for law enforcement. They have done an outstanding job. These extraordinary efforts underscore the brutal truth of our family's story. Danny's murder was orchestrated by his former mother-in-law, Donna Adelson, and other co-conspirators, and is a crime of cruelty. It is a murder of grief, a murder of selfishly prioritizing one's own desires over what is just or right. And at its core, this was a murder of convenience, so that one grandmother could live closer to her grandchildren. She killed their father and ripped the children from the other grandparents' lives. Donna Adelson's crimes against Dan began long before his murder. She belittled Dan in front of his children. She spread lies about it and contributed to a brutal separation between Dan and Wendy. She rented the house, and Dan came home, and he found that Wendy and the boys were gone with most of their belongings. He called this devastation Pearl Harbor. Donna's eagerness for Wendy to divorce Dan and to relocate to South Florida led her to increasingly devise desperate schemes. Despite these efforts, the court ruled that Wendy could not move the boys away from their loving father. Failing to achieve her goal through legal means, Donna finally resorted to orchestrating Dan's murder. She plotted, planned, and paid for his murder. Donna's crimes led to further devastation. Her middle son, Charlie, was convicted and sentenced to a life in prison for his role in facilitating Danny's murder for hire. Can you imagine a mother involving a son to complete a murder? Danna's eldest son, Rob, an honest and decent man, is estranged from the family, and her younger child, Wendy, has decided once again to relocate to another state. Her actions and those of her co-conspirators have caused children to lose their parents. Catherine McManus, Alfreda Garcia, and Charlie Adelson, also convicted, are all convicted for life and have lost access to their children. Prior to her arrest, Donna's recorded phone calls with Charlie reveal their lack of a moral compass or capacity for self-reflection. She blames external forces for her family's curse. They're outside of her, but she is the curse, and lashes out angrily at witnesses who took the brave step to testify. Her modus operandi has always been to run from Tallahassee and then to try to flee to Vietnam. For our family, there is no such prospect for escape. Danny's absence, and that leaves a hole at the center of our lives, no matter where we go. Yet Dan's murder was not enough for Donna. His death was not enough. Danny had to be fully erased from his beloved sons. The boy's last name was ever changed, an extraordinary decision to excise the Markell name from Phil's only grandsons who shared his last name. And after the first arrests were made, Donna didn't allow the Markell family to have access for over 6 years. It was only when there was a phenomenal Tallahassee advocacy group that passed the Markell Act. The passage of this bill was immediately followed by our first invitation to see the boys after the arrest. The door only cracked open. Despite these efforts, we remain excluded from the boys' lives. We were not at their bar mitzvahs or graduations. We have extremely highly choreographed visits and communications. We only wait for the day that Benjamin and Lincoln will visit their father and his grave, in his father's history, and his grave in Toronto. We want nothing more. The facts of Danny's murder, are difficult to swallow. The experiences Phil, Shelley, and I have been forced to suffer are profound as homicide survivors and victims of the criminal system. The lives of Danny's 2 sons, our grandchildren, were forever turned upside down by this crime. Benjamin and Lincoln were only preschoolers when their father was murdered, and now they are forced to confront and try to understand the unthinkable crimes of murder and the Adelson's involvement. Our lives will never return to normal. For those who loved Danny and for those who Danny loved, there is no escape from the wicked effects of what Donna Adelson set in motion, carried out, and paid for, and for many years enjoyed the aftermath of. Donna Adelson has caused immense devastation and an untimely, undeserved murder through her actions. While no trial or verdict can ever heal the profound wounds caused by Dan's murder, justice must be served. I respectfully ask the court to impose the maximum sentence on Donna Adelson. Her lack of cooperation and remorse throughout the case demands justice, the justice that Dan's life and memory fully deserve. We are immensely grateful to the court for its careful and compassionate deliberation. Respectively, Ruth Markell.
Thank you, Ms. Markell. Are there any other victim impact statements this evening?
One more.
Please could tell us your name for the record.
Good evening. My name is Phil Markell. I'm Danny's father. Judge Everett, I appreciate the opportunity to speak about the impact of Donna Adelson's actions on my families and the families of so many others. While this victim impact statement is addressed to you, Your Honor, it is also intended for the Adelson family, Harvey, Charlie, Wendy, and particularly Donna. I would like them to understand and reflect on the deep and irreparable damage they have caused. The pain that they have caused my family is obvious and permanent, but they have also caused lifelong harm to their own immediate family and so many other families and children around. Donna's selfishness, cruelty, and complete disrespect for human life, along with that of her co-conspirators, have left families forever broken. Louis Rivera, his children have no father. Catherine Magbanoa and Sigfredo Garcia, their children have no parents. Charlie Adelson, his son, Roman, has no father. Rob Adelson and his wife and their 2 children have lost their uncle and grandparents. Shelley and Ian, my daughter, their 3 children, my grandchildren, are left without an uncle and are separated from their cousins. Of course, their heinous and callous actions have left me, Ruth, and Shelley without our Danny, and Ben and Lincoln without their father. For anyone to commit such a cold-blooded, unprovoked act of murder is horrific. For Donna, someone who claims to care so much about Ben and Lincoln, her sun shines. Her actions are beyond comprehension. She has harmed forever the people she claims to have loved. In the Jewish custom, we have an expression to always wish others to live to 120 years of age. For Donna, I wish her to live to 120, alone in her jail cell. I wish that every day of her remaining days she thinks about the harm she has caused to so many, especially those 2 boys she claims to have loved so much. For these reasons, Your Honor, I ask the court sentence Donna Adelson to the maximum possible sentence. And my only short question to Donna, was it worth it? Respectfully, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Markell. Are there any other matters that the court needs to address this evening, Ms. Koppelman? With the PSI being ordered, the court will pronounce the sentence as to counts 2 and 3 after it's been completed. The parties have had an opportunity to review the pre-sentence investigation report and make any objections if they believe they need to. As to the 3 counts that the jury has found the defendant guilty of, I will adjudicate her guilty at this time, but sentence will be pronounced as to the 3 counts at a later date. She is remanded for sentencing at this time. Lieutenant Henry, please notify the commander at the jail that the appropriate screening needs to take place to ensure that the defendant is in an area where she is not subject to any self-harm. For a case management date coming up, what would the parties request?
Ms. Dugan's October court date, Your Honor.
Leave that is 10/14, is that correct, Ms. Dugan?
Yes, sir.
October 14th for case management at 2:30 p.m. That will be in the normal courtroom, 3B. Tricia, if you can make sure that the notice goes to DOC so they are aware that the PSI needs to be completed as soon as possible. Thank you. We are in recess at this time. We will reconvene on October 14th. Have a good evening, everyone.
All right, so that was the scene. That was the scene. Yeah, her crying is very fake. Okay, now I'm back from my walk in exterior hall. Nothing new or grave to report, boss. Even the judge is laughing. Anyway, so, okay, sir, thank you for your report. I'm glad to hear that. Because I know there's been some, in the past, there's been some little Temu mice or some space dust in there, but thank you that everything's going straight in there. Okay. Alright, let's go to the next thing. There's these phone calls that have to do with the Adelson trial, and I'll go see. We'll go and play this. You have a fever and 5 more pills. Oh, okay, Miranda, thank you for the update. You know, prayers for you. Definitely. Alright. These are some jail calls. I'll play. Roku Ads Manager. I just manage my own ads. Scared.
The prepaid collect call from
Charlie.
an incarcerated individual at the Leon County Jail. This call is not private. It will be recorded and may be monitored. If you believe this should be a private call, please hang up and follow facility instructions to register this number as a private number. To accept charges and consent to this recorded call, press
1. To refuse charges, press 2.
If you would like.
Thank you for using Securus. You may start the conversation now.
Hi, honey.
I breathe for a little bit.
You're supposed to agree a little? Okay.
Yeah.
I spoke to Dan, so I know
Okay.
he's trying to get in there. I know he wants to see you before he leaves, so he's working on it. It's not like so he doesn't have a time yet, but he knows that's what he's working on, is getting in there to see you.
Okay.
Okay. And so at least you'll get to see him this morning. And yeah, just taking care of stuff.
Listen, you're better off taking the Xanax than getting yourself having a heart attack.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay. Well, we did that. We did that. So
Yeah.
we sound better than before, right? We did that.
Yeah. No, definitely. Trust me, I wish I could take it.
I know. You just have to take deep breaths. That's all you can do. I get it.
When it came by my room to check on me at 6 and then 8:30, I'm like, I want to get out of it. Like, they put me in this room for observation, so this room is going to make me crazy than like being in my own room. You know, it's like I can't. It's a mirrored glass. So you got mirrored glass and a video camera in here, and like blind green walls with blood and shit on the ceiling. Literally, not like figuratively. Like,
yeah, I know. I get it.
The feces all over the place. It's like, you know, you're like in a box and you can't see out. It's a concrete box.
There's no outlet to see out at all. Nothing.
There's the cell door has 2 panes of mirrored glass. You just look at yourself.
Just look at yourself. You can't see out. Okay.
And then there's like a 3-inch wide pane of glass on the back And you got the bright lights that they don't turn off, and you got the video camera in here. It's actually like makes you go. At least I got my clothes on. You know, like normally they put people on here, they strip naked.
You have scrubs, or you have your clothes on?
What do you mean my clothes? Not my court clothes. Just my scrubs.
Okay. I didn't know if you still have your court clothes on. Okay.
No. They make you, as soon as they bring you back to the jail, they change off and you give it to property.
Yeah.
Speaking of having, when Dan comes to jail, I'm going to have him pick up my all my property here. I got the flip flops and the shorts and the sweatshirt that I was arrested in, and two suits and that kind of stuff.
Did you want me to tell him that, or you're going to tell him when you're there? Maybe I should tell him ahead of time so he has, a little heads up as to what he needs when he's there.
Yeah. Might as well pick up all my property. Yeah, because otherwise someone will have to pick it up before I get transferred.
Right. Okay. All right.
Otherwise they only hold it for like 60 days.
Yeah, okay.
So, I'm going to make the best of what I can, make the best of. And
say that again, Charlie.
I'm going to make the best of what I can make the best of, I guess.
That's right.
I just literally.
I think you're in shock. We all are in shock.
I'm kind of in shock. I've been less in shock of like in my own cell that I've been in for the last 13 months. But it's like changing the cell, and then like it's also like everything was going so good. Like I was feeling so positive. Everybody was saying everything positive, and like. My initial thought was about going to a trial in Tallahassee was it's going to be a fucking joke. It's absolutely, and I had no idea how much media, and that's before I even knew how much media is attached to this case, social media, and how big of a case it's gotten. That was before all this.
Yeah.
Like, trust me, like I don't have access to like what people have access to, but I know I wake up in the morning at 7:30 in the morning, and like this morning I have the radio listening to it. The guys talking about my case and legal experts on talking about things, talking about Appleman, talking about the whole case. Mentor lawyer is calling into the radio while I'm sitting in my jail cell listening.
The comments after you testified, trust me, were all positive. Positive.
But you got to understand.
But that's not the jury.
And I don't know the detail. But when I was sitting there and I saw her closing, I was just like, because of what she was doing. She was like.
I know, Charlie, but you know what? Yeah. They decided before that. Before that.
No, I know that too, because when they came in Monday morning, none of the jurors looked at me. They would not make eye contact with me. Monday morning, they wouldn't make eye contact. But that's not a good sign. And it's like a couple of them, like even during, it was just.
At KPMG.
I just my gut instinct about, they say like follow your gut, at least be like. It's like, remember like when I had that pet, having me like, no, he's fine. It takes some time for the antibiotics to come in, and my gut was telling me like, no, this is so wrong. It's not the Benadryl that's doing it to Enzo. Like, he's dying. Like, there's something wrong with him. But I wanted to believe everything I was being told because he was a vet. That was like, I'm not a vet with, and I'm like, no, I knew there was something wrong. But I was like, I wanted to believe that it wasn't what I was seeing before my eyes. And I thought I was doing everything. And I kept asking the guy, listen, is there any chance in the world that he will die? Is there any chance in the world? No. It was just a straight fight. Yeah. thanks, buddy. And I saw, dude, I swear to God, I saw something bite him, but it struck him quickly. The yelp. And I was like, no, I couldn't have seen what I just saw because it was also the day that he got bit. And I was like, no, I couldn't have just seen that. That can't, it's impossible. Yeah, I saw what I thought I saw. I just couldn't believe when I caught out of the corner of my eye. Dude, that's bullshit. See where that got me? And I knew there was like, I kept asking him. It's just the same kind of shit with this. Like I knew. I'm not saying I didn't know. I knew. And then I sit here and I'm like, feels like the same thing. To be honest with you.
Yeah.
You know what I mean?
Me too.
You know, it's like I knew, but it's like, who am I to know? Like I knew. I had a gut instinct. I knew what I wanted to do. And I knew what I should have done. And it was like, listen to what? You know, like, I got some good advice, but I knew what I should have done, and I didn't do it. And now it's like it was with them, so. Maybe it's good that he died. It would honestly come in Tallahassee. This is like the state capital, the place of law and order. This is everybody here is government or law enforcement. There's 9 separate law enforcement agencies in Tallahassee. Like 9 separate. I mean, you got like the head of the Florida Highway Patrol. You got Tallahassee Police Department, you got the Capitol Police Department, you got the FBI, like all the, FDLE, Sheriff's Office, County Jail. I mean, there's literally like 9 separate agencies that are in Tallahassee, police agencies. Because they have a crime problem. It's a crime capital. It looks like a nice city when I drive around. It looks like there's a lot of nice trees, kind of mix of like a, not too small town, not a big town by any means. Like, that looks like a college town. I just think that
Dan said to tell you that he's heading there within the hour.
I looked a lot different.
Okay.
So, but I did tell him about
picking up my clothes.
Yeah, I said, Charlie asked you, where am I here? I don't know where I'm going. Charlie asked you to please pick up his property before you leave. And he said, of course, I'm heading there within the hour.
Okay. I mean, Mom, let me tell you something.
Oh.
Yeah, I just talked to Bree for like 30 minutes before I called you back.
That's what you said.
But it's like, I mean, over the next couple days, I guess we'll talk and we'll figure out what to do with about a number of items and things.
Yeah, what I would like you to do is on those calls that you want to talk to me, call, right. And he will get the information to us, but don't talk to me over the phone about any of this.
Yeah, no, I know, of course. I'll tell Dan and Dan will relay the message to you.
Exactly.
As far as the dog and
right.
And stuff and anything else.
Okay, perfect.
So it's
give it a lot of thought. Anything that you want.
Anything that you can think of that you want or needs to be done or whatever, you have a couple of days. Just think about it and let us know what to do, let Dan know what to do, and we'll follow it through.
Yeah, no, I'll make a list of things we're probably going to get taken care of. And look, I mean, I talked to Janice last night for less than 5 minutes. I just told her my parents are having a tough time, and that, probably later in the week, maybe by Friday or Saturday, I'll have them give you a call, touch base, and figure out what we're doing with some things.
Right, you'll have a better idea then. That's right.
So it's funny. Listen, I love Buddy. He was a great dog, but I was in such a fucked up headspace when I got him.
I know.
I was honestly so depressed with losing Enzo that should have been my sign. That should have been my big fucking flashing neon sign right there. But I still tried to make things work and get a new dog and honestly I was depressed having him the first so much time, and then I had him a year and a half, and then I've been gone a year and a half. Exactly. I got him in August, and then I think in August. I got him in October, so I had him for October to April. That's 6 months plus a year, so I had him a year and 6 months, and then I've been gone a year and 6 months. So I've been gone now longer than I have. I'm so depressed. I'm trying to replace Enzo, but Enzo would just made it harder. Sometimes you gotta look at certain signs you get in life and just follow them.
Yeah, that's right.
Sometimes things happen and it's a sign, and you're like, you know what? This is my sign. Not to maybe change course or something. And not try to.
I know.
Keep
I know what
going
you're
ahead. You know exactly what I'm saying. Not keep going ahead, going ahead, and
right.
Getting, get this new puppy dog, pretend like everything's okay. When Enzo went, I should.
I know what you should have done.
Yeah. No, it's just what a year, but I mean, but it's funny. When people die and you're in jail, it doesn't even seem real because you're not looking at photos of them. You're not going to the funeral. You don't talk to people. It's just kind of you just don't talk to them on the phone. But a lot of people I don't talk to on the phone, so it doesn't feel like everyone you don't talk to on the phone is dead. It just feels like they're alive. You're just not talking to them. In this past year, I mean, I can't fucking believe Bud died. Can't believe Anthony got sick at the very end, but can't believe Anthony's dead. Can't believe Bud's dead. It doesn't. It's real, but it's not real.
But it's not real. Yeah.
Just like that. You're not going to the funerals. You're not talking to people that know them. You're not seeing photos of them. You're not you're removed from everything. Nothing feels real anymore. It really doesn't. I mean, you're just in a concrete box. Telephone. And that's the only way I can describe it. I've gotten outside 4 times maybe in the last year and a half for 30 minutes. And when you go outside, it's literally you're inside a circle where there's the size of maybe a basketball court and a half, and it's 60-foot high concrete walls all around you. So your eyes can't look further more than 80 feet in front of you. Unless you look up at the sky, you don't see trees. It's just very weird. Very, very weird. And it's and being in this cell now, it's just I just wish that.
I know. You're not going to stay with this until they straighten this out.
No.
You don't.
I'll get back into my other cell and it'll feel good.
Right.
And then I'll
right.
get to
It's whatever business you have to do.
That, and then I'll make my list of things I need to focus on, and to do that, I told Bree I don't want to say anything to Roman for a long time.
No, you don't have to.
No.
Like a really long time.
Yeah, that's okay. That's what I'm saying. Sorry, let me shut the phone.
So it's just fucking amazing. My life was so good at one time. Like I had like everything.
You know.
I mean, like literally, like I worked hard, shit up perfect, did everything right, and then it's like nothing was given to me. Nobody was out there, pulling strings and helping me out. It was all done by me.
Yep, it's true.
I mean, none of it. Even every bit of it that went well, everyone would say, "Oh, your dad's a dentist," or your dad gave you his practice. I'm like, no, I travel to these offices on my own. Like, I don't even do the same thing my dad does. We do different things.
I took control.
I think I'm still I'm like in shock, and then I go from shock to reality to shock. Like, I just stupid, not following my gut instinct. And I know you can always second guess, but like when your gut tells you something, your gut tells you something.
Yeah.
And you listen to, you get advice. At least if you go with your gut and it's wrong, you can blame yourself. That's the one thing about following your gut instinct. Is that you got nobody else to blame but you.
You know what? You're right. Your gut's always been right. You gotta get you out of there.
Please stay calm.
No, trust me, I know.
You know what you have to do.
I know what I have to do, but I also just know the last 3 weeks have been like between, meeting with the lawyers and meeting with, the whole process every day and getting like,
totally
woke up
draining.
at 4, then walking up at 5, and then dressing out, and then getting shackled, going up, the whole process of being shackled for 3 hours before you get into the courtroom.
Nobody has any idea. No idea.
Then you got to walk with these shackles for 10 minutes to get downstairs to the cell they put you in. Then you're eating while you're shackled up. You have like this white bread with a slab with like peanut butter on it. And then they bring you back up to there and you sit in the court and you actually think that it's all going to be like, thought it was going to be a trial of evidence. Like, a trial of like what Dan was preparing me to think that's what we were dealing with.
That's right.
Like, this was
vigilante. This was not a real trial. We know exactly what this was.
It wasn't. I mean, like when I saw that closing, I looked at Kate, and I go like, this is not good. Like I just knew, like when I saw that, what she was doing and what she was portraying and what she was saying, and it reminded me more of like a Dateline special being put out there for everybody, with like, just like with her, hometown Tallahassee delivery, to the hometown Tallahassee crowd. Like, it was just like,
That's what she did. Heavy on the southern accent, added that all in that she doesn't usually have, but she added it in every little trick in the book.
she really laid it all thick, and the hometown girl brought it home. And like, like, she really like, I mean, honestly, everything that they, this is cut and paste, take a line out here, take a line out there, like, even if cut and paste from 50 hours of tapes, like, you could make anything look like anything you want it to look like.
Of course.
And
played games. They cheated, they lied, they played games.
You're quoting Wendy's book. Like, what in the world is Wendy's book? Like, you're using like this highly educated lawyer writing this book to bash Tallahassee. Like, there'd be people that hate you just for that. That's like you think you're too good at this book.
I know.
A, I didn't write it. B, I never even read that part of it. I mean, I think I've read a couple of chapters, but I don't remember reading that. But it was like, and then she like quoted Wendy to make it seem like I'm a fool, and like, oh look, even his own sister said this, like taking things out of context.
Yeah.
And it's like,
take anything out of context, you can make it sound ridiculous. That's what they did. Either they had a bunch of stupid jurors, or these people knew what they were going to do before they walked in.
Well, they also got riled up by the hometown girl, and they had it all. Look, it was like she made a TV production.
Roku Ads Manager puts
TV again.
What? Don't say that's the code word.
I just said TV. Don't say that.
Yeah,
like,
code word.
They put it together. I mean, like, just.
Anyone with a brain who looked at that knew better. Anyone. Not these people.
But not when you dumb it down like this. You're like, it's worse than this 3 times. It's got to be related.
Yeah.
What else could they be talking? What else? Like, wow. I mean, listen, the problem, too, is when you hate, once you get the jury, and like, this is one thing that Dan said to me. He's like, look, the jury doesn't have to like you.
Right.
And I used to always say, look, but if they fucking hate you on a personal level, that's a different story. And I always felt like that. Like, if the jury, if they hate you, they ain't voted with you.
No.
And I mean, listen, I know people have said, like, oh, you have to look at the law, look at what you're charged with, look at the evidence, and see if the state has proved it beyond a reasonable doubt. And then when she's describing, when the state's describing of, like, what beyond a reasonable doubt is, she, like, softened it up to be like, well, if you think he's guilty, then you vote this way. Like, okay, so if you think 51-49 guilty, then you vote guilty. If you think more guilty than not guilty, that's not beyond a reasonable doubt. Beyond a reasonable doubt is like, you know what happened.
Yeah.
Like, you know what happened. Not like he said landline. He called his parents' home phone number from my cell phone to their home phone that they've had for 40 fucking years.
Yeah.
Like, that's really odd. Yeah, it is odd. I almost never call that number. Does it have anything to do with anything? No.
Nothing had to do. We all know that. None of what she said had anything to do with it. None of it.
Wendy's book, the landline, the TV, the this, the that, like, none of it had anything to do with it, but it was all like, it was literally like on a fourth grade level, made for TV, sensational, cut and paste. How could you not see how simple it is? Like, but she was quoting people who fucking hate me or hate Wendy, who have a motive.
That's right.
Like I see you coming in, like, oh, look at what they're saying, who his best friend says. Wow.
Anyone who saw Lacoste testify knew he was lying. He was twitching. He was turning red. He was talking beyond any question that was asked. The guy's a liar, a blatant liar. Everybody knew
Yeah,
it.
but when she sums it up in the summary, it wasn't him testifying. It was her putting the package together for you. And the package was Georgia Capital Presentation 101. And that's what you got. You got the 2-hour summary. It was a nice, tight 2-hour summary with a bunch of like tidbit of facts that were pulled from different things and like nothing that was evidence. But it was enough to make you want to read Wendy's book. That was she's bashing Tallahassee. I can't talk about it anymore. I just, all I could say is like, in life, if I were to say anything, I would show up with my gut instinct on a lot of things. So, a lot of different things. Because now it's outside of a miracle.
So you'll talk to Dan this morning. He'll be there this morning, and he has some things he wants to discuss with you. So whether he does it then or whether he does it when he's on his cell phone later, one way or the other, he'll know when he can discuss with you. Okay?
Okay. Yeah, I know. I'm going to be strong. I'll be fine. Just kind of going crazy at myself. Literally, I got a mirrored door and 4 walls. Like, and the lights don't turn off.
You had 5 months in solitary. Tolerate this one day here. You'll do okay. You'll get out of it.
Yeah, hopefully he'll get me out. Like I told the nurses, I'm like, listen, I'm not suicidal. I said, I just went to trial and I lost, so they put me here. I said, but it's really not good for my mental health. I'm fine, but you put me in here, I'm not going to be fine for long. Like, this is not fair. So I think they kind of they got that. So I'm waiting for the chief to come see me. So maybe when Sam gets here, he can also tell them, the guy's actually fine. You're actually putting him in a bad place.
Yeah.
Hello, Linda and Abby. Great to see you both. So we have some interesting commentary about this from chat. And Anna says, she says Donna never pushed Charlie to marry because he'd have another woman in his ear. And Donna would have a harder time keeping Charlie on a puppet string. I thought, wow, she is right on. Yeah. And yes, I did. Zero. Yes. Hilarious. And G said, I really wish I knew who suggested this murder first. I once went to a magic show in Mexico. The magician said uno, dos, then left without a tres. That is a good one right there. Hello, Linda. Great to see you. I'm thinking Charlie is talking with Donna as she is packing. Oh, yeah, because they're going to they're fleeing the country, yeah, or they're trying to. Abby said, "Anna, I'm done with police and getting legal help. Already relied on that. Now it's personal. I'll have to handle it myself." Facts. You'll get them good, Abby. Scared. Yeah, and I think basically they do a foreign. They bounce off each other's lies. Yeah, they do it to themselves. It's so eerie how they do things with amongst themselves. They do these things, and their lies they tell themselves become the truth. So yeah, it's and basically her entire remark was her statement rather was listening from car. They legit spent 2 hours actually even amongst themselves as the whole thing is foreign concept, just so bizarre. I mean, you lie to others, but yourself too. Yeah, they just when you tell a lie, it becomes the truth, and that's how they believe it over and over again. Abby said, "Wendy is a hoe." I said it before. That's true. Yeah, her kids are lost souls. Definitely, it's like to completely sacrifice your life to go to prison over this stupid thing when people could just do a road trip 8 hours away. That would be the better option. Or they can meet them later. Like, for instance, when I lost contact with my family in England when I was younger, I eventually got in touch with them later when I was older. No one had to lead anybody. And it wasn't done intentionally, it was just with the hurricane and stuff, it's just over time we have drifted apart. So there's more logical, reasonable ways of getting stuff done. That's why you got to be careful, the company you keep, as they say, and you can't have a problem is like this. It's just they believe their own lies. They convince themselves of the lies. They live in a delusion. Linda said, "I feel for Dan Markle and his family. I started with Denise Williams' case in Tallahassee, then found this shortly afterwards." Oh, okay. Understood. Thank you. They're victims in this, yes. And yes, Appster, and it's okay if your own, but to act like you are educated and wealthy and above the rest, maybe it's Dan who is above them. I wonder if Wendy begged and said, "Please, my kids have no one, don't charge me." It's anything's possible. That's true. And it said, "You heard Rob married Jew to shut mom up, but could do it anymore because in love with Mid-Eastern girl and did this own thing and said, screw mom, it's my life and good for Rob." Yeah. That's a good, that is a point right there, yeah. You heard Rob married and shut mom up. But yeah, exactly. Trying to make people happy and not doing what you want to do. So there's these societal norms that they'll put on people, and people can marry who they want to marry, and that would make sense that it would for them to do that. Yeah, definitely. I agree, Anna. Yeah, poor Rob. Abby said that wouldn't save Miss Baker. Dan, that's why he was targeted him, which is cruel. Yeah, absolutely, chat. Definitely. It's basically this case is a domino effect of misfortune. Because you have people that aren't making their own decisions, but doing what they're told. Hello, Remy. Good to see you. Welcome to the chat. All right. And I would say Miss Baker and wow, Anna, yeah. And Linda said, I was relieved to see Rob come and testify. Yeah, and yeah, that was good to see. You see him testify. I do agree with you. And said Harvey has to be furious with Donna. Maybe keeps it inside. Donna screwed him and Charlie. Now Wendy and her kids been living with mom. Wendy, who has to be stressed in the kitchen, is feel it. Yeah. She said, wow, guys, Rob has 4.9 rating as a doctor. Oh. Oh, wow. Oh. Scared. Okay. Harvey gonna be living in peace until Donna for her 15-minute call every day. Harvey gonna be living in peace until Donna's 15-minute call every day. Yeah. Yeah, that's true. That's true. They all knew except Rob. Yeah. Yeah. Anna said, no congrats to Rob. He's the only normal person in the family and may talk to them, but not sure. And if he cut them off, fine too. Yeah, that's possible. He may have cut them off. That's also true. And I said, maybe he'll visit her, but I wouldn't bother. Evil doesn't deserve company. Yeah, and evil always wants company, but it certainly doesn't deserve it. Yeah, I agree. Yeah. And they have a cycle of, and they feed off of each other, I think. Like you see, like in this clip, these people, they'll feed off of each other, and they feed off. It's basically an echo chamber. That's another thing that they are. It's a complete echo chamber of lies. And it will certainly be exposed for what it is, if that's what happened. Because you can't have, like Adelson, Donna, when she was when getting her sentence, she had the orgasm she had, and getting all emotional and stuff when there's no tears coming out. It is absolutely, completely cringe to see that, especially when you see these tapes. You see these tapes and you see how they dealt with each other. It adds to the situation of how their personalities are. Abby said, damn, I need to read what I say and file my own Sheila more often than not. Yeah. Scared. Anna said, no peace for Harvey. Son's in jail now. Wendy is going on an emotional wreck, and she's been a wreck through this, no doubt. She said, I'm shocked Donna didn't admit to portion and plea truly bad lawyers. They led her wrong way to get money. If she said, I knew but didn't lead, she's getting a second. Yeah, certainly the attorneys were very unprofessional, and they kept on, like, I don't know, they're associating her with the Jews, and it's like, which I know she's Jewish, but the thing is, that has nothing to do with the situation, and the dude was like, what do you think about when you think of Jews? It's like, it's kind of like, would it be a bad association, you think, with that group, what she's doing. And I think she could have certainly seen the grandkids. She could have seen them later in life, or like a little later on, a couple of years, if it was necessary. She could have sued. I mean, yeah, the attorneys completely unprofessional, how they misled her. That's why it's always good to not get them from Temu or Shein, but from more reputable place. Donna was flabbergasted. She was convicted, like, huh? Girl, the police will find everything. Don't conspire the murder. Damn. Yeah, scared. Scared. Wendy goes, then what about the kids as a whole and mess was about in the first place? What amazes me is out of all those involved, not even one said nope. I know, it's like life's too short to be a Temu Sheen. Life's too short for that. That's why I think it's good for people to not be a follower and go along with this. You see, a lot of people, I think, that do these type of crimes do not think that they're going to be caught. They think that they're completely invincible and excused of all situations that could cause them a problem. And they think they get away with it, but it's not true. Not true. How has someone not whooped Wendy's arse yet? Just saying. I think that in the shower, she's had some people feel her up recently. They're saying that and they're going to certainly knock her. They need to do it. They certainly going to knock her out, or they're getting a fight with her. It's a matter of time. Don't think Georgia is happy with Wendy's testimony being very evasive. Yes, absolutely. Yeah. Timu invasive. All right. She said, yes, Anna, and they all forget that to save the boys from fanatic religious views and shelter them the way they aren't traumatized, you replace the trauma with not just deleted dad, but killed. Yeah. Yeah, I think with this situation with the murder, it is, people, like, her interpretation of the Jewish faith, if she even believed in it at all, she could have just used it as a weapon of control. Certainly fanatical, and it's bad for the psychology of the people. Yeah, definitely. For instance, like, we were talking about the Texas Chainsaw Massacre earlier. Ed Gein's mother was Christian, but she was really fanatical about it, and she messed the kid's mind up, and this was in Wisconsin, and then he went and did the taking bodies and making masks out of them and deleting people. So, yeah, definitely. That's just bad for the psychology of the mind when it goes that far. Don't think... Yeah, okay. And then the third level by family for whole family. 4 level of trauma to replace trauma. The case starts in 2014, I believe. Okay. Thank you, Linda. There is this situation that occurred where... This is something I was looking at last night. There is a cult... Well, there's these tapes that were made with these puppets explaining about Christianity, and it was created by this creepy old man who created a cult, and they had these families all together, and he wanted a lot of sex with them, and he was saying that Jesus wanted them to do that. That's not true. And also stuff with children as well. That's what these movies and stuff that they made did, and they only wanted people to watch the movie and TV shows that they invented, and they went out of the United States so they can't be prosecuted for things. Sort of like what Donna was trying to do in this situation. And yeah, they were prostituting themselves because it's what Jesus wanted them to do. It's just people take these, things and be pure evil, ironically out of these religious situations. So that's what I feel Donna did. She completely twisted. If it wasn't for religion, either a religion or no religion, she would have acted like this. And they're using it as a tool, really, of control. And this is circumstances. Yeah, so I definitely think that it played a role. And I think her defense was very goofy. It was cringe. And they called us a peanut gallery, but he's the one that smells like a rotten hot fudge sundae with peanuts in it. And he's the peanut gallery, not us. And Anna said... Got away with it for a long time. SunPass and Garcia's rental gave them away. No toll roads in Tallahassee, so rental came from somewhere else in Florida. They got a car on their own and named Prius. Car brought them down. And it said, also besides SunPass had one black rearview mirror. Okay, Zero. Okay. Take a seat and enjoy the show. And I said, I've been watching 60 Days and Late, and I'm curious about a part of my letter because they watch people in correctional centers off question, I know, but it confused. Okay. I've been watching 60 Days Late. I'm curious about a part of my letter because don't they watch people? Okay. I'll answer your question right now. All right. Let's go here. Okay. Yes, people in correctional centers are watched through a contentious surveillance by staff and technological monitoring. This practice is fundamental part of maintaining a security, safety, and order within these facilities. And Anna said, little kids are hard to get to eat, and then pushing kosher on kids. I can see Wendy's objection to kids and kosher. And, right. Also, I know the thanks, but now when, yeah, because with the kosher, there's certain foods. I remember the U with the circle means that the rabbis have verified a food. I'm not Jewish, but I have been around them growing up at the summer camp. And yeah, because the kosher, there's certain food that they can eat and certain food they can't eat. And it depends how... There's people that I know that grew up with it and they were fine with it, with the kosher. I don't know if there's stricter variations of it or not. I don't really know, but they certainly... it just depends on how people interpret the Jewish religion and how they want to, how they want to do it. Because there's a lot of foods that they can eat with the U symbol, but I guess if you do it a certain way, if you do it so strictly, of course, when you're following a religion that wants you to do a certain thing like that, they do whatever the religion requires them to do. But at the same time, there's a lot of people that follow the kosher diet that are fine, that don't have these problems, because there's a much bigger picture here of how they did it. And if people don't want to raise their kids like that, that is fine too. That's fine too, however they want to do it. And no one should be deleted over that. Because back in the past, you had certain meats that couldn't be eaten because they couldn't preserve it, allegedly. And there's like, say there's a deer or something, and there's like a bottom feeder critter that, people didn't really want to eat that because it was kind of cringe. So, yeah, but of course, we have ways of preserving things now, but people can, of course, follow these religious practices. It's fine. But if people don't want to, it's not compulsory for them to do it. That's fine, too. Yeah. And it says, say kosher is blessed by rabbi. That is true. That is very true. And you'll see a bag of chips, and you'll see the U with a circle on it. That means it's been verified by the kosher food. Yes. And there's people that don't follow religion that eat what they want, and there's different interpretations where it's not about what you put in you, it's what comes out of you. But does it mean that those laws are not verifiable or that they're still legitimate, though? It's some religious, like say Christianity, it's not as strict about it. Some Christians follow it, some Christians don't. It's not as strict. That's the Christian interpretation of it. But it doesn't mean that those laws aren't still valid. But now with the technology we have, we can pretty much preserve anything. But at the same time, there's things that people maybe are best to eat and things may not be best to eat. Like if there's a vulture that's like roadkill on the road, it's best not to eat that and eat something that's nice, something nice and good. So, but you can eat whatever they want, but still there are things that people maybe shouldn't eat. Like there's people could eat a bunch of sugar and get unhealthy, and there's people that could eat something that is healthy. But it all depends on people's personal interpretations of it. I've been so involved with this case, it's great to even discuss. Thank you, dear. G said, the issue is both parents have respect the other. You can't force something the other parent has a right to do. Right. And I believe that. I agree with you, G. That it should not be... One parent shouldn't force something on the other. Yes, I agree. And people do not have to follow these things, and people should raise their kids how they want to raise them. Now, where I am, the shellfish and all these different types of foods are very... That was all the people had here, especially in the beginning, so they ate a lot of seafood and shrimp and crawfish and crabs and stuff. That's all they had here. And they knew how to preserve it and take care of it properly. And although that's all they had. So it just depends. I don't really drink that much. I've not drank in a long time. But yeah, I think it's good to eat as healthy as possible. People can do what they want. Zero said, look here, don't shout, look down, look left, look down, look right, look up, look down, look right. Don't shout, don't scream, don't look, don't jump, don't talk. Scared. Alright, G said, be back later. Yeah, why involve mom about religion or food? Yeah. No, I agree. Yeah, because that can certainly cause an issue with that situation. And Donna certainly was unstable. Now, I do think if she was atheistic, she would have done the same thing. Right, Anna said, getting married, you got to know who you're marrying before you bring in kids. Right, you got to make sure that they're on good terms with each other, that their religions and their beliefs, interpretations of the religion are equal. Now, there are people that of different religions that marry, and this could be a tedious thing, but you can have that, and people could set boundaries or convert to another religion. They could do as they please with that. But yeah, you have to have rules and boundaries set before you have the marriage happen and kids happen, because it'll cause problems later down the line. You know, because some Jews may eat kosher, some Jews may be atheistic, some Jews may be orthodox, some Jews may be strict about it, some Jews may not be strict about it. So, like with Christianity, you have Catholics, you have Protestants, you have thousands of different church denominations in Christianity. So, yeah, with the religions, you gotta, and whatever else, you gotta make sure y'all are eye to eye, or if you're not eye to eye, that there's agreements and compromises about that. Yeah. So, I totally agree, Anna. Respect everyone's religion as they must respect yours. Amen, Zero. They all must be respected, and as you would want yours to be respected. Yes. Mutual respect is very important. Yeah, grown folks. Yeah. And the way it works in the correctional centers, how they monitor people, is the correctional officers conduct frequent random patrols to directly observe inmates. They are training to watch for changes in inmates' behavior that could indicate a safety risk, such as signs of a fight, an escape attempt, or unusual noises. This method goes beyond passive observation and require officers to be actively engaged with their surroundings. Correctional facilities use closed-circuit television CCTV cameras to monitor nearly all areas of the facility. Location cameras are instead in common areas, yards, hallways, and often inside cells. Technology. Advanced systems use analytics with artificial intelligence to automatically detect unusual activity, track movement, and identify potential threats. Exceptions. To preserve minimal level of privacy, cameras are typically not placed in the shower or bathroom areas. And Linda said, this wasn't about religion or food to me. The parents were fighting for control of the boys. Linda, I agree that it has to do with control of the boys. And what I was saying before was that if she was an atheist or whatever religion, they would have still, something like this would have still happened. But they use it as a tool, as a leverage, as a disguise, what they're trying to do. It's trying to conceal their intentions. So religion is a mask that they're putting on. But I do agree that is the bottom line. That's the silver lining, is that it is important to know it was about controlling the boys. They could have been atheists. They could have been Hindu. They could have been Zulu. They could have been all kinds of things. But that is the bottom line, the silver lining right there. Controlling the kids. And it said, have own relationship with God, and he doesn't care what I eat. It's my soul and actions he cares about. Amen. Right on, Anna. Yes. And people could interpret it and do as they follow it as they want, as they please. Yeah. Electronic monitoring. Beyond traditional surveillance, technology is used to track and restrict the movements of individuals both inside and outside of the facility. GPS trackers. For inmates who are on the probation, parole, or supervised release of GPS ankle or wrist monitors track their locations 24/7. Some high-tech prisons use radio frequency identification tracking through electronic bracelets to monitor inmates' movements within the facility. And it said also it became a grudge match for Donna concerning Markle. Yes, certainly a grudge. Yes, that is very true. There's grudge and revenge. I mean, wouldn't the religion teach to not have revenge like that? You know, it's just ridiculous. Zero says, what's between me and points upwards? That is between me and points again. That, not you. No offense to you. No offense taken. It looks like we have another leak on the spaceship coming from the top, isn't it? And being up and being down, pointing here and around, there is a frown. Luna said Wendy shared with her mother every disagreement and her hate got her husband deleted, in my opinion. Yeah, that's an interesting point to make, Linda, that Wendy shared with her mother every disagreement and her hate got her husband deleted. Yeah, you see, when you do stuff like that, and Zero said, no, that's your steam hole. Well, it is from Temu, Zero. So it looks like it's doing the leak again. Scared. Alright, Wendy said, shared me. Yeah, when you share all the information and the bad, that's why gossip is advisable not to do, because when you gossip, I needed to get you to point it out. Well, yeah, Zero, I'm glad that you brought it to my attention so I could point it out, because my head is in the cyber clouds, so I'm glad to have you to bring it to my attention. I thought there was something. I thought I heard something. I thought I was seeing something, but I just kind of went over my head. So thank you, Zero, for pointing that out. And meaning that Donna thought it was about winning. Right, there's this gossip, and saying bad things about people is not good. Oh, hello again, Miss Liberty. Great to see you. So when you have a situation occurring where people are constantly doing this thing where they're talking bad about the spouse and getting angry, people need to vent and talk about their problems, but when you do that, somebody that's nutty like her, it's putting a bad resentment in her head. It's not the best thing to do. Yeah. And I said, plus Markle wanted supervised visits for Donna and kids to meet. That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Yeah, and I can understand a grandmother wanting to see her grandkids and not be treated in such a way. It could be very heartbreaking and very hard for them to go through that. But then again, by deleting him, she loses everything for life. Unless they appeal it or something else happens and she gets out of it somehow. But yeah, that's why that was not the best decision to make. She had a right to be upset or be angry. that's a right, and to want to do something about it is a righteous thing. But to go to the point, going to the point of wanting to delete someone else is not good. Is a game over. It's a complete loss. Yeah, that's an allowed hole. It has more layers than an onion field. Yes, that's true. It's so many layers, and then the layers have layers. It's scared. Oh, you've been doing well, Remy. Thanks for being here. I know you were here earlier. You've been here, but I just was acknowledging, like, hope you've been doing well. I want to say it louder. I hope you've been doing well. And shout out to all of you being here. I appreciate y'all hanging out with me. All right. Exceptions. Communication with a legal representatives, such as an attorney, is generally protected from surveillance. All right. Reasons for monitoring. Safety and security. Yes, you don't talk bad about parents to kids, period. Oh, absolutely, because, like, my sister, for instance, she was told, and my father's not the greatest person on planet Earth, but still, he could have done better, and my grandparents are very good to her, and so is my uncle and my aunt over there in England. Now, she was told stuff, and her mom was kind of strange, and yeah, she will turn against them, and then when later on, she was trying to make peace with them when they get older because she probably wanted something out of them. And that didn't really work out because they told her no. Like, they weren't interested. They're 90 years old anyway. They don't need it. They don't have their house they used to have. They're in a place, a little smaller house, trying to exist as they're here until they pass away. They live the rest of their lives in peace, and then she's trying to go and get stuff out of them. It's just ridiculous. So that is very true, where it could just ruin a kid and taint a person and make them bad. And it's good for kids to not believe lies they're being told, but kids need to play and do regular kid stuff or follow religion. I think religion's a good structure, done in a proper way, of course, whatever the religion is, because any religion could do this, like this situation. So, or they're atheistic or whatever they believe. They don't have to even believe in a religion. Whatever the structure they have could go too far. That's why balance is key. In one item a time, not items. Yes, thank you, Zero. Yes, that is true. And Anna says, welcome back, baby Remy. That's cool. Yes. If people were wondering where Remy was. Oh no, Remy. Aaron and Anna have been asking about you. They're wondering where you were. It's just, Remy, this conversation, it's a real focus on the conversation. And we have a 3rd, 4th-year-old is wrong. In reality, is Santa Claus for adults, since we're all on the subject. Well, in my opinion, I think that it can be used for that, and I think a lot of people that pervert the religions to act like this would be a correct analysis of it. Now, I do believe, in my opinion, in God, and that whatever it is, that there's a higher power of some kind that created everything. And people can have different interpretations of what that is. But I do think that it can be used as that situation where they use this straw man of God to justify things they want done. Like, for instance, like this Donna Adelson situation where they use the religion to try to justify things, I talked to you about these different cults that you've used it, so that analysis can be drawn. Now, in my opinion, I do believe that this didn't come in existence by mistake. But it certainly can be perverted and used in the wrong way, and humans can come up with their own interpretation about things and how it works. So, yeah. But that is my opinion about it, and I don't mind hearing other people's take on it, because it's very important, because you could use, like, say there's, like, for instance, the flying spaghetti monster joke, that this is there and wants people to do things. So I understand where you're coming from, Zero. And And definitely people use it as a con, to con people into things or try to justify actions or burn people at the stake and stuff like that. Yeah, definitely. So, and this applies correctly to this situation where they used their Jewish religion to, about the kosher food or whatever to justify what their anger, what they're doing, to try to use a weapon as control. A weapon of control, rather. And Zero said, it's not what you said, it's how you have said it. It's all about that, yes. And people have a right not to believe in any religion. And people have a right to have the free will to choose what they want. And anybody that tells anyone otherwise is in the wrong, because people have a right to not believe if they don't want to. And if people have problems with others, it's not about their problem with the person, but the view they take of the person or the situation. It could be a situation. It's all the view that we take of things. Right. And Linda, I thought you were upset too. I felt very alone here with you all, Anna. Okay, thought you all were ignoring me. Yes, Queen of Cheek. Yeah. Yeah. Oh no, Remy, they were just very, very focused on the conversation. And I did give you a shout out when you came here. No, they're okay with you. And I said Aaron's been asking about you, and I'm like, Remy's fine. She's just been taking a break. And Zero says, free will in heaven, that's what I heard. Alien spaceship. That is a good argument to make, and that's something that I've thought about, Zero. I've thought about, it's like, if on Earth the people had the free choice to choose, when people had the free will to choose right from wrong on Earth, and they chose the wrong thing. Now, I was thinking, we're going to have this opportunity in heaven? Like, what is it going to be like? And I don't know everything, but I'll say what I do know and what I think in theory. And people can interpret this that aren't religious as a mythology or something, or a story. And let's see how this story works exactly. So, in heaven, I believe that there is technically free will. It just doesn't have the corruption that happened here. But, at the same time, the people are in a state where they choose to do the right thing because they don't have the other desire in them, and that God would not have that test because the test is already made. Because I believe that life is a test. That we're tested here. And in heaven, the people that go there is the reward. Like, you go to the finish line. Because even in hardships in life, ease will come. And that's why I think of Earth. That's the free will aspect. But you still have free will in heaven. You're just not in the same type of state, and the same tests are not applying there. Now, is there going to be some other test or something else that we're not aware of? I don't know. But certainly, like, for instance, Jesus was all perfect. And he still had the free will to choose right from wrong, but he chose to do the right thing. So you could have free will and choose the right thing. Like a computer with a virus in it or somebody with a sickness. If somebody doesn't have a sickness in them, they're healthy. That's my opinion about it. The captain is speaking. Yes. And Liberty said, I thought this is a school. In a way, it is like a school. It's whatever it is, it is. What I always see this stream is people having a collective discussion about different things. And I feel so lucky. I've been on a break over a summer, and I think it was trial fatigued. Yeah. You too, Remy. I do that too. Yeah, and Remy, I'm glad that you had a nice break. If people wondered where you were. Right. Yeah, Remy, it is very disturbing about those trials with the kids. Yeah. Now, more information about the monitoring, or why they do it, is safety and security, to deter and respond to violence among inmates, to prevent assaults on staff, and stop the smuggling of contraband like weapons or drugs. Accountability, surveillance provides unbiased evidence to investigate allegations of misconduct involving either inmates or staff. Rehabilitation. For those on the community supervision, monitoring helps enforce release conditions and reduce victimization. Oh, I missed you too, Remy. And I'm glad to have you here. So it said, you are learning that doesn't make this a school. A square is a rectangle, but a rectangle is not a square. Yeah, and because anything, that's an interesting way to look at it, because anything could be a school, anything could not be a school. It definitely, it's basically an alien school. And I appreciate the compliment, Liberty, about this being a school. I appreciate the compliment. And it is certainly like one where people can learn about different things and a collective conversation as well. Rehabilitation. For those on community supervision, monitoring helps enforce release. Oh, hello, Frog, again. There we go. Helps enforce release conditions and reduce recidivism. Henry said, I think the trials were making my anxiety worse. Phew, I needed a break. Gave you all a rest from me. Yeah. Oh, yeah. Yeah. I'm glad that you got to get a breather and take some deep breaths. And as I know, sometimes it's very stressful. It can be very stressful sometimes. Yeah. Because sometimes when people get in fights and stuff, they just breathe in, breathe out, and be calm. All right. Legal compliance. Monitoring provides documentation to show facility is meeting and state the federal standards of inmate supervision. All right. So there's Abby's question completely answered, that they do have that monitored in prison. And I am a token of duality. And as a collective merely gathers, duality can process without elimination. All right. Yes, understood. Remy says, I tried to watch Donna, but as soon as she started wailing, I was like, nah, in out. Well, I've been reacting to it, and it's like, that was, we were like, the child's making jokes, we were making jokes that she was orgasming when she was crying. But there was no tears coming out. Yeah, I understand it was scared. It's like school. It is like school. Alien reminds me of one of my middle school teachers. Oh, thank you, Anna, for that. I appreciate it. Yeah, but it is like a school. I don't mind it being a school. It's cool. That's cool. Yeah. And I appreciate the compliment from Liberty. Ernie said, Donna Adelson had my blood pressure through the roof with her facial expressions and wailing. Yeah, she completely was faking and lying, and that was just completely crazy to watch. And she was acting all a fool. There's Jerry too. Scared. And that is true, the alien school. And also I see it's a group of people making discussions and solving crimes as well. Yeah. As with YouTube, if you want me to go live, I was like, well, what do I even do? But I was just going to talk about stuff that I talk about myself in my head. So I was going to do this. Like, this is the only thing that goes through my head. Like, I'm just constantly researching stuff, and y'all are, like, here on board doing it with me. Yeah, that's what I do. So I want to, like, teach and have a discussion. I'm thankful for that, all of you being with us. Yeah, and Liberty was interested to hear that a rectangle is a square, but a square is not a rectangle, something like that. Very interesting. All right. Now, I'm going to play more of this recording as we continue listening to the phone call between Charlie Toxodana over an hour after the conviction. All right. So here we go. We're now continuing.
I know. You'll talk to Dan about that, and then you'll talk to him in his car going back. That will be.
Yeah.
You'll be able to discuss other things. But yeah, for right now, that's fine. You'll do that.
Right. Yeah.
Listen, we are obviously not going anywhere. So anytime today you just feel like picking up the phone, call me. We're not involved in anything but you. Okay.
It's good to hear your voice.
Listen, make sure you guys eat something. Don't
What you have
don't
for
not
breakfast?
eat.
We should have the same thing. What do you have for breakfast today?
I took 2 bites of an apple.
Yeah. I figured.
I don't think you get so much. The guys can give me my food back once I get in there. They're not going to keep it. They're normal guys. I was in such a good mood Sunday night, and so psyched. I kind of felt like the hard part of the trial was behind us. Like Dan is going to fucking kick ass at this closing statement, and it's really going to be like a
He did.
like an up like
You did a
like
really
a
good
really
job. He did.
yeah, but it wasn't made for TV. You know, his was more factual. You know, his was more like if it was a normal case, a normal person, in a normal courtroom, in a normal situation, would carry some weight. What he was up against was he couldn't. She kept the autopsy photo up like 2 or 3 different times for probably 4 or 5 minutes each time on the big screen in front of them to look at.
Dan did not want this tried in Tallahassee. None of us did. Believe me, that effort was made.
That was and I mean, it's what happened was horrible, and that and then just everyone's sitting there looking at the photo, and
they didn't listen.
Sweet Georgia Kappelman was just stirring it up. So it's like she couldn't. I really thought that put it this way, girl. Yeah.
Walking in Monday, everyone had a different thought. Not this. Absolutely not this.
I mean, I was told that the worst it's going to be is a hung jury, and I'm thinking I went into Monday thinking I hope I don't have a hung jury.
When you're on a private line with Dan, ask him that question. He'll explain something to you, okay? When you're on your private line.
Yeah. No, whenever I talk to him in the attorney booth or on my phone, it's always not recorded.
Right, just not when he goes to the jail to visit you now, because that's not private.
No, it is. They put you in the attorney booth. Oh, yeah. They don't record you talking to him.
Okay.
Yeah. No, listen, I'm gonna hold out hope, keep my head up.
That's right.
And you guys.
We can't visit. That's what we found out. We still can't visit you at the jail. So.
Oh, I know that. I know that. Oh yeah, they don't have visitors here. They haven't had it since COVID.
I know.
So it's gonna be after I get moved. And then it's probably going to be, from what I've heard, the way they do it is they move you to one place, it's like an intake place, and then from there, they send you out from there. So you it'll be in 5 weeks from now, I'll get sent probably to Camp Washington, and then from Washington, whatever prison that they assign you to is where you go from there. You see what I mean?
Yeah, it'll be a little while. Okay.
So I mean, honestly, I would plan on it being, if we're in November now, I'd probably get moved to somewhere else, the second week of December. and then I'd be there for a month to the second week of January.
Only Florida, right, Charlie? Only in
Yeah,
Florida.
no, I'm going to be in state prison. So I'm going to. I already spoke to him about it's like protective custody, but they actually have camps that are like. This guy was telling me. I told you about the guy who was in the jail cell across from me, right?
Yes.
That was the courthouse. This guy's been locked up since '08, and he looks at me and he's like, "You Adelson?" Yep. And he's like, "Oh, I know all about your case." And I'm like, "How do you know about my case? You've been locked up since '08." He goes, "Oh, because we heard about stuff in prison still." And he told me, like, you got to be in protective management. It's like,
That's what they call it? Protective management.
You know, like if they get a police officer, they get sentenced, they can't put them in general population. But he said it's basically, it's actually kind of good. It's like, they don't keep them, at least the way he was describing it, is if you can get to a camp that's just all protective management, everybody there are people that have to be protected. So it's not like they have you in a cell by yourself, locked down 23 hours a day, and they're like, okay, you're protected. You're by yourself 23 hours a day. You have to come out an hour a day. Outside of that, you have to be in your cell. I think this is like a general population of all people that have to be protected. So it's like, I guess they put it, people that have high profile, people that have police officers, people that they can't put in, they keep them all in the general population group into themselves.
Yeah.
And it's actually pretty good if you get into one of those.
Yeah.
So,
well, anything he can do, he's going to be doing. You know that. You know that. You work on it.
Yeah. And listen, that is the one advantage of it being a high-profile thing, is that they don't want to have a problem with themselves either, because it makes the facility look bad.
Yeah.
Because if you're high profile, you're going to be. They know you're going to be targeted. There's no question at all. Like, it's so if they take the precautions, then it should be fine. Listen, I'm just going to stay strong. I just feel, you have to understand it. I know it's Monday morning quarterback, but it's like I just feel like I should have followed my gut. When my gut tells me something, like a lot of things would have been different in my life. Many things. I'm just not talking about any one thing in particular.
No, I know. I know that's true.
It's just like, I don't know, maybe the way I told you to that same day when Enzo died, like maybe my brain is just wired fucked up where I realize things, I recognize things, I know what's going on, and I know it's the right thing, and then I let some fucking vet tell me that it's a spider bite. And I said, he yelled. You don't yell from a spider bite. You yell from a snake bite. Still treated it like a fucking spider bite. I didn't even take a blood test on him. I think I was so hung up on the date that it happened and the other things. No, this is impossible. This is fucking impossible.
Yeah.
This is impossible. Like, I just kept telling myself, there's no way this just happened. And I didn't follow my gut.
All right, I am back. I'm back. Going to go here. Go in here. All right, I am back. So, yeah, just some technical difficulties, but we're back now. Y'all see the Amish lady that was arrested? I didn't see that. No. Alright, let's see how this goes. I have to completely close that window down and reopen it. Alright, let's go here. Shout out to the Spaceship Cats. Yeah, hello everyone. Oh, I'm glad to be back. Scared. Okay, so a DP trial is supposed to start Thursday. Severe mental illness. Amish lady was arrested. Let's see what that's about. All right, 2 high-profile cases involving an Amish woman have recently been in the news. An Ohio mother charged with murder and a pregnant Pennsylvania woman who was murdered. Ohio Ruth Miller. Case Ruth Miller, 40, was arrested and charged with aggravated murder and child endangerment after her 4-year-old son was drowned. Atwood Lake in late August 25. Her husband also was deleted in a recent incident. Details: investigators state that Miller believed God had told her to harm her family. It was in a spiritual delusion during the incident. And she drove a golf cart with her 3 older children into the lake. Wow. But they were able to escape unharmed. Status: Miller has pleaded guilty by reason of insanity. She was held for mental illness, health evaluation before being transferred to Tuscarawas County. Jail. The DP, one man charged with taking out his pregnant mistress. Scared. All right, case. Pennsylvania Rebecca Byler. Case in February 24. Pregnant Amish woman Rebecca Byler, 23, was found murdered in the Sparta Township home. Details: a suspect, Sean Cranston, was arrested and charged with criminal homicide of an unborn child, burglary, crime, trespass. Cranston was not a member of the Amish community. April 25, a woman named Gina Baker was arrested in Pennsylvania, charges of forgery and theft. While not Amish, she was involved in the scheme, written bad checks. All right, thanks, Smokey, for that. Okay. Police take down Chuck E. Cheese mascot, front screaming kids. Oh my God.
Come with me, Chucky. Come on. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Stop resisting. You're being detained. Stop resisting. Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene here, sir.
Not something any parent, let alone a child, wants to see when they're hanging.
We gotta do our job, ma'am. It's not my call, ma'am.
Now, obviously, it wasn't Charles.
So it looks like a Chuck E. Cheese got busted. Well.
Entertainment Cheese who was arrested, but it's the man behind the famous mouse ears who got caught in what some may say is a mousetrap.
Thank you. Something you wear?
No, sir, I don't wear no stuff like that.
You don't wear anything like that? That's not you? That's not you.
Story, but I'll try to keep them brief. And let's just say this mouse got caught up trying to allegedly steal someone's cheddar. These were the moments a Chuck E. Cheese mascot was hauled off from his famous entertainment center in Tallahassee, Florida, during a now viral arrest. But now we're learning more details, so let's start from the beginning. On July 23rd, a woman called police about a stolen debit card. Whoever stole the card racked up purchases at places like Time Saver, Whataburger, Circle K, Don's Grocery and Meats, and a couple smoke shops. The woman who reported her card stolen said the last time she physically had her card was at a Chuck E. Cheese about a month before while attending a kid's birthday party. Now, according to the police report, the woman kept a log of the fraudulent charges, and she did some detective work herself. She visited the places where the charges were made. She was reportedly able to obtain footage matching the timestamps of the purchases, and that led her to recognizing the suspect. She met with police, and she's been blurred from this body cam video.
Yeah, well, it's not an NTA because it's a felony. It's a felony, yeah. He's got to go. We'll just see what he...
This is pretty wild. And Chuck E. Cheese has been being bad. Scared. It's really interesting. And there's been stories about people dressed up as Chuck E. Cheese that try to abduct people. And things like there's like creeps that pretend to be Chuck E. Cheese. So that is something... Yeah, this dude is a real interesting right here. So Chuck E. Cheese has been cheesy lately. He's been not cheeky but cheesy.
He says and kind of go from there, but we have it on camera. Him using the card to buy something at I need to get that store that he's on film actually, passing it, and then obviously we have to actually get the footage from the actual store. Okay. So not that she's not credible, obviously she is, but we basically recover from their system. Why don't you text it to me?
She explained to them what happened and how the suspect was an employee at Chuck E. Cheese. But there's a huge problem. The suspect is Chuck E. Cheese. Well, he's dressed up like him.
What about if 3 cops go in the front door? He might try. I doubt it. That's what I'm saying. So our strategy is to get him just to go to the back just in case.
Sweep into the back.
I think that's a good idea. When we get to that point, make sure you get everything and you're confident. And can you let him see the video? Because he's going to be the one writing the report today, or arrest or whatever.
How can a group of police officers go up to Chuck E. with kids there? But that's what they did.
Oh my God. All right, I'm going live. Yeah, for sure. This is going to be epic. Oh boy.
Yeah, that has to be like adrenaline pumping right there. You're going to go arrest Chuck E. Cheese in his own crib. Okay, when I was growing up, Yeah. When I was a kid in Chuck E. Cheese, the dude had more meat on him. He was just kind of like a big teddy bear. But this dude, I don't know, he's got like a pinhead, and his ears. New Chuck E. Cheese is like got emaciated. He took too much of that stuff those famous people use, and he just he dropped quite a bit of pounds. But before it was like a big teddy bear.
Oh my God. As management, who's in the mouse seat? Yeah, do we know the manager was here? We don't know his name. Thank you, sir. Yes, we are. Do it. I want you.
Scared.
Go around and ask. Go around. You want me to come from in front of these kids? Okay. Ma'am, who's in the mouse suit? Was it the gentleman that was just up here? Okay. Chucky's a little bit busy, ma'am. Chucky, come with me, Chucky. Come on. Come with Chucky. Chucky, stop resisting. Stop resisting. You're being detained. Stop resisting. Let it go. Let it go. Do not cause a scene.
Scared. Oh, this is something. Oh.
Here, sir. I got Come on. So we're going this way, sir. Let's go. Let's go. We're going to talk to you in a minute, okay? We got to do our job, ma'am. It's not my call, ma'am. Come on. I'm going to talk to you in a minute and let you know what's going on, okay? All right, that's fine. I got you.
I'm working, entertaining kids for a living.
I got you, buddy. Come over here. You got anything on you? It's gonna poke me, stick me, stab me? You got anything on you? I'm gonna pat you down, okay? What's that? What's in your pocket here? Just your wallet and stuff?
So I looked it up online. There are rules when it comes to this. It's Mascot 101 to stay in character the entire time you're in costume. No speaking, definitely no cursing, and you can never change your costume in public. But those rules were broken that day, allegedly along with some laws too.
I'm working. I'm just doing my job. I
got you.
What the is this about?
Chucky has language to him. That's a plot twist.
We're gonna talk to you in a second.
How does this come off, man? Is it just like a normal trick?
I gotta take this back. This is my work stuff.
Okay, we'll take care of that in a minute.
We'll do it. Put him in the car and read it.
All right, come on.
Man, what is going on, man?
All right, just hold on right here.
Loki said, once when I had my kids at Chuck E. Cheese, 2 adults, women, got in a fist fight at the salad bar. Oh, Lord. Scared. That had to be awkward. Yeah, that'd definitely be awkward. It's just like all of a sudden, just like the record stops and you see that happen.
You don't have anything that's gonna poke me or stick me, right?
No, sir.
All right. Don't worry about reaching or anything, okay? Where the you got pants on underneath this?
I gotta take all this stuff off, man. I gotta get a dress. What is going on?
Just pat him down.
Okay.
Pat him down for now.
I didn't feel any weapons, so.
Do you have any weapons, knives?
I don't carry weapons.
All right, have a seat in here, sir. I'm gonna read you something, okay?
What is going on?
I'm about to explain that to you right after I read you this, okay?
And finally, we learn who the man behind the mouse really is. 41-year-old Jermel Jones.
You have the right to remain silent. Anything you say can and will be used against you in the court of law. You have the right to talk to a lawyer and have him present with you while you are being questioned. If you cannot afford to hire a lawyer, one will be appointed to represent you before any questioning if you wish. You can decide at any time to exercise those rights and not answer any questions or make any statements.
Miranda said, oh yes, I've heard a few drama of chucked cheese. My ex tried to get a girl come fight me at my son's 4th birthday, and the lady left once she saw me immediately. Yeah, she's not gonna mess with you. Like, damn, it's like at a kid's birthday party. That's so shallow. But yeah, he probably got some what's called a Becky. Not a literal Becky person. It's a meme. The Becky meme. It's like, wow, that well, be squaring up at a kid's place like that is like so stupid too. It's like that's like stupid, and it's just like really shallow. Thank you, Moki. That UAP hearing will be tomorrow morning. Okay, thank you. They didn't want the pregnant smoke. Right. You would have annihilated them. Yeah. Scared.
Do you understand each of these rights as I've explained them to you?
Yeah, I understand, but what is going on?
Okay.
I don't know anything.
Have you previously requested any law enforcement officer to allow you to speak to an attorney?
I haven't. I don't know anything about none of this.
Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
What is going on?
Having these rights in mind, do you want us to talk to you? Do you wish to talk to us about what's going on?
I just want to know what's going on. I have to get back to work.
So, sir, having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Why y'all even harassing me and I didn't even do anything? I'm in here working, doing what
Sir, I need you to answer the questions before I talk to you. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Why would I talk to y'all of and I don't know what's going on?
It's a yes or no, sir. Having these rights in mind, do you wish to talk to us now?
Whatever, man.
Yeah, if he's
You said a yes? Okay. All right, so we are investigating some fraud stuff with the credit card. Have you been using anyone else's credit card anywhere?
No, sir.
Have you been shopping lately with a credit card?
No, sir. Only card I use is my own Cash App. That's it.
So you don't use a credit card anywhere?
No, sir.
Okay. You've never obtained a credit card from here, found one lost or whatever else, and used it anywhere else? So there wouldn't be any video of you anywhere shopping with a credit card?
Like at the meat market.
At the meat market that doesn't belong to you?
I don't know anything about a meat market.
You don't shop at the meat market? So you haven't gone anywhere and used a credit card to shop anywhere in the past week?
No.
Okay.
Push him.
Yeah, my opinion of this dude is disturbing. Something's not right about him. He seems like, I'm not calling him a crackhead, but it's like you take a crackhead off the street. Come on, what are we doing here? Like really, you're gonna get the crackhead from the hood, and like is like shown on the street. I mean, come on, like this guy's like, doesn't do anything to kids necessarily, but they definitely need to get somebody that's like some young person that's trying to make their way. Like I don't know, like they got this dude from Temu, right? What they get? They got him from Temu, and Remy says that the police are whack for this. That was wild, Remy. It certainly was wild that they did it the way they did in the Chuck E. Cheese. Yeah, it was quite intense. Yeah, why would they trust him around kids? Hell no. Yeah, he's genuine age of the predator, and there's young and super old ones too. But damn, yeah. No, I don't know anybody in the hood that would do this. That would be a Chuck E. Cheese person. They wouldn't be interested in that. So this guy's an odd one from Temu. Yeah. All right.
On the location.
Okay. Well, yeah. What about? All right. Well, I tell you what.
I don't know anything about.
I was going to look at the video for myself. I don't remember the names of the places.
I don't even know anything about none of this.
Okay.
As far as I know.
So we got.
Because I cannot afford to lose this job. This is all I know in law.
I gotcha. Have you ever been to a place called 720 in Tallahassee?
720 Orange Avenue, the meat market.
Oh, the meat market.
Or Harry's meat market.
Yeah,
The one that you're on film stealing.
What about Cloud Smoke Shop? You ever been there? Okay.
The one you're also on film stealing.
What about the Whataburger? You go to the Whataburger and get some food with a credit card? Okay. Neighborhood meat market. You went there multiple times
I
on
use
video.
my own card. I don't use other people's stuff for nothing.
Okay. At the meat market, you use your own card?
My own card, that's it.
So you did go to the meat market then?
I go there, but I don't use nobody's card but my own.
When's the last time you went there? To the meat market?
A few days ago.
A few days ago? Okay. And you used your own card there?
Yes, my own. Nobody else's.
Is that the app thing you were talking about? Your Apple Pay thing?
Cash App.
They take Cash App there? Okay. What about the Time Savers too?
Cash App.
Cash App. So you've been there recently?
About 2 weeks ago.
Okay. What about Tony Mart? No?
I haven't been there recently.
You haven't been to Tony Mart? Okay. And Time Savers again. So you go to these places and use your Cash App on your phone to pay for stuff? Never with a card. Okay, so if we got video of you using a card.
I use my own card, no one else's.
Well, you said it's a phone, right? It's a...
I have that card, but it's not with me today.
You have the card, but it's not... What card do you have on you today?
I don't got no card on me, but bus cards, that's it.
That's it? Okay.
And a pack of cigarettes, that's it.
Okay, so you're denying all claims of going over to these places and using someone else's credit card.
I don't use nobody's card but my own.
Okay. You know how much meat you bought or about how much stuff you spent in the past few weeks on your Apple card or your Cash App card or whatever card you had?
Not too sure.
Not too sure?
Because
no
I'm forever
ballpark?
working.
Okay.
No ballpark figures.
Now, remember how the victim had video footage from the alleged fraudulent purchases? Well, Jermel claimed it wasn't him. Well, it wasn't him making the purchases.
Does that look like you? Something you wear?
No, sir, I don't wear no stuff like that.
You don't wear anything like that? That's not you? That's not you.
Hey, look at me. It's going to be in your best interest to tell the truth, okay? Don't pretend like that's not you in the picture, all right? You know it's you. Just start telling us the truth.
I don't want to go to jail today.
If you're lying to us, you're only going to make things worse on yourself, buddy. Because all that's going to go in the report, and all the judge is going to see all that shit.
I'm not trying to go to jail today.
I understand that, but we got to investigate what happened here. So if you want to let us know what's going on, that would help everyone here, including yourself. It's the video.
Can you hold this up, please? What? Get his name and information.
All right. Do you have your ID card on you in your pockets? You don't have your ID card on you? We're gonna find out if you got it on you. So if you're lying to me, it's not gonna go well, man. What's your name?
Hold on a minute, officer. Can I go inside and get my
No,
ID?
sir. You have a seat. You can't go inside yet.
It is, and we'll go get it for you. Just tell us where your ID card is.
I don't have it at all today.
Okay. What's your first name?
My first name's Jermel.
Spell it for me.
Jermell.
Jermell?
Yes.
What's your middle name?
J.
What's your last name? Sir, what's your last name?
What's his last name? That's too many words for him. Too many words.
Jones, I just work here.
Jones? Is it Jones? Jones? Spell it for me. Sir, what's your last name? Spell it.
Jones, I just said that.
Okay, spell it for me, please. Jones? How do you spell? Okay, Jones.
Damn, can you all help me so I can take this off?
Hold on a second. I'm sorry, Jermell?
Yes, sir.
All right, thanks.
Where's your feet?
I gotta go get my other shoes and everything.
Okay. Yeah,
we'll get them for you.
We'll take care of that.
I'm not trying to go to jail today.
We understand that.
I don't want to go to jail today.
We didn't want to come here and have to take you to jail, sir.
I don't want to go to jail today.
Yeah, like this is entertaining. I'm just entertaining you kids. Damn, what a public school run by the Democrats. Norm, yeah, Mumbles has been failed by the school system. Definitely.
Alright, you stand up. Is there a belt on those pants?
You gotta uncuff me so I can take all this stuff off.
No, we're gonna take it off for you. Is there a belt on your pants?
I gotta take this stuff off to get to my regular
Understanding.
Hold on. I want to talk to y'all too about something real quick. Hey, you gotta uncuff me.
Okay.
You got attachers up there. It's gonna have to come off your hair.
Yeah, it's... Yeah, Brandon, I missed you guys, but I decided to enjoy summer with no trials. Maybe don't steal, you won't get the jail. I don't know, Moki. It's just, it's a lot of words for him, okay? He's not the quickest. He's kind of slow. And he was axing not to get in prison. Yeah, those teeth. Yeah.
We'll work on this and get it to you as soon as we can, okay?
Zay, call Joe. I'm not trying to lose this job. Something that I don't even know shit about.
If we take these cuffs off, are we gonna have to get in a fight?
No, sir. I'm gonna cooperate.
All right, good.
I'm gonna cooperate like a regular person.
He's cooperate like a regular person. Well, what is he then if he's not a regular person? Oh Lord, this guy is what's I'm speechless. Like, this really, like, is this what we've come to? where I am, I don't see no one like that around, like, and in the hood where I am, like, I don't see no one like this. Good grief, he must be on something. All right, he's got to be on something. He's not the brightest person to begin with, but he has to be on something. Okay, yeah, like, or I'd be poor with nothing than in jail. Amen. Again, maybe don't steal while you are at work. The incompetence of 25 is Depp. Yep. Yeah, definitely.
Do this 9 to 5 every day. That's it. I go to work, come home. That's it.
Oh my God! Look at those teeth. Oh, holy Jesus! Scared. What is this thing? Like, what is this dude exactly? Where did he come from? Like, is he an alien? Where did he come from? That came from. It's like scared.
Yo, I think they. Oh, this about to cost me money. I'm about to lose.
I hope not, man. I know the owner's a pretty good guy, or the main
The
manager.
GM.
The GM. He's a good guy. I don't know if it's going to cost you your job, man.
I don't want to go to jail for nothing I ain't do. If I find a card or something, I turn it in if I'm in there.
We'll get it figured out, man. We'll get it figured out.
If I was to find a card or something, I'm giving it up. I don't do nothing with other people's cards.
My body camera is on, and it's recording you saying that, okay? Go ahead and take your shirt off, please.
Oh, harassing a black man working.
They harassing the black man working. All right, here I'm going to give you all some logic here. So, if you have a dude that's just working, doing his thing, like we have, say, our friend Dwayne that's in chat sometimes. He's a chairman. He was a former chairman, and he's cool people. Him just doing his thing, and he's a nice, respectful gentleman. You know, if somebody were to aggravate him for no reason, that's harassing a black man at work for no reason. But this guy is a thief, and he's an idiot. This dude, Hood Chucky, is Chucky B. Cheese, is not the same thing. He's a criminal, all right? He's doing this and acting like a fool in front of the police. Totally different. And he should not associate himself with the black community at all, because, you know, there's many nice, cool black people that are not like this. And he's playing this card here. It's like, no, it's like you did something wrong. You got to pay the piper. Like what Moki said, don't steal and it'll be fine. All right. So this is right here is just ridiculous, right? And those poor kids those poor kids seeing Chuck E. Cheese arrested, that had to be heartbreaking for them.
Not really.
All I do is work. This.
Okay. I believe you.
We're just doing our job right now, too, sir, okay?
Oh, no. Can I smoke a cigarette?
No, not right now.
Not right now.
Not right now.
We'll get to that in a second. Thank you. All right, stand up. Face away from me. Put your hands behind your back.
I don't want to go to jail today. I might have been on camera in that store you saw, but not using what y'all think.
Okay.
Yes. Mumbles is one robbery away from going straight to heaven. That's very nice of you to say, heaven. Very generous of you. Yeah. Scared.
Thank you for that, of course.
I'm not trying to lose the rest of my work day.
You said Jay. What's your middle name, sir?
Giroux.
Giroux?
Yeah.
How do you spell it?
Giroux. Yes, I need the box of assorted button caps attachments. Yes, that is true. Yes. Thank you, Zero. Yes, Remy, facts. Little wins. Amen.
J-A-R-R-E-A-U. I hate that name.
J-A-R-R-E-A-U?
Yes, sir.
You can have a seat. J-A-R-R-E-A-U. It should be on the bottom there. understand too. Sorry. I wrote that for me to understand. Like I said, we're just doing our job too, man.
I'm just ready to get back inside. I'm ready to go back to work.
There he is. I mean, we got to do what we got to do. We came here to do, and then we'll figure out what we're going to do.
In there people would get jungle rot in their boots, and he has jungle rot teeth. Scared.
Huh? Suspect got into Chuck E. Cheese outfit. He was in the Chuck E. Cheese outfit.
What does the card you use look like? Do you have a physical card that you use?
It's all, mine is all white.
It's all white? Is there anything on it? The lettering or any numbers or any design?
My cash out name, but it's not with me.
It's just all white. It's just plain white. Nothing else on it.
Nothing but my name and information and a little stripe. I don't have it on me.
Little stripe? Where's the stripe at on it?
On the back.
On the back? Is it the thing that goes across that you would scan stripe?
Like to a swipe.
Okay. Do you have any other cards? That's the only card you have.
But I don't have that card with me.
I got you. I understand. He said he only has one card. It's completely white.
Okay.
341. Go ahead.
With me today.
Okay. 10-4. Hunter, teletype's looking for you.
Teletype, go ahead.
So we got the only.
Yes, Remy. I agree, because I thought this man was not going to have nothing under there. I was like, but he did. Yeah, thank God he had clothes under there. Yes, absolutely.
The only card you have is the one plain white card. It's got your name on it in small, and just the stripe on the back that you would swipe scan.
Yeah, but it's not with me today.
I understand that. You have no other cards. You have no other credit cards, debit cards, any type of cards.
Bus cards, that's it.
What are those?
Like to catch the bus with.
Bus card? Okay, but you can't pay for items with that, right?
No, you can't do nothing with that.
Okay. And you said when you go to these places where you saw yourself on camera, right? You used your own white card there.
Overdraft, yeah.
Okay, which is plain solid white.
Right.
Okay, with just your name and the back swipe stripe.
Right, my own overdraft.
Okay. All right. Okay. And then other than that, you would just use your phone app to pay for stuff and just that one plain white card. Okay.
Sure.
All right. And did you use at all those smoke shops and meat places? Were you using your white card?
Just mine.
With that, or your phone to pay at all these
phone
places?
And my card.
You switch back and forth.
Yo.
Okay.
Yeah, all on the same card.
Okay. And what kind of stuff were you buying from the meat market? Was it meat, or did they sell other stuff there?
Snacks.
Snack foods? Okay. So not a lot at once, maybe, anywhere from $5 to $15, $20 at a time?
You know, especially if I gotta eat when I'm coming here.
Yeah, I understand that.
I'll bring you a card, or I'll have my other officer bring you a card in 1 second. Yes, sir.
Okay.
I'm trying to identify him still.
Really?
Yeah.
What's your,
Have you ever been arrested today, sir? Or have you ever been arrested?
The last time I was arrested was years ago.
Years ago? Where was that at?
Here, this is the only place I ever did.
This in Tallahassee?
In Tallahassee.
What'd you get arrested for?
Last time I got arrested was a possession case. I ain't been in trouble ever since.
Jermel said his possession charge was only for weed, and he stressed multiple times he enjoyed his job, possibly hoping he could just return to work and everyone could forget this happened, right?
How long you been working here for?
2 years.
2 years?
And I love it.
Yeah, it's good. It's a good place. It's a good job.
I ain't trying to lose this over some bullshit I don't have no control of.
Gotcha.
Got me feeling like these kids not doing. I entertain kids for a living.
I got you.
Okay, I got him now.
You got it?
Let me get you that number right now.
I'm just trying to go to work and make a living.
That's that. I got you, sir.
You have a card for me real quick? If you give me 2 cards for me.
Yeah, 2.
Alright, so where are we at?
So he says he only has one physical credit card. It's plain white, just his name on it, and the magnetic strip on the back. That's all he has. If he would have used a card at all of these stores that he's seen himself on camera at, it would have been either his phone, Cash App, or the Cash App, all plain white card with a magnetic strip on the back.
So the card that we see you using in the footage with the circle on it, what card is that?
I didn't get that far.
That's what we see in the footage. So what is that?
One of my cousins may send me with their card to go to the store here and there. That's it.
What does that card look like?
I do not know because it's not with me.
Have you gone to the store with your cousin's card at all the past few weeks?
Keep working on that.
I need my notepad so I can write some information down, because I'm going to need your cousin's information.
I don't know none of the information. No.
You don't know their information, but they send you to this store with their credit card.
They be right there with me.
Where do they stay? You know, how do you get in touch with them?
Not too far. Hang.
What's their phone number?
She don't got one.
She don't got a phone number, so where does she stay? Where's your cousin stay at?
Hey,
they gave you her card. What's that?
On the other side of town, man.
Other side? Where on the other side of town? I'm trying to help you. You're telling me you're going with your cousin's card. Give me some information on how to find your cousin so we can verify and see what kind of card she has so we can help you. If you're going to tell me you're going with someone's card and then not give me any information that helps me see if that's valid.
She was like a great card, but I don't know what kind of great card it actually is because I only use it maybe a couple times.
Have you gone to the store with anyone else's card other than hers in the past few weeks?
No.
Just hers. Okay,
mine.
So what's her name?
All I know is Key. That's all I know.
Key?
Yeah, that's all I know. I don't know what actually.
K-E-Y?
Yeah, that's all I know by.
787, right?
Okay, what's Key's phone number?
I don't have a number.
How do you get in touch with her?
Facebook, but I don't have that on my phone on me right now.
Her Facebook? Facebook Messenger?
Something like that. But
okay.
I don't do nothing they ain't supposed to be doing. I ain't trying to go to jail today.
Good night to you, Remy. Thank you for coming. It was nice seeing you tonight.
And you don't know what her address is. You don't know where she stays.
Not physical. I don't stay with this cousin. I stay with somebody else.
And you said hers is a gray credit card?
Yeah, it's just gray. That's all I know.
What does it look like? Does it have her name on it? Does it have the magnetic strip? Does it have any other features on it?
The only thing I know is her name. The strip. That's it. All I know is the strip. Nothing else. I don't look for nothing else.
Okay. All right. So which day did she give you her card for you to go to the store?
Yesterday.
Yesterday? Any other day in the past 2 weeks? Did you go to the store with her card?
Quite a few days.
Which days?
Last week. That's all I know. I don't know nobody else shit.
Well, which day? Were you going to pick something up for her, or were you going to pick something up for yourself with her card?
When they need stuff, they send me with their own shit.
Okay, where do they send you from? Where are they at usually when they're sending you?
Like at the house or something.
Whose house?
Like our house. Well,
right.
I don't stay with her, but it's just somewhere on this side of town. I don't know exactly what.
At your house?
Her house.
Okay.
I don't have one.
Well, how do you get to her house?
Sometimes I catch the bus if I decide to go, but I don't go over there that much.
What stop does the bus drop you off at over there?
I get off I forgot.
You forgot? Okay, and so you don't know which stop you get off at, and you don't know how you make it to her house or where it's located once you get off the bus.
We meet off.
Okay, so how do you plan to meet up? How do you call her? What's her phone number?
I don't have her number. Call her.
Okay.
Do you have anything inside? Your manager's asking any personal items inside for us to get for you or anything like that?
Well, what's going on?
Well, you're probably going to jail, so.
I can't afford to go to jail today.
I understand.
I'm about to get fired.
I hope he doesn't fire you, sir.
Do
you have anything else you need us to grab for you?
Can I get my own
No, stay in there.
Work keys? Yeah.
Yeah,
so
we'll
where
get
are
them
they
for
so
you.
I can tell him?
In the Chucky room.
In the Chucky room? And it's work keys?
Yes, sir.
What else? Wallet or anything like that?
I don't got a wallet.
You don't have a wallet?
I don't even know about no card thing.
Gotcha. Right now, it's out of our hands because there's been something that's been reported, and there's visual evidence to match it, and what you're telling us is not helping break any of that. You know what I'm saying? So basically, we're probably going to have to take you over to jail, book you for this, and then the detectives are going to have to get to the bottom of what's going on here.
Okay.
If you're innocent, they'll talk to you, and they will. Of course, you're innocent until proven guilty, but they'll talk to you, and you'll figure out with them the timeline of events and what's going on and how this stuff happened and how this misunderstanding took place, if that's what it is. And if not, if it's something that you did, and you're either honest with them or you're not, and that's going to affect court, trial, and charges. So it's how honest your being helps you more. You know what I'm saying? More than it's going to help anyone else.
And by this point, the now former mouse had nowhere else to run.
Just so you understand, we have you on camera with someone else's card, and then the exact amounts that you purchased, the items, and the times that you appear on camera.
So you're on camera
we
with
do
that
have
card.
probable cause for an arrest.
We have everything that
Just
shows.
letting you know. But we'll be en route to the jail. Did you search?
I need to search them. Okay.
We'll search them.
Hold on.
Don't be reaching for anything, buddy.
I want to tell y'all something.
Okay, what?
What do you want to
I
tell
found
us?
a card today.
Oh, okay.
I found a card today. I never used this card, but I do have a card.
Okay.
So we're going to find that card when we
We're going to find that on you, huh? Okay.
That's fine. Step out and face away.
I'm just complaining, y'all.
Yep.
That's fine.
What am I being charged with?
Put your legs in there for me.
It ain't no illegal stuff. That's go for. I paid for that with my own card.
Where'd you buy it at?
I bought that at ASSV.
This did? Why is it in a bag like that?
They did that themselves.
They did that there? Okay. Have a seat.
All right.
Take a picture of all this shit.
Take a photo of this in particular.
Yeah.
Jermell Jones never got back to work that day. He was arrested and charged with credit card theft and fraud charges. While Jermell owned up that he had previously been arrested, remember how he claimed he hadn't been in trouble in a while? He's reportedly been charged with credit card fraud, credit card theft, and criminal use of personal identification information over 2 times within 6 months. Jermell Jones was released the following morning from the Leon County Jail on a $1,000 bond. And
He was released on a $1,000 bond. Wow.
the establishment said in a previous statement they've taken appropriate action concerning the subject employee.
$1,000 bond. That's it. Wow. Mumbles is free. Yeah, no accountability. Just get in, get out. Cringe. Yeah. We're gonna watch more of California versus Spectre. Perfect job for credit card scams. All of them all wearing a costume. Yeah, just there's no punishment, no accountability. Right. Now he'll do it again, Moki. Yeah, he'll do it again and again and again. It's like one of those wheel doors, like at a hotel. It just goes in and goes out. Goes in. Is just. You know. We want people to be disciplined and to not do. That's why you punish a kid for doing something wrong. It's like you're just letting them do whatever they want. It's ridiculous. I just can't believe it. We're gonna watch more of California versus Spectre. This is from 2007. It's an archive. Prosecutor Alan Jackson, the same attorney in the Karen Reed case, introduces the Phil Spector's rich history of violence against the women. All right. Opening statement right here.
Ricardo, I'll get you going something, okay?
Your Honor, this is probably as good a time as any.
All right, keeping in mind the court's admonition, ladies and gentlemen.
At the House of Blues, one thing that I may have left out that I want to make sure everybody's clear about, what the evidence will show, is when the defendant actually met Lana Clarkson, it was at the Foundation Room for the first time, and of course, Kathy Sullivan was with him. I may have failed, and if I didn't, I just can't remember, I may have failed to tell you that At some point, when the defendant ordered his Bacardi 151, the rum that we talked about, Kathy Sullivan said, it's so late, all I want is water. And the defendant barked at her, well, if all you're getting is water, then you need to go home. Adriana D'Souza then took Kathy Sullivan home. So the point at which Lana Clarkson began socializing, if you will, at the House of Blues with Philip Spector, Kathy Sullivan had taken her leave for the night. She had gone home. Adriana D'Souza had taken her home, dropped her off at her house, and simply come back to pick up Phil Spector. And that brings us back to the point where we're at outside the residence. When that gunshot went off, when Adriana D'Souza saw the defendant walk outside, jacket on, gun in hand, blood on his hands, her blood literally on his hands, as the evidence will show, and confess, I think I killed somebody. We were just at the point when we left off at the lunch break of letting you listen to what the evidence will be concerning Adriana D'Souza's conduct. In the span of 30 seconds, he made 2 phone calls for help. The first to Michelle Blaine, the second to the 911 operators, with whom he spoke just shortly thereafter. When Adriana D'Souza made that phone call, as he was on the phone to 911, again, he had no way of knowing. He had no clue exactly what had happened inside the house until Phil Spector told him. He didn't know, as he was driving down that hill, to make a call for help, to make 2 calls for help, that Lana Clarkson lay slumped in a chair, dressed exactly as she had been dressed earlier that night, sitting by the back door with her head slumped to one side, having been shot through the mouth, brutally killed. The coroner will testify in this case, and I'm going to move off that slide for just a second, out of deference. The coroner in this case will testify that Lana Clarkson died almost immediately. She suffered a single gunshot wound through the mouth, the bullet lodging at the top of her neck or base of her skull toward the back of her head. That single gunshot wound did not penetrate. Rather, the bullet stayed in the back of her head. Her spinal cord was cut. She was immediately incapacitated. She was immediately dead. She couldn't breathe. She couldn't blink. She couldn't move a muscle. In addition to the defendant's confession, in addition to his own words telling you what happened inside that foyer that night or that morning, there's another set of evidence, an additional set of evidence, both physical evidence and forensic evidence that will tell you exactly what happened inside the foyer. Before we get started with that, I've presented you with a graphic diagram. Again, this is not a scale diagram, but it gives you an idea of the footprint of that Alhambra mansion, that Alhambra castle, as Mr. Spector likes to call it. And I told you it would look like a lazy horseshoe. There's the main part of the house, and then 2 wings off the edges, the east and the west. North is to the top, and south is down toward the motor court. So when we talk about north, south, east, and west, you can sort of orient yourself along the lines that we've presented here. As a matter of orientation, I'm going to show you a couple of photographs. Those photographs are going to be taken from the following perspective. You can barely see that. I picked the wrong color for this. You can barely see that yellow. Imagine that yellow triangle is simply the view of a cameraman taking a picture from the hallway into a living room area. That camera will then pan to the right from the living room area down toward the south part of the foyer. Okay, so the pictures you're about to see are first of the living room, and you'll watch the camera draw back just a little bit and then turn to the right and then pan toward the back door where Philip Spector emerged and confessed to killing Lana Clarkson. The reason I bring this up is because the evidence will show where Lana Clarkson and Philip Spector were socializing. They had come back, the evidence will show, to the house and begun drinking. The drinking pattern that I showed you earlier has nothing to do with how much Philip Spector drank while he was at the house. I simply expect to present evidence about how much he drank throughout the course of the evening, how much the receipts show, how much the witnesses will say he drank. The only other witness to his drinking pattern inside the house is Lana Clarkson, and she can't tell us how much he was drinking. But we do know that there was tequila, and Lana Clarkson had been drinking as well. There was alcohol in both of their bloods. She had come over, she told Adriano de Souza, "I'll stay for one drink," and she stayed for one or more drinks. That drinking occurred in the living room. We know that because that's where the tequila bottles were, that's where the glasses were. And the evidence will show what the defendant had in mind. There were candles lit, the lights were dimmed, he put on soft music, he situated the couple in a big great room with a fireplace and big fluffy soft couches. He grabbed his bottle of tequila, a couple of glasses. The evidence will show what he had in mind. Philip Spector had romance in mind that night. But as you think about the facts of this case, look at where Lana Clarkson ended up dead. This is heading back toward that back door. Look at where her body is in comparison to the back door. Look at what she's wearing. The evidence will show that she had her shoes on. She was wearing that same slip dress she had been wearing at work. She had her jacket on. And most notably, ladies and gentlemen, she literally had her purse on her shoulder, sitting in a chair 5 feet from the back door. The evidence will show Lana Clarkson, notwithstanding the candles, the drinks, the soft music, Lana Clarkson was ready to leave. Her purse was still on her shoulder. Immediately after the shooting, Philip Spector began moving around the house. How do we know that? What physical evidence is going to be presented to prove that? To the left, that photograph is a picture of the back doorknob. You may not be able to see it clearly from there, but you'll get the photographs up close and personal, and you'll see what Philip Spector was doing. There's blood smeared all over that back doorknob. The coroner will tell you that Lana Clarkson couldn't move. She didn't move. It was physically impossible. The blood on the doorknob is Lana Clarkson's. She didn't put it there. The defendant had blood on his hands, had her blood on his hands. The latch bolt had Lana Clarkson's blood transferred to it. That blood came from Philip Spector's hands. Exactly like de Souza said. He came to the back door with blood on his hands and a gun in his hand. The banister, which is a banister right by the foyer, right across from where Lana Clarkson was found dead. That banister has transfer blood on it. It's Lana Clarkson's. As a matter of fact, all of the blood evidence that you see and you hear about in this case belongs to Lana Clarkson. None of it is Philip Spector's. How did the blood get on the banister? The defendant transferred that blood onto the banister as he went upstairs. So now we know a little bit about what the defendant was doing right after the fatal shot was fired. He was moving about the house. But what does the evidence tell us he wasn't doing? As you look at these next series of photographs, pay special attention to what's circled in each photograph. It may be difficult to make out. Telephones. In a gigantic house. In almost every room in the house. In the kitchen. The bars. The foyer area. 3 telephones, ladies and gentlemen, within 5 feet of Lana Clarkson's body. Phones everywhere. To the left, to the right, to the north, to the south. Telephones all over the house. Just in the photographs that you've seen there, 14 separate telephones and not one call for help from Philip Spector. Not one. We'll introduce you to members of the Alhambra Police Department as well as the California Highway Patrol. I told you a little bit about the evidence concerning the California Highway Patrol system. I should say the 911 emergency data system. When you make a cell phone call to 911, it goes through CHP first, then it's transferred over to the responding agency. Everybody with me on that? If you make a phone call to 911 from a landline, it will go directly to the proper responding agency based on the jurisdiction you're in. If a landline call was made from Alhambra, from this residence, it would have gone directly to the Alhambra Police Department. If a cell phone call was made from inside the residence, it would have done exactly what D'Souza's call did and been routed from CHP, then to Alhambra. We'll introduce you to two people. Sandra Hill from CHP and Gamil Catalan from the Alhambra Police Department. They are emergency data systems analysts, experts in the field. They know the protocol, they know how the system works, and they know, more importantly, how the system is archived. They did searches of the archived records to find out how many how many 911 calls emanated about this incident. They can do that. Their answer? One. Came from Adriana D'Souza. Philip Spector never called for help. From the time Adriana D'Souza made that 911 call, from the time the gunshot rang out and broke the silence at 5 o'clock in the morning or 5:04 in the morning, Philip Spector was inside that house for some 40 minutes or more by himself with Lana Clarkson laying there dead. 40 minutes to move around, 40 minutes to call for help, yet none came. So if he wasn't calling for help, what will the evidence show he was doing? I told you there was a blood smear on the banister indicating that Phil Spector went upstairs. Well, upstairs is a dressing room, and you're looking at it. Upstairs in that dressing room was the white jacket. The white jacket that was covered in Lana Clarkson's blood. He had begun to take off his clothing, and he'd begun to try to clean up the mess that he had made. He was cleaning up what he had messed up. So the first thing he did, or along the lines of the first thing he did, is take his jacket off. And then he did something interesting. He grabbed a rag. It turned out to be a Curity diaper. Some of you may be too young to remember. Diapers now are kind of the disposable kind, but back in the old days, they had Curity diapers that were cotton. And they're fantastic for use of as a rag. Polish your car with, polish your furniture with. They're very soft cotton. Well, Philip Spector in his house had several of these Curity diapers. One of them was downstairs in a bathroom, and I want you to visualize, if you will. You've seen the pictures of Lana Clarkson, and you'll see many, many more pictures of the foyer area where she lay dead, slumped in that chair. Right across from her is a stairwell that goes up toward the second floor. That banister is the one that had the blood-smeared transfer on it. On the other side of that stairwell, just adjacent or across from Lana Clarkson in the foyer, is a bathroom. Again, you're looking at it. In that bathroom, found next to an open toilet, was a wet, bloody rag. What you see on the right is that rag, what you see on the left is that rag as it was found next to the toilet. What you see on the right is the rag after it had been recovered as evidence. All the dark smears that you see, they look dark brown or almost black on this. All of that is Lana Clarkson's blood. Much of that is clotted blood. And the experts will tell you the significance of that clotted blood. And what they'll tell you is that rag was wet, more than likely having been dunked in the toilet or something like that. That rag was bloody, The clotted blood indicates that there was transfer from a clotting mechanism, and it takes at least 5 minutes, at minimum 5 minutes, for blood to clot. The evidence will show that this rag was not used, for instance, to stem the flow of bleeding. It was not used to render assistance to Lana Clarkson. Rather, this rag was used by Philip Spector to try to clean up what he had messed up in a pathetic attempt. It's the only word to describe it. The evidence will establish that it was a pathetic attempt to clean her face. He began to wipe her off. And you'll see from these photographs, and I apologize about the graphic nature of them, but you'll see from these photographs that she has blood stretching all the way to her cheeks, over the bridge of her nose, to her ears, in her hair. That blood did not get there from the gunshot. She bled from 2 orifices, possibly 3, in that gunshot. Her nose and her mouth, possibly a trickle from her ear. But certainly the blood did not get on her cheeks, her nose, the top of her ear, smeared in her hair because of the gunshot. That blood got where it was on Lana Clarkson because the defendant was trying to cover up his crime. He was trying to wipe her down. And that's not the only thing, more than likely, that rag was used for. This picture is the view, basically, that Adriano de Souza had into the interior of the house. I show it to you because if you look very, very closely where that circle is, and I've highlighted it with another photograph on the right, you can see that there's actually a gun under Lana Clarkson's left leg. That's the murder weapon. The experts will tell you, you'll meet a man by the name of Jim Carroll, who's a firearms expert, who will tell you that he established that that is, in fact, the murder weapon. It's a Colt Cobra 38 Special. Well, what's significant about that? First of all, look where it is. It's under her left leg. So then the next question becomes, what does the evidence show us about how it got there? What was going on inside that house? Lana Clarkson didn't put it there. And that 38 Special was reviewed by experts in forensic science. And those experts determined that the blood on the gun had been moved or removed. What he had messed up to wipe the gun off. Didn't do a very good job, just like he didn't do a very good job on her face. But you can see the circles that there's still blood in various places on the gun. But it's unquestionable that the gun had been wiped down, attempting to be wiped clean. So how did it get under her leg? After he wiped the gun down, Philip Spector attempted to set a stage for the crime scene. He put the gun under her left leg. She didn't do it. And he was the only other person in the room. As a matter of fact, if I haven't said it, the evidence will establish that he and Lana Clarkson, at the time of her death, were the only 2 people in the entire house. The only 3rd person on the entire property was Adriano de Souza, and we know where he was, outside in the Mercedes. Ladies and gentlemen, the evidence will establish that the defendant, for those 40 minutes, was moving about the house trying to clean up his crime scene, trying to clean up her face, moving to the back door, opening the door, touching the latch bolt, smearing blood on the banister, going upstairs, taking off his clothing, discarding bloody clothing, coming back downstairs, using a rag, wiping the gun, wiping her face, putting his hands in and out of his pockets. The interior of his pockets, ladies and gentlemen, the interior literally had blood on it. Lana's blood. The evidence will show that during the course of this, during this process, this pathetic attempt to clean up the crime scene, the defendant not only removed the evidence of blood on his own hands by either washing or removing that blood somehow, wiping his hands down, but also gunshot residue evidence. When a gun is fired, gunshot residue emanates in a cloud. It would be expected that you would find it on his hands, yet he had had 40 minutes to clean that off. Although some gunshot residue was in fact found on his hands, he didn't get it all off. The evidence will also show what his attitude was toward the police when the police finally did arrive. Again, 40 minutes before they actually made their way into the house. And let me explain that. You may be thinking in your mind, that seems like an awful long time for the police to respond. Well, the police responded literally to the location within a minute or two. As a matter of fact, you heard, if you recall, Adriano D'Souza made contact with the first responding unit as he was still on the phone with 911. Everybody recalls that. The police had to set up, the Alhambra police had to set up a plan, if you will. They didn't know what they were going to be confronted with. All they were told is, man inside a house, possible victim of a homicide, and he's still armed inside this castle. It's a large compound. You'll hear that they had to search different areas of the compound. In the motor court, before they actually get to the back door, there's a large garage, multi-car garage with another apartment over on top of that. They had to search and clear that. There were multiple vehicles on the lot. They had to search and clear those. But by the time they got to the back door, officers saw Adriano D'Souza was down off the property at the mouth of the driveway. They saw Phil Spector walking around upstairs. Further corroboration that he was in fact moving around upstairs, not downstairs, rendering aid to Lana Clarkson. The evidence will establish that he was moving around upstairs. They saw him, and eventually he came downstairs, looked out the back door, and he looked at the police officers as well. They were in full uniform, and he was completely, utterly uncooperative with the police. They were giving commands, the officers. Put your hands up. Step out of the doorway. Let me see your hands. Step toward me. Philip Spector variously put his hands like this, back in his pockets, out of his pockets, folded his arms, back in his pockets, up, down, completely ignoring their commands. Step out of the doorway. Move toward me. Let me see your hands. Spector ignored all those commands. The evidence will show that not one time, not once, did Philip Spector say, "Oh my God, thank God you're here. There's a woman who's injured. Please help her." Not once. As a matter of fact, when the police continually said, "Let me see your hands, get out here. Let me see your hands, move toward me," Philip Spector, facing them, put his hands back in his pockets and began moving backward into the house. Finally, the police rushed him and had to subdue him. That Colt Cobra that we talked about just a second ago, the murder weapon in this case, the evidence will show that it was an unregistered gun, but the evidence will also show exactly where it came from. Lana Clarkson, as you can see from the side of this photograph on the left side, Lana Clarkson was situated at that back foyer area. Next to her in the foyer area was a bureau. The top drawer of that bureau was open. Inside the top drawer of that bureau was a holster, a Hunter holster, and you'll hear more about that in just a second. Hunter is the manufacturer. That holster and the drawer were exactly as you see it here. The drawer left ajar, the holster empty. What significance does that holster have? When the Colt Cobra is compared to that holster, take a look at this graphic at how it fits. That holster was specifically designed for that gun. That was not the only Hunter holster that Philip Spector had in his house. He had at least two others, these two that you see here. He had a preference, if you will, for that manufacturer. It was no coincidence that it was a Hunter holster that was in the bureau, and it was no coincidence, the evidence will show, that that gun.
Okay, everybody, we have broken the record of the longest stream. 7 hours. Facts.
The murder weapon fit the holster and came out of that bureau. Take a look at the bullets that were used. The murder weapon contained 6 bullets and 2 different manufacturers. It was filled, the entire chamber was filled with 6 live rounds. The 2 manufacturers were Speer and S&W plus P. Doesn't mean much to us, just 2 different manufacturers of ammunition, until you compare the fact that, again, Philip Spector had in his house 2 other guns loaded with the exact same ammunition, Speer and plus P ammunition. The evidence will establish, ladies and gentlemen, that Philip Spector owned that weapon and that it came out of that bureau drawer. And what of the white jacket? The white jacket that Mr. Spector was so quick to discard upstairs. The evidence in this case about that jacket will be the following. You'll be introduced to photographs, forensic photographs of the jacket. That's what this is. This was taken in a studio by a forensic scientist. And I want to draw your attention to the arrows on the jacket. And I want to make sure that there's no misconception. What you're looking at, the red marks on the left side predominantly...
Yeah, we're still going. Yeah.
The left side of that jacket are not, in fact, blood themselves. That's not the blood. Those are arrows pointing to blood.
We are not ending the stream right now. I was just saying that we crossed the line of record breaking. Norm, so the reason why he did it was because he had women come to his place, and when they wanted to leave, he would threaten them. So he was doing it to be possessive of them, and one woman was held for a couple of days. So he was like a kidnapper, and he was found guilty of it. And I'll summarize this up for you too at the same time. All right, here we go.
And I want to talk for just a second about the concept and the science of blood spatter. You're going to hear, I think Ms. Kinney-Bodden mentioned this several times. Mr. Rosen mentioned it several times, and they said that this case is going to be heavily about science. Well, there is going to be some science in this case. But as you can see from the presentation of the People's case, this is not all about science. There's a lot of other evidence other than science as well. The blood spatter evidence could be considered scientific evidence. And let me explain that word and what we expect the evidence will show about that word and educate you about that word a little bit. A lot of people use the word splatter. If you slam your hand in a puddle of liquid, grape juice or something, it'll splatter on you. There's actually no L in the word spatter as scientists use it. It's blood spatter or liquid spatter. All right? So I'm not misspeaking when I say that. There are 2 types of spatter evidence. You know, there's several more types, but 2 types that we'll be most interested in. Forward spatter and back spatter. Forward spatter is simply the following. The evidence will show through the experts that if in fact you fire a weapon, fire a gun into a human body, and the bullet penetrates the front and exits the back, the trajectory of that bullet sometimes will take along with it droplets of blood, and the blood will spread and follow that same line that the bullet has taken.
Okay, so here we go. The murder of Lana Clarkson, the prosecution argued that Phil Spector shot her in a rage after she rebuffed his sexual advances and tried to leave his mansion. During his second trial, several women testified to a similar pattern of behavior, which was key to securing his conviction. Splatter, scatter, and spatter are 3 different words. This is true. Splatter, scatter, and... Hey, that is true. That is interesting. It seems like it's the same word, but it's not. Splatter, scatter, and spat. I never thought about that before. Interesting. Yes. The prosecution's theory. Spector met Clarkson while she was working as a hostess at the House of Blues in Los Angeles. He invited her back to his mansion for a drink. The prosecution alleged that Spector became enraged and held her at gunpoint after she rejected him and attempted to leave. He shoved a gun into her mouth and pulled the trigger. His driver later heard a gunshot and saw Spector emerge from the back door with a gun, saying, "I think I just shot her." He thinks he just shot her. Well, maybe he did shoot her. That's what I would say is the truth. The testimony from the 5 other women who had similar experiences with Spector was a pivotal moment in the trial. They testified that Spector had been drinking and became angry after the woman spurned his romantic advances. Zero said, yes, there are 3 different ways that any kind of fluid can land on a surface after being ruptured. Yes, that is true. There's many ways that can happen. Well, yeah, it could happen in 3 different ways with similar type of wording. Yeah, very interesting. He would then pull a pew-pew on them to prevent them from leaving his home. The evidence showed a common plan or scheme, and Clarkson's deletion was not a self-deletion or accident. Defense's argument. Spector defense team claimed that Clarkson's death was an accidental suicide caused by self-inflicted gunshot wounds. They argued that she was depressed over her struggling career. However, the prosecution countered that Spector had tampered with the crime scene before police arrived to make it look like a self-deletion. Probably said, okay, have a seat by the door and I'll go call a driver, but went to get a pew-pew gun instead. Exactly, that's probably what he did, to give her a false sense of security. After hearing the evidence, particularly the pattern of abuse behavior toward women, the jury convicted Spector and was responsible for her deletion in 2009. The jury found him guilty of second-degree murder. And Zero said, it's a different behind velocity and viscosity and momentum. Okay, so that's a difference about it. Okay, thank you. Oh, volume was the 3rd word I was looking for. Okay. Thank you, Zero. So that summarizes what this case is about.
That's forward spatter. Why? Because it's going forward with the trajectory of the bullet. However, in some cases, not every case, but in some cases, if you fire a weapon into an organic substance, something with liquid in it, i.e. a human body, you fire a bullet into that, sometimes the energy and the gases created are so enormous that tiny droplets, and some not so tiny, will move backward and float and drift backward toward the source of the bullet. That's considered backspatter. And what you'll hear about in this case is about backspatter, not forward spatter, because of course Lana suffered a gunshot wound that did not exit her. But the experts will tell you that in fact there was backspatter in this case. And the size of the spatter that you'll see is the determining factor about distance. I don't know how else to say that clearly. Let me explain that for just a second. One of the things that I noted when I was looking at this, I put this together and I looked up on my own screen and I realized even with this close-up shot, you can't see the blood that we're talking about. Those arrows are all pointing to something. They're pointing to tiny particulate blood droplets. What will happen, as the experts will explain, is that when that energy is high enough, when that bullet impact is high enough, there will be sometimes a tiny bit of particulate matter that goes backward in a mist form. It's so tiny that it's called misting pattern spatter. almost like an aerosol can, if you can kind of picture that. Tiny, tiny little droplets, almost too small to see with the naked eye, about 1 millimeter in diameter. If you were to look at this picture, take a look at the button for comparison in this photograph. The particulate matter that you're going to see on Philip Spector's jacket are particles probably half the size of one of the holes on the button. I'm going to make it larger for you. That's what you're looking at. That's an enhanced photograph of an example of that particulate matter that drifts backward toward the source of the bullet. And what will the evidence show about that particulate matter? If anybody's thrown a wiffle ball versus a baseball, they'll get this. The larger the mass, the further it travels. The smaller the mass, the less far it travels. This tiny particulate matter, under the laws of physics, only travels a certain distance from the spatter mechanism, from the spatter producing event. Only a certain distance. And the experts know exactly what that distance is, or can estimate what that distance is to a pretty close, or a pretty defined length, I should say.
Anna said, think he told the driver, I think I just deleted somebody. Defense can use excited utterance to dismiss as confession. Oh, okay. Thanks, Anna.
That distance is about 3 feet. A maximum of about 3 feet. That misting pattern will not travel further than that. Gravity and friction, etc., will take over and it'll fall. One of the things that you will find during the course of the presentation of the evidence in this case is that not only did Philip Spector's jacket have that very defined misting pattern spatter on it, Lana Clarkson's own skirt had that same spatter pattern. The photograph on the right was taken at the exact same magnification, 6.7. And you'll see that the spatter pattern of those two droplets on the right, it's very difficult for you to see there. It'll become much more clear when you see the actual photo. The two little droplets that you see on her skirt, and it looks brown here, but that's actually a high magnification of her slip dress, down around the lap of her slip, bears the exact same signature spatter pattern. And what does that tell us? The evidence will show that we know exactly how far her skirt was from the gunshot. That gives us deep insight into how far his jacket was from the gunshot. We'll introduce you to Dr. Lynn Harold, a PhD and an expert forensic scientist. Dr. Harold will tell you that the high-energy backspatter on his jacket was from a gunshot wound and not another source. She'll tell you that the misting pattern from that gunshot is on both Spector's jacket and on Lana's slip dress. And she'll tell you, among other things, that the laws of physics, the laws of biology, the laws of chemistry tell us how far that jacket had to have been, or more pointedly, how close that jacket had to have been from the gunshot wound. She'll tell you it was within 3 feet or closer. Ladies and gentlemen, I told you when we started talking about this and we moved into the events of February 2nd and 3rd, 2003, that the evidence would illustrate a pattern that begins to emerge. And now that you've been told what that evidence will show, take a look at the pattern that emerges for Lana Clarkson. On February 3rd, 2003, at his house in Alhambra, the defendant had been drinking to excess. He had a romantic interest in Lana Clarkson, unquestionably a romantic interest. He was the one that was seeking her attention. He was the one that was seeking her company, not vice versa. He coaxed her back to his house where they would be alone. She tried to leave, no question about it. She's situated at the back door with her clothes on, her jacket on, her purse slung over her shoulder, not 10 feet from the car that would have driven her to safety, separated only by a closed door. The defendant pulled his handgun, his gun, out of his bureau drawer, secured in his holster, and loaded with his bullets. And he shot Lana Clarkson through the mouth. A single gunshot. Ladies and gentlemen, the defendant's history of violence, his conduct all through February 2nd and February 3rd, the physical evidence that you'll see in this case, the forensic evidence that you'll see in this case, all of that evidence taken together will give deep meaning to the defendant's own words, his own confession. A confession, ladies and gentlemen, I think I killed somebody, that still echoes in this courtroom today. At the close of the presentation of all of the evidence in this case, we're confident that you'll be convinced beyond a reasonable doubt that Philip Spector is guilty of the murder of Lana Clarkson. Thank you for your attention.
This is the Jeffrey Dahmer one. Latina mentioned it earlier, and it just popped up, so I'm curious. And we're all going to be... I'm going to see something I never saw before. Alright. That was a good one with the Spector case. We'll be watching that trial.
The whole truth and nothing but the truth, so help you God. Please be seated.
Yeah, and I think he did a very good job with that.
Then, sir, would you tell us your name and spell your last name for us?
Tracy Edwards, Edwards.
Mr. Edwards, you're going to ask you to speak up very loudly into the microphone. I would like to know in what state do you reside at the present time?
Louisiana.
And how old are you, sir?
32.
32? And you are single?
Yes.
You were in Milwaukee, Wisconsin on July the 22nd, 1991?
Yeah.
Yeah, this reminds you of the Titanic or like the past. They used to say 1912. I guess that's like saying 2025. It's interesting to see people talk like that. I know that, like, many of you may have been heard that often, but to me, it's like, oh, it's not something I've heard in a while.
Yes.
And at or about that time, on that late afternoon, did you have occasion to see a person that you knew at that time or subsequently?
Yes, Anna, we will do that. Can do some defense openings next time. I'm all for it, Anna. Yes.
Learned was a fellow by the name of Jeffrey Dahmer?
Yes.
And you know that Mr. Dahmer you're speaking about is the defendant in this case to my right, correct?
Yes.
And that made a record I showed the identification.
Sir, would you indicate where Mr. Dahmer is seated in the courtroom?
It's over there.
Right in the middle between my two associates?
Yeah.
Is that right?
That's right.
Okay.
The record should reflect the defendant's been identified.
Now, Mr. Edwards, you and I met for the first time last evening.
Yes.
And you came up from Louisiana at my request with your attorney.
Right.
Mr. Syed, S-Y-E-D, Salet, S-A-L-E-T.
That's correct.
And you came up here to testify to the events, as you recall them, that occurred on the late afternoon, early evening, early morning hours of July the 22nd and the morning of July the 23rd, 1991.
That's correct.
So that you know, Mr. Edwards, your name is known to the jury because there has been testimony concerning what happened to you and at the apartment of Mr. Dahmer. Do you understand?
Cool. Yeah.
Okay?
Okay.
Where did you know Mr. Dahmer by name prior to that date?
I've seen him a couple of times before then. I didn't know his name personally.
All right. Did you ever talk to him before that date?
Speaking to him, saying hello as he passed by. Yeah.
Just casual, friendly?
Casual, yeah, friendly.
Hellos.
Hellos, yeah.
Where was it that you saw him in the late afternoon, early morning hours of July the 22nd?
Grand Avenue Mall.
And that was in Milwaukee.
Correct.
Downtown on Wisconsin Avenue.
Wisconsin, correct.
Were you with somebody or were you alone?
A couple of her friends, yeah.
Okay, so the record is absolutely clear. You are not a homosexual, are you?
No, not at all.
Okay. So you were with a couple of your buddies, were you?
That's correct.
And what were you doing?
We was drinking beer, just talking, hanging out, you know.
About 6 o'clock at night, was this?
Yeah, about 6:15, whatever.
Did you have occasion then to see Mr. Dahmer?
Yeah, he approached us eventually and started talking to us, yeah.
Were you 3 black males?
Yeah, one white, 2 black male.
Okay. So you're friends?
Yeah, my best friend was white, yeah.
When he came up and started talking to you, what is it that Mr. Dahmer said to you?
He said he was just in the city from Chicago. He was taking care of her sick grandmother, I believe, in West Allis. Yeah.
And did he have any further conversation with you and your friends?
Yeah, he was just talking. He said he was a professional photographer. He usually pays people for pictures and stuff like that if anybody was interested in making money at that time.
To have to pose for pictures?
Yeah.
Did he describe the kind of pictures that you were going to be posing for if you chose to take him up on the offer?
He said nude.
Nude.
Right.
Now, after he said that to you, what did you and your friends do?
They were just talking, discussing it, you know, seeing what was going on, yeah.
And what did you end up doing? Did you remain at Grand Avenue or did you go somewhere else?
We proceeded from there. He said he was going to buy all his guys beer, rum, and Coke, you know, watch videos or something like that.
Rum and Coke, did you say?
Yeah, we went to the liquor store on Wisconsin Avenue, 7th and Wisconsin Avenue.
So you walked from Grand Avenue down to 7th and Wisconsin?
Yeah, up, so to speak. Yeah,
at that
between 5th and 6th, 7th, something like that.
Okay.
I'm not really sure.
The general area of 6th
Right.
or 7th in Wisconsin.
Right.
Hancock Whitney has just
Was it going to be the 3 of you and Mr. Dahmer were going to stay together, or was it agreed upon that one or others of you were going to go with Mr. Dahmer, or was there no agreement?
They were going to meet up with us eventually later on that evening.
Meet up with who?
Jeffrey at his apartment, but he gave them the wrong address at that time.
Okay, so did you, the 3 of you and your 2 friends and Mr. Dahmer, walk down to a liquor store, and what happened when you got to the liquor store?
I saw my brother. We started talking. At this time, Jeff was talking to my other friends.
So you say you saw your brother. He wasn't one of the 3 that you were with then?
No.
You saw him on the street?
Yeah.
Okay, so you had conversation.
Right.
Okay, did anyone go into a liquor store and buy anything?
Mr. Dahmer brought liquor. Yeah.
So he went into
beer.
a liquor store?
Right.
And when he came out, who was still there?
Okay. When he came out, we were all still there.
And then what happened? Tell us what happened then.
Okay, he was talking to them. Then we were going to go up the street. I was going to go home and change and everything at this time. So we proceeded. We caught a cab at the bus station, you know.
Okay.
Yeah.
Now, what was your plan as you were in front of that liquor store after Mr. Dahmer came out with the liquor and you had been talking to your brother? What was your plan? What were you going to do? You say you were going to go home and change clothes?
Yeah, and eventually I was going to go over there, you know, and maybe check out what he was talking about making the money at that time.
So your interest was in making some money?
Right.
Did he tell you how much you would be paid if you did pose for him?
He said $100 for
You had no idea, did you, that this was for any homosexual conduct?
No, he didn't come across like that, and he didn't even act like it at that time.
Okay. So now your friends are still there, and you're going to go home and you order a cab for the over at the bus depot. What happens? Tell us what happens.
Okay, and then me and Dahmer, my friends say they're going to go and change and call up the girls, and we'll meet up later on, you know.
Was there an address given as to where you were going?
He gave them some address that wasn't correct. You know.
You later found that out?
Right, from my friends, yeah.
What happened then? Who else remained there when this was all transpired? Just you and Mr. Dahmer, or you, Mr. Dahmer, and others?
After it all had transpired, it was me and Mr. Dahmer in the cab, you know, leaving.
You met up at about 6 o'clock, 6:15. What time is it now, at this time?
It's maybe 6:30 as we get to 26th in Wisconsin.
So you stop at 26th in Wisconsin, and what happens there?
Okay, we get out the cab then, and then he suggested he go to the store and get cigarettes before he went to his apartment.
And after he did that, did you go to his apartment?
Yeah.
What route?
Through the alleys, through the back way. We entered the back.
Was there any discussion as to why you were taking that route?
Said it was safer, people wouldn't bother us or whatever.
At the time that you were walking with him towards his apartment, what was your plans on doing when you got to the apartment?
Really drinking the beer, I wasn't really sure if I was going to pose or not, you know. Yep, I wasn't really sure at that point. No.
You at least were contemplating maybe you would.
Well, yeah, I was going to make up my mind once I got there or whatever, you know.
Were you in need of money?
Yeah, I just started working and the offer sounded good at that time.
Okay.
I'll say that I would never pose nude in a picture for $100. I wouldn't do that. And nothing wrong with gay people, but you know, it's not the straightest thing to ask other men to pose naked and pay. It's not, or at least in this time period, it wouldn't be something a straight person would ask. And it's certainly something that I would never do something like that for, you know, it's very sus. Scared. Good deal. $100 was just Mr. Johnson in a photo, not his face. They're not really being descriptive, Anna, about, they're just saying pose naked in a picture. So like Rose from Titanic, where she posed for Jack when he drew her, maybe it's something like that. They're not really, I'll go figure it out, all right, if that's true. If it was just a part of the body or the face, I'll figure it out.
Now, when you got to his apartment, how was he acting? Tell us about his, tell me about his demeanor. You know what I mean by that, Mr. Edwards?
Yes,
how was he
understand.
acting?
Just like a normal, everyday person, you know, friendly, good conversationalist. He was talking about the military, things of that nature. Yeah.
Had you been in the military?
My father retired in the Air Force, so I've been to several different bases. I was born on an Army base in Fort Carson.
And that's the kind of thing you were talking to him
It's
about?
like a family thing, you know, so I know a lot about it.
Had he been drinking alcohol?
Yeah, I consumed some. He was drinking beer at the time when I first
Well,
met.
the time that you were like going to his apartment, was he intoxicated?
No.
Had he been drinking?
Yeah, I've been drinking a couple of beers.
How about you? Were you intoxicated?
No, not at all.
Had you had something to drink?
Unless I was starving, I personally would try to would find some other way to do that. If I was starving, and I've not been in that situation to judge others that may do the same thing. But yeah, I don't know. So out of desperation, I guess a guy could do that. But it's not the norm. Like, just people drinking and having a good time, and some random dude comes up and says, "Hey, you want to take some naked pictures? You get $100." It's like, oh, sure. He didn't give off any impression he was homosexual at all. I mean, of course that wouldn't. Come on, I don't know. Just it's a different time period, I guess. Like, you know, you just walk up to people and say, take some pictures of them naked. And that's, I don't know, but hey, you know, people are real charming and could do stuff like that, all right? But Dahmer looks normal, really not threatening, in my opinion. No, Dahmer's not threatening. He's very he's chill. But he's actually really, really chill to the point where he has, like, no emotion to him. He's, like, too chill. He's like the Abyssal Trench. Like, he seems like he's, like, blue, but he's actually, like, blackness. He's always very calm.
Drink?
I sipped maybe a little beer of my friend's beer. That was it. Yeah.
All right, now you get to the apartment. Do you go in the back way?
Yes, correct.
You went up to the apartment. Tell us what happens when you get up to the apartment. Tell us what you observed, what your senses told you.
Okay.
Yeah, and also, Anna, especially if like someone you don't know, that is kind of it could be a red flag. But my biggest thing is that going to someone's house to take nude pictures of them, that doesn't sound like a thing you would go out and ask a guy. Now, if you go to the guy's house and he's asking to take naked pictures, that's different. But going to a person's house to drink, I mean, it depends. If it's a stranger, they could have the drink roofied. But that would be more normal than going up to dudes and saying, "Hey, let's take some naked pictures at my house." What a way to start a conversation. What a way to start a conversation.
First of all, it seemed like a normal apartment. When we got inside, he turned off burglar alarms. I asked him why. First, it was a foul odor, okay?
Tell us about that. What kind of an odor?
It was just like an odor. I didn't quite know what it was. You know, he told me a sewer pipe had broke and management would take care of it. Yeah.
And did you accept that?
Yes, because I worked around at construction companies before, and when pipes bust, sewer pipes bust, they smell, you know.
Okay.
So I brought that.
So you say your first thing you did was notice the odor. He opened the door to the apartment?
Yes.
And you walked in?
Yes.
He turned off something. What did he turn off?
Alarms.
Did you ask him about that?
Yeah, and he said the part of the neighborhood he was in, he was protecting his property, things like that, cameras, VCRs, TVs, things of that nature.
Did you accept that?
Yes, I did.
After getting in the apartment, can you generally describe the apartment, both the apartment that you saw then and the apartment that the other parts of the apartment you saw? Tell the jury what the apartment was like.
It was like normal, pretty decent apartment, had nice things in it. You know, it had certain boxes sitting on the front, neurotic acid boxes. I asked him about it. He said he cleaned bricks with those, you know, which you can use that type of acid to clean bricks, so I brought that also.
We have this house for the week.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you just said. You asked him about some boxes?
Yeah, that were laying in the front living room floor.
And what did he tell you about those?
That he cleaned brick with the neurotic acid.
Okay. Now,
Anna says, when drinking, he's probably smiling and talking. He's in court now, and he's trying to get through it. Free booze. Smells gotta be worse than sewage. Yeah, definitely. Let's be worse than sewage. And what I was specifically talking about is going up to another guy, a group of guys, and asking them to take some naked pictures for $100. Nothing wrong with hanging out and drinking, but it would be a little bit unless you don't really know them. But the other part about the nude guys, that's a little bit something you don't usually ask other guys. But the drinking, the booze thing would be more normal. But of course, you don't really know the person. You don't know what their intentions are. I think asking the guy to take the nude photos, that was kind of something I would think would be odd. If the person just asked to get booze at their house, that would be more normal. To just say that alone, but to include the other part would be kind of strange, kind of odd to ask other guys, in my opinion. I've not heard that one before.
Was the apartment small, large, medium? Give us the size.
Kind of medium size, yeah.
All right. Now, when you went in there, as you entered, were you in the living room?
Yes.
And what was the living room? What did you see in there? The boxes you told us about?
The boxes, there's a couch, there's a fish tank there also, a black lamp. Yeah.
Anna says, talking rum first pics. Probably came up after some more chat. Oh, okay, Anna. Okay. So what you're saying is that they were probably drinking and they were probably intoxicated. Or they were getting intoxicated and then they asked him later on in the conversation. Okay. It may have happened like that. Okay. Thanks for your take on it.
There was a little table-like on the left side.
Could you see a refrigerator? Or
Yeah, I could see the refrigerator on my left.
was it close to the living room?
Yeah, maybe 8 feet from the living room.
And so it was just off the living room.
Right.
Now, did you stay in that room or did you go to another room right away?
We stayed in that room for a while.
And where did you sit, if you did?
Okay, at the end of the sofa, like I am now, this is a sofa. I was at this end, and he was at this side.
Referring to the jury, I mean, the witness box, if that were a sofa, he would be at that end. That is the end where he's seated on the witness stand, which would be the part closest to the judge. Is that right?
That's correct.
And where did Mr. Dahmer, what did he do?
He sat like here, maybe a couple feet from me.
Not
on my
close
left.
to you?
Maybe 2 feet.
You in fear of anything at that time?
Not at all.
Okay, and what did the two of you do?
Okay, he said we were still talking, chatting, you know. He asked me, was I interested in doing the photography? You know, I told him I was still contemplating, so therefore he offered me a beer and a rum and coke mixture at that point.
Now, you're fully clothed.
Yes.
Okay, and you're sitting on a couch.
Right.
And he talks to you about this posing, and you weren't sure you're going to do it.
Right.
How much had you been offered to do the
I will
posing?
also add that he wasn't sure if he was going to do it. And maybe he really thought he could get the money. And was intoxicated. But his other friends, I don't know what's up with them, but yeah, so I could see where maybe he wants the money, but he wasn't going to really do it or not. He wasn't really sure about doing it. Maybe they didn't really believe it was real, and they thought that it could have just been him saying something like for shock value. Something like that. Or they thought it was a joke. That's what the shock value part means. They could have not taken him really seriously. So all those factors may have made them more seeing like, what was this all about?
$100.
Okay. And when he brings you the beer, he brings you rum and coke?
Yeah, he brings the beer first, and then he brings the rum and coke.
How big of a glass?
Maybe that big. Yeah.
About 4 inches high?
About 4 inches, yeah, 3.5, something like that.
Did you ever taste it?
Yeah, I took a few sips.
Was it strong, weak, medium, or just about right?
I'm not a big liquor drinker, so it didn't taste that good to me.
Didn't taste good to you? You don't know if it was strong or not?
Strong or not, no, because I'm...
What did Mr. Dahmer do? Did he likewise have a drink?
No, I think, yeah, right, a beer, but I don't think he...
I can see that. Think gave friends wrong address. He wants one at a time. Yeah, because he wouldn't want all those guys in one room to try to fight back. Good analysis.
He drank all of his drink at that time.
Did he have any rum with him?
A quadruple gulp. Scared.
I just noticed the beer. Right.
What time are we talking about now that you're sitting on the couch and you get the beer? You got over there about what time and how long after this?
It was about before 7, 6:45, something like that.
So you're sitting on the couch, he brings you a beer and rum and coke, what happens?
Okay, then we just study talking and everything, you know.
General talk?
General talk. Yeah.
What happens?
Yeah, then I was just, I don't know, getting a little agitated maybe, you know, because of the smell and things. And then he threw my conversation off talking about the fish in the fish tank, you know.
Okay, when you start talking about the fish in the fish tank, do you bring that up or does he?
He does.
And what do you do when he does that?
I turn to the right, like the fish tank is here, I'm turning all the way over here.
You turn to your right to look at it?
To look at the fish tank, right.
And when that happens, what happens to you?
All of a sudden a handcuff and a knife is pulled on me. Yeah.
Handcuff is placed on your body? Where?
On my left wrist.
And you see a knife?
Yeah, the knife, yeah.
Yeah, dude should be scared.
Now, at that moment, what do you do?
First I feel fear, then I ask him what's going on. You know, this is not necessary, you know, to pull a knife on me at that point.
Are you afraid?
Yes.
Do you have any reason to know why he did that?
None whatsoever.
Did you have any idea at that time it was going to happen?
No.
Tell me about his...
Fish wearing gas masks from Temu.
Demeanor at that time when you looked and realized he had a knife and you in a cuff? What was, you were only cuffed on one wrist?
One wrist, yeah.
What was happening to the other part of the handcuff?
Okay, he had it in his hand.
He was holding it?
Holding that in the wrist, yeah.
Where was the knife? In the other hand?
The knife was like he had here. The knife was in his hand. He had it on me like this.
Let the record reflect he was holding the knife in his right hand as he showed it, holding the cuff in his left hand. Is that right?
Right.
And your left hand is cuffed?
Yeah, right.
Where do you have the knife? What kind of a knife was it?
It was like a military knife, a machete of some type. Yeah, he had it lowered right up under my rib cage, you know. Like
so
in
he
the
had
back, somewhere in the back here.
He had it pointed at your rib cage?
Yeah.
Did you feel it? Touch
yeah,
it?
he had it on me. He had it against my body.
What happened? What was going through your mind the moment that happened when you realized you had a knife at your side and a handcuff on your hand? What did you think?
I think, like, you know, what's going on, you know? This guy is so nice, and all of a sudden, you know, it's like he's pulling knives and handcuffs and all on me, you know?
What'd you do? What'd you say to him?
I asked him what the problem was, you know, that it's not necessary to do this, you know?
What'd he say?
He told me at that point if I wouldn't do what he said, he would kill me, yeah.
Now, tell us about his demeanor at the time that you look at him and you say, what's going on? You don't have to do this. What happens to Mr. Dahmer? What's he like?
It's like not the same person that we met at Grand Avenue Mall.
How does he different?
His face structure seemed different, you know. His body structure is like it wasn't him anymore, you know. It's like it was a totally different guy there.
I've been using...
They're very good at compartmentalizing and transforming.
He told you if you didn't do what he told you to do, he'd hurt you.
He'd hurt me.
What'd you do? What happened? Tell us what happened step by step as best you can remember.
And then all of a sudden he kind of calms down, you know, and then he said he has the key in the bedroom, so we proceed to the bedroom.
The key to the handcuffs?
Right.
So you believed he was going to take them off?
Yeah. At that point, I had to go along with this guy, you know, and then if I had to find out, so I walked back there with him. He kind of guides me back there, you know.
Guides you back with the cuff and the knife?
Yeah, right.
And you go into the bedroom?
Right.
What do you see in the bedroom?
A big, about 50, 60 gallon drum barrel, whatever.
Do you ever see a 50, 60 drum barrel in anybody's bedroom before?
Not at all.
Do you have any idea? Did you ask him what it was?
No. At that point, I asked no questions at that time. You know.
Was there a bed in that room?
Yes.
How was the bed? Was it made, unmade? What did
it was unmade.
What did you see on the bed, if anything?
Something like a stain of whatever, yeah, on the bed.
What did you think it was?
At that point in time, I wasn't sure.
What did you do when you got in the bedroom as he's holding on to the cuff and the knife? What did you do?
Studied us talking, trying to be friends with him, you know.
Did you remain standing? Did you sit down?
He made me sit down at that point. We both sit on the bed.
Was it at the foot of the bed, side of the bed, head of the bed?
Maybe halfway between.
Did that room have a TV set in it?
Yes.
Was there anything going on the TV?
Yeah, the Exorcist movies was playing at that time.
There was an Exorcist movie on?
Yeah.
You know which one of them?
The name, I'm not sure. I think it's 3. I'm not sure which one. Right.
So there was a movie. Did you know it to be part of television or a VCR?
VCR, normally that's not on regular television, so I thought it was VCR.
You knew there was a movie showing?
Right.
Did you see him put it on, or was it on?
No. When we first got into the apartment, he went through the back, to the back bedroom. Maybe he put it on then, I'm not sure.
Okay. And then what happened? You're both sitting on the bed?
Yes.
Are you still in handcuffs?
Yes.
Is he holding the handcuff?
Right.
Do you still have the knife?
Right.
Is it pointed at your side, as you've told us before?
Right.
You trying to be cool?
Very much so.
You're not fighting with them?
No.
What's your intention? What are you planning on doing?
Getting away. I was contemplating on at the point jumping out the window. Yep. I was basically talking with this person, trying to let him know I was his friend. Yeah.
As you were sitting there on the bed, when he had you by the handcuff and a knife at your side, at that time, which would have been maybe 7 o'clock?
Something like that.
What impression was made upon your mind by the conduct, action, manner, expression, and conversation that you observed of Mr. Dahmer?
His frame of mind is what you want to know, right? Okay, he acted at times he would go through like different changes with me, you know.
Tell us about that.
1 minute he's like nice, then he was telling he didn't want people to leave him or abandon him, things of this nature, you know. Yeah.
Well, what did you think about him as a person? What impression was made on your mind of this fellow that you're dealing with here?
Yeah, that at times he wasn't himself, and then at times he was like a nice guy, you know. He would come and go different times, you know, throughout the whole time. Then he would like sit, being quiet at times, watching a movie, wanting me to watch the movie, you know, and just doing little tanning sounds, you know.
Did you observe him watching the movie and how he would react to the movie?
Right, he would like just start rocking back and forth when he, you know, certain parts of the movie or whatever.
You have to say, what did he say, madam?
It was like chanting in certain times and rocking back and forth, right?
Tell us about his chanting. What was that all about?
I'm not even sure, sir, but it was just like, I can't tell you the words. I couldn't understand what he was saying at that time.
Can you mimic him? How it sounded?
It was like a slow slur, like some of that nature, some close like that, I'm not sure.
Did it keep on for a period of time?
Off and on throughout the ordeal.
And how about the movement back and forth? How was that being effectuated?
Just like back and forth, he would do it every now and then. You know?
Just as you are rocking in your chair?
Like this.
And chanting?
And chanting.
Was there any parts of the movie that was going on that you saw that he said anything about?
It was like the part about the preacher that used to be a preacher that had got possessed, and that it would seem like he was like interested in that part. That part had his attention more than anything. You know?
So tell us about what you mean by that. What impressions were made upon your mind when this was going on as to had his attention? How did he appear to you?
It appeared like it was like he wanted to mimic it or be like that part, you know, being demonized or whatever in that nature.
I'm sorry, I missed you.
Yeah, like he wanted that type of movie, that part, certain parts of that part interested him, you know. It was like he changed with it at times. Then he would get more aggressive, try to get me to handcuff myself, both hands, and he's told me it made him feel more dominant at that time.
Okay, did you and he move off of the bed at any time?
Yes, he wanted me to lay flat down, stomach down on the floor at that time.
Did you at any time go to the bathroom, use the washroom, prior to the time that he asked you to lay down on the floor?
No.
All right, tell us what happened how did that happen that he told you to lay down on the floor?
You know, he told me to lay down face down, put both of my hands behind my back, because he changed again at that point, like he got more aggressive at that time.
Okay, now, but tell us, did he still have the knife out?
Yes, he still had the knife with him.
And what did you do?
Okay, I kind of like laid on my sides. For some reason, I guess God told me not to lay flat down or let this person handcuff me, so I didn't.
So you were trying to stop that from happening, but you got down on the floor.
Right.
What did he do?
He kind of laid across me, put his head across my chest at that point.
And what was he doing with his head?
Pardon me?
What did it appear to you he was doing with his head? What was he trying to do?
Like he was listening to my heart, because at a point he told me he was going to eat my heart at that point.
He said he was going to eat your heart?
Yes, that's correct.
Did he still have the knife?
Yeah.
Where was the knife pointed?
When I was on the floor, he had it pointed at my groin area at that time.
One knife?
He had several, and then he slid one. I managed to slide one underneath the bed. And I guess during a point of time through an ordeal, he didn't know where the knife was, so I didn't know if he felt that was a threat or not.
So he still had a knife, you're on the floor. How long does he lay on top of you trying to hear your heart as you've described it?
Maybe a minute and a half.
And then what did you do then?
I knew something was about to happen, so I suggested that I go to the bathroom. I had to use the bathroom at that time.
And what did he do?
He kind of guided me to the bathroom.
So when you say he guided, you still had hold of your handcuff?
Yes.
And you went to the bathroom?
Right.
Did you urinate?
Yeah.
Were you able to utilize your own zipper, or did he touch you at all?
Touched me in no way. Didn't attempt to look. He just held me in back. You know.
So in other words, he didn't try to look at what your penis looked like or anything?
Not at all.
So after urinating, did you think that you were going to be the victim of Did he ask to engage in any homosexual acts with you?
None whatsoever.
Okay, so now you leave the bathroom and what happens?
Okay, then we go back into the bedroom. You know, it was like different time spans. We were talking about him losing his job. Then he would come to the person that I was first with, you know, and then at certain points he would change. You know, at first he was telling me about how people didn't care for him and things of this nature, and I was trying to comfort him, letting him know that I was a friend, you know, that I wasn't going to try to run away from him or nothing like that.
You were being cool.
I guess God, you can say that, because I had no control. I don't know.
Did this continue on for a long period of time during the night?
Yes, apparently so. Time seemed to, I don't know.
Long period of time?
I was a friend, you know, that I wasn't going to try to run away from him or nothing like that.
You were being cool.
I guess God, you can say that, because I had no control. I don't know.
Did this continue on for a long period of time during the night?
Yes, apparently so. Time seemed to, I don't know. But I stayed in there that long, so it had to be going on throughout the whole ordeal, which it was. So time just, it happened like that.
And all this time you're trying to hold him down?
Yeah, certain points, right.
How often would he go in and out of these moods?
Sorry, at the time spans I couldn't really tell you, but like he would I guess if you want to put it together in time, every 30 minutes, 20 minutes, something like that, you know, and then he would have moods of being just silent, you know, and I wouldn't say anything, try to provoke him or say the wrong thing. I would be silent with him.
Okay. So you just let him be alone. Was that movie on the whole time, a long time?
It was on a pretty good period of time, yeah, and when it went off, I couldn't tell you.
Did he continue to chant from time to time?
Yes, it happened several times throughout the ordeal.
Now, when he would watch the movie, did you notice when he would go into this thing that you told us where he would really become fixed on the movie screen? What was happening? How often would that happen?
Throughout the movie, maybe every 15 or 20 minutes, and then he would turn around and try to ask me to put both of my hands behind my back, and I wouldn't, you know, do it. I would talk to him. I'd tell him, you can trust me, you know, you don't have to do this, and that would calm him down a little bit.
He had the knife the whole time.
Right.
He's watching the movie, and he becomes very interested in the movie.
Right.
You don't do anything, just sit there.
Just sit there and be quiet.
And then he would start conversation with you again.
Yeah, he was like you're gonna have to do this and that, you know. Then he told me at a point I was gonna have to kill him, or he was gonna have to kill me at one point.
Were you and he drinking during this time?
No.
So he wasn't running out, bringing you out and getting beers and coming back?
No, I would have been out the window at that point.
Sure.
If he would have.
Did he, when he was fixed, I'm trying to get some words to understand, was he intoxicated?
He had been drinking, but as far as being intoxicated, he was not staggering or anything of that nature.
But you know that some people, when they have too much to drink, change their moods. Was that the kind of mood changes he was having, or a different kind of mood change?
I think this was like more of an inner mood change than an alcoholic mood change.
What kind of mood?
It's like
inner mood.
Yeah, person change, not alcohol change.
What did you think about this guy? What was going through your mind as to who you were sitting next to, who was doing all these things?
A bizarre individual, someone that was very confused at this time.
Now there came a time when you went to the washroom again?
Right, I suggested, yeah, because he had started getting aggressive a little bit again. I suggested go to the bathroom. He let me stay in there by myself while he stayed outside the door at that time.
And what happened then?
And then I told him, well, I was contemplating, I was asking God, shall I make my move now? And I was gonna just jump out the window, but when I got out, for some reason I asked, could I have another beer? Yeah.
And what did he do?
And he reaches over, he guides me over and reaches in and get a beer.
He still got you on the cuff?
Yeah, and then he tells me, I told him I want to sit in the front because it's an air conditioner. I was just going to try to jump out the window or go for the door or whatever, and because the back bedroom didn't have an air conditioner, only in the front. So I suggested we sit on the couch. I had unbuttoned my shirt to try to make him feel more at ease. And then I just sat on the couch and he just started going out of himself again. You know?
Going out of himself?
Yeah, he was like paying me no attention at that time.
Like he wasn't there?
Yeah, he started the chanting again, and it's like just sitting there, you know. And then I just, for some reason, I said, well, I need to go to the bathroom again, and he didn't follow me at that point. So I reached up, I got up, and then I hit him, and I ran out.
So you hit him?
Right.
Did you have any other belongings there?
Yeah, I have my bag right there at the end of the couch. I sit in exactly the same place that I sit when I went in there.
So when you got up, he let go of your cuff to let you go to the bathroom again?
He didn't even, he just let me stay there. I was going to go for the window. At that point, he didn't even have the cuff. It's like I wasn't even there anymore.
And when you saw that, what'd you do?
I just seized the opportunity. I said, well, at least I'm going to die trying. I'm not just going to sit here, you know.
What'd you do, son?
I hit him, and I ran towards the door, and he was right there, tried to grab me, get me back in there.
And what happened?
Then I made it outside.
So he wasn't able to bring you back in?
Bring me back in there, no.
He tried?
He tried.
And as you left that apartment, as you got away from him, I'm going to ask you again, what impressions were made on your mind by the conduct of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the actions of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the manner, expressions, and conversations of Jeffrey Dahmer that you observed? Can you give us some words?
It's like I told the policeman that this freak, this crazy guy, was trying to hurt me, yeah.
Did you run out of the building?
Yes, I did.
Did you summon help?
Yes.
Milwaukee Police Department?
That's correct.
Did they come back there with you to the apartment?
Right.
Did you eventually go back into the apartment with the Milwaukee police officers?
Yes.
And then he was arrested?
Right.
You gave a statement to the Milwaukee police a few hours later?
Yeah, I guess you could say a few hours, yeah.
Mr. Edwards, through your lawyer, I had you come to Wisconsin to testify.
That's correct.
Other than your expenses, you're not being paid anything,
No.
correct? Is that true?
That's true.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Mr. McCann, how long do we anticipate the cross-examination of this witness will
I'd say at least half an hour, Your Honor.
Okay.
What impression?
Of that nature.
But you know that some people, when they have too much to drink, change their moods. Was that the kind of mood changes he was having, or a different kind of mood
No,
change?
I think this was like more of an inner mood change than an alcoholic mood change.
What kind of mood?
It's like
inner mood?
Yeah, a person change, not alcohol change.
What did you think about this guy? What was going through your mind as to who you were sitting next to, who was doing all these things?
A bizarre individual, someone that was very confused at this time.
Now, there came a time when you went to the washroom again?
Right, I suggested, yeah, because he had started getting aggressive a little bit again. I suggested to go to the bathroom. He let me stay in there by myself while he stayed outside the door at that time.
And what happened then?
And then I told him, well, I was contemplating, I was asking God, shall I make my move now? And I was going to just jump out the window. But when I got out, for some reason, I asked, could I have another beer? Yeah.
And what did he do?
And he reaches over, he guides me over and reaches in and get a beer.
He still got you on the cuff?
Yeah, and then he tells me, I told him I want to sit in the front because it's an air conditioner. I was just going to try to jump out the window or go for the door or whatever, and because the back bedroom didn't have an air conditioner, only in the front. So I suggested we sit on the couch. I had unbuttoned my shirt to try to make him feel more at ease. And then I just sat on the couch and he just started going out of himself again. Yeah.
Going out of himself?
Yeah, he was like paying me no attention at that time.
Like he wasn't there?
He started the chanting again, and it's like just sitting there, And then I just, for some reason, I said, well, I need to go to the bathroom again, and he didn't follow me at that point. So I reached up, I got up, and then I hit him, and I ran out.
So you hit him?
Right.
Did you have any other belongings there?
Yeah, I have my bag right there at the end of the couch. I sit in exactly the same place that I sit when I went in there.
So when you got up, he let go of your cuff to let you go to the bathroom again?
He didn't even, he just let me stay there. I was going to go for the window. At that point, he didn't even have the cuff. It's like I wasn't even there anymore.
And when you saw that, what'd you do?
I just seized the opportunity. I said, well, at least I'm going to die trying. I'm not just going to sit here, you know.
What'd you do, son?
I hit him, and I ran towards the door, and he, was right there, tried to grab me, get me back in there.
And what happened?
Then I made it outside.
So he wasn't able to bring you back in?
Bring me back in there, no.
He tried?
He tried.
And as you left that apartment, as you got away from him, I'm going to ask you again, what impressions were made on your mind by the conduct of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the actions of Jeffrey Dahmer, by the manner, expressions, and conversations of Jeffrey Dahmer that you observed? Can you give us some words?
It's like I told the policeman that this freak, this crazy guy, was trying to hurt me, yeah.
Did you run out of the building?
Yes, I did.
Did you summon help?
Yes.
Milwaukee Police Department?
That's correct.
Did they come back there with you to the apartment?
Right.
Did you eventually go back into the apartment with the Milwaukee police officers?
Yes.
And then he was arrested?
Right.
You gave a statement to the Milwaukee police a few hours later?
Yeah, I guess you could say a few hours, yeah.
Mr. Edwards, through your lawyer, I had you come to Wisconsin to testify.
That's correct.
Other than your expenses, you're not being paid anything,
No.
correct? Is that true?
That's true.
Thank you, Mr. Edwards.
Thank you.
Mr. McKeon, how long do we anticipate the cross?
That was wild. So that was one of the witnesses, one of the victims, really, from Jeffrey Dahmer's rampage. I wasn't aware about survivors. It's good that he survived. And you see, he treated him like a friend, and he wasn't mean to him. I think that helped him not get deleted, like what Anna said. Because we have, a lot of times, these individuals on the stand. He was very calm, and I think he handled the situation well because, he survived and it was calm. Yeah. It's a very scary situation to be in, it sounds like. Yeah. Now, more information about this. Okay, Anna, understood. I'm going to be ending it soon. Good night to you, Anna. Good luck with your appointment. All right. I've been streaming for 8 hours. Yeah, night, Anna. This is some more context about this specific witness. Tracy Edwards was the man who narrowly escaped serial deleter Jeffrey Dahmer in July 91, leading to Dahmer's immediate arrest and discovery of his murder. Edwards, then 32, was the last of Dahmer's intended victims and one of the 3 men known to have survived the encounter with him. Lured to the apartment, Edwards was drinking with friends in Grand Avenue Mall in Milwaukee, when Dahmer approached them offering money to pose for nude photos. Edwards agreed to go back to Dahmer's apartment. Growing suspicious upon entering, Edwards noticed a foul smell, but Dahmer missed it as a broken sewer pipe. Dahmer's behavior became erratic and threatening. The escape. After several terrifying hours, Dahmer threatened to eat Edwards' heart and place handcuffs on his wrists. Edwards managed to hit Dahmer and flee the apartment. He ran through the streets with the cuff still on his wrist until he flagged down a police car. Dahmer's arrest. Edwards led police back to the apartment, where officers discovered photographs of dismembered bodies and human remains. Dahmer was arrested and later confessed to the deletion of 17 men and boys. Testimony and trauma. Edwards testified against Dahmer in '92 trial, but the trauma from the event deeply affected his life. According to lawyers Paul Kensky, Edwards suffered from PTSD, never able to put the pieces back together, and became averse to talking about what happened. Downward spiral. In the years following Dahmer's arrest, Edwards' life spiraled. He abused drugs and alcohol and had multiple run-ins with the law for offenses including drug possession, theft, and failure to pay child support. Arrested for homicide. In 2011, Edwards, who became homeless, was involved in a fatal acceleration in which a man was thrown from a Milwaukee bridge. In 2012, Edwards was convicted of aiding a felon and sentenced to 1.5 years in jail, 2 years of extended supervision. His current whereabouts are unknown. Yeah, that is really, really messed up. It really is. Okay. We'll be ending it soon. We've broke the record for the longest stream. Okay. Well, what is this about? I like the Google Doodles. They've gotten more explicit over time, more animated. Kick off the school year. Today's animated doodle features one of the most searched equations, the quadratic equation. What is the quadratic equation for dummies? A quadratic equation takes the form of ax2 plus bx plus c equals where a, b, c are numbers. Number I cannot be zero. Factorization and use of the formula are particularly important. I've never heard of this one before. It's going here. See some pictures of it. All right. There's been a UAP hearing on the 9th. A congressional hearing on unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAPs, is scheduled for Tuesday, September 9, 25. The hearing is titled Restoring Public Trust Through UAP, Transparency and Whistleblower Protection. A hearing on UAP transparency and whistleblower protection when Tuesday, September 9 at 10 a.m. EDT, where HVC-210 in the U.S. Capitol Visitor Center. The hearing will be hosted by Task Force and Declassification of Federal Secrets, chaired by Representative Anna Paulina Luna, Jeffrey Nusatelli, U.S. Air Force veteran, Dylan Borland, Air Force veteran, Alexandro Wiggins, U.S. Navy veteran, George Knapp, journalist. Topics to be discussed: Pentagon transparency. The hearing will address the ongoing concerns regarding the Department of Defense handling of UAP information, whistleblower protection. Lawmakers will hear from witnesses about concerns over whistleblower retribution, AARO effectiveness. The hearing will analyze the word of DoD's All-Domain Anomaly Resolution Office, new legislation. The hearing follows the introduction of UAP whistleblowers. All right. What is the UAP Whistleblower Protection Act? Shout out to Mary Toodles. The UAP Whistleblower Protection Act is a proposed bill intended to provide protections for federal personnel who disclose information about unidentified anomalous phenomena, UAPs. The latest version, introduced by the Representatives Tim Burchett and Anna Paulina in August 2025, aims to strengthen existing status to specifically cover disclosures related to UAP material and research. The bill seeks to amend existing whistleblower protections for federal employees, military members, and contractors, include disclosures concerning the use of federal taxpayer funds to elevate research identified anomalous phenomena material. Overall, the intent is to encourage greater government transparency on the UAP protection those who come forward with the information from retaliation. Scared. Lawmakers and advocates of the UAP transparency claim that current legal framework is insufficient to protect individuals with no knowledge of UAP related programs, particularly within intelligence community. UAP Whistleblower Protection Act was promoted by several key factors: failed NDAA provisions, Whistleblower protections include previous national defense authorization acts were seen as failing to achieve their goals of securing full transparency. Public, the congressional pressure, there is a growing number of interest in congressional frustration with the lack of government transparency regarding UAPs, lack of accountability. Lawmakers allege that the elements with military and intelligence community are violating their constitutional duty, inform the Congress of their operations related to UAPs, allegations of retaliation, accounts of whistleblowers like former intelligence officials who allege professional retaliation for sharing information underscore the name of the stronger legal protections and effective oversight mechanisms. The proposed legislation is also an attempt to address the concerns about the ineffectiveness of the Pentagon's all-domain anomaly resolution office. In handling UAP information and whistleblower disclosures, the legislation has been introduced in connection with recent congressional hearings on UAPs, with sponsors arguing that people with knowledge of government programs deserve protection from bringing the truth to light. All right. Switching over here. Okay, everybody, that is going to be it for tonight. Thank you all for coming here. I appreciate all of you. And we had an amazing stream. We got to see some different people we haven't seen in a while here. So shout out to all of you. And thank you all for coming and staying. And peace.